Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Andy, don't worry about it. Night God Ryosuke said politely. It's okay. Your Uncle Hai is always lazy, so let him move around. Yamanaka Reno said. Yamanaka Hai, who had just come out of the kitchen with a cup of tea, happened to hear it too, and immediately looked at his wife helplessly. He's not that guy Lugio. How can he be so lazy? Yamanaka muttered to himself. I always feel that when Yagami Ryosuke comes, no matter whether it is his daughter or his wife, they seem to turn their elbows out. His family status as the majestic head of the family, this is plummeting. Come, have a cup of tea. As soon as Yamanaka came over, he handed the hot tea in his hand to Ryosuke. Trouble, uncle. Night God Ryosuke took it with both hands and said politely. The sound of uncle made Yamanaka Hai's complexion a lot better. Anyway, Yamanaka Ryosuke is Konoha's strongest fighter right now. He can call himself uncle. Yamanaka Hai is quite satisfied from the bottom of his heart. Lugio and Dingzwa are not treated like this. Yamanaka thought happily in his heart. At this time, Ino upstairs also ran down. Ryosuke, you are here. Ino came over with a smile and turned around in front of Night God Ryosuke. Looks good. Ino wore a white dress today with a high ponytail and no ninja forehead protector. He looked youthful and beautiful, giving people a beautiful feeling of first love. Very beautiful. Yagami Ryosuke liked Ino's outfit today very much. He smiled and praised, held Ino's little hand, and looked at each other. In 10 minutes, it seems that the air around has become sweeter. But on the other side, Yamanaka Hai, who was still laughing just now, couldn't laugh anymore. Woo woo woo. My little padded jacket is completely leaking. Yamanaka felt bitter in his heart, watching his daughter go straight to Yaman Ryosuke as he went downstairs, as if he only had eyes for the other party, which made his heart ache for a while. I have been raising it for more than 10 years, and I am raising it for others. Uncomfortable. Yamanaka on the side looked at her daughter and Yamanaka Ryosuke with a smile, as if thinking of when she was young. She glanced at her husband next to her and found that he looked heartbroken and couldn't help but find it funny. Okay, let's go wash your hands and eat. Yamanaka Reno clapped her hands and said, reminded the three of them. Hey, Dad, when did you come back? Only then did Ino see Yamanaka Haichi. Yamanaka Hai, don't say anything. Leave me alone. Ino home, restaurant. Harmonious laughter came from the table from time to time. Only Yamanaka was alone, as if he was drifting outside the world of the three of them, and even the food on the table tasted like nothing in his mouth. It's like chewing wax. Finally, wait until the end of dinner. The enthusiastic future mother-in-law Yamanaka Reno pulled Yagami Ryosuke again and wanted him to stay at home tonight. When Yamanaka heard this, how can this work? Immediately, as if he had come back to life, he hurriedly made jokes and made the topic right. Ino is only 12 years old. Even in a few months, it will be 13 years old. But still too small. He didn't want to watch his daughter completely confess herself to this be asterisk, 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 D in front of him so soon. So, no matter what you say, you can't let the Night God Ryosuke stay in their house. Young people angry. Yamanaka Hai also came from this age. What does he not understand? So I still have to remind my daughter about some things, lest she get too hot-headed and do something that makes Yamanaka's blood pressure soar. After 9 o'clock in the evening, the Night God Ryosuke, who did not stay at the Ino's house, left the Yamanaka clan's clan land with the Ino's family, sending him off. On the way, Yamanaka Ryosuke couldn't help but feel a little funny when he thought of Yamanaka Hai's expression of relief when he just left. This is so worrying about me. Yagami Ryosuke smiled and shook his head. In fact, Yamanaka Ryosuke is more principled than Yamanaka Hai imagined. How old is Ino? How could he do it? As for the young people being angry, Yagami Ryosuke has 2 grown-up girlfriends. I won't suffocate myself. Not to mention the behavior of starting in 3 years on a whim. Although this is the ninja world, there is no such statement. Go see what's going on by Wooden Golem. Ryosuke, the night god who came out of Yamanaka's house, turned directly to another property of his own. The lights in the house were still on when he arrived. When Ryosuke opened the door and came in, he saw the two of them, Wooden Golem, sitting on the sofa in the living room, holding their legs with their hands, looking very preoccupied. After night, God Ryosuke opened the door and came in. Wooden Golem also turned his head to look over immediately. "It's you." She quickly got up from the sofa. "When will you let me go back to the village?" The two were quickly asked by Wooden Golem. "Let you go back? Wei didn't tell you. I didn't intend to let you go back." Yagami Ryosuke sat down on the sofa and looked at her. "Don't even think about going back to Cloud Shinobi. Even if you go back, they won't dare to take you." Yagami Ryosuke said, "You're talking nonsense." The two were glared at him by Wooden Golem. "Don't believe me? Then go back and have a look after a few days. If they dare to accept you, I will let you go back." Yagami Ryosuke said with a faint smile. How dare Cloud Shinobi accept the second from Wooden Golem? They are terrified of Night God Ryosuke now, and Wooden Golem is the two whom he named, unless Cloud Shinobi wants Night God Ryosuke to talk to them again. Otherwise, it is impossible to let the two stay by Wooden Golem. Seeing the confident look of Night God Ryosuke, to be honest, the two led by Wooden Golem hesitated. "Night God Ryosuke, you are despicable." The two were held back by Wooden Golem for a long time, and in the end they only said that Ryosuke, the Night God, was despicable. "I'm despicable. I didn't lay an ambush on the road you must pass, and I didn't bully others more than others. How can I be despicable?" Yagami Ryosuke said with a smile. "Equals." Seeing that Wooden Golem was stunned by himself, he was speechless. Yagami Ryosuke also waved his hand and said, "Go, pour me a cup of tea." 2 by Wooden Golem. "No, I'm not your servant, what do you mean?" Staring at the Night God Ryosuke, sitting on the sofa with a pair of beautiful eyes staring at Wooden Golem. After a while, seeing that Wooden Golem didn't respond, Yi Shunliang also said lightly, "Is it disobedient? How about I go and chat with your movie? I just don't know if he is awake now." "What do you mean?" asked hastily by Wooden Golem. 3 days later, Sasuke came back from the outside with injuries all over his body. "Take a day off and teach you a new ninjutsu tomorrow." Uchiha's face went numb, and he said to Sasuke, who was a little weak. In the past 3 days, he took Sasuke to carry out a mission outside. He did not take any action during the mission, but let a Fae finish off the remaining enemies at the last moment. Before, it was all about Sasuke playing against each other. That was a genuine elite Jonin, with several Chunin and Jonin companions with him. Sasuke tried his best, and even activated the spell Seal State. Only barely defeated the elite Jonin on the opposite side. But he was also seriously injured. If it weren't for Uchiha Myanmar being quite a grandmaster in medical ninjutsu, with Sasuke's level of injury, he wouldn't be able to get out of bed in less than 10 days and half a month. But now, he can already walk and run. It will be all over, and it will probably be uncomfortable for several days. "Okay, teacher." Sasuke nodded in response with his eyes shining. Although it was very painful physically, Sasuke was very excited in his heart. This time, he personally defeated an elite Jonin. Although it is said that Uchiha, who has awakened the 3-God Jade, is at the elite Jonin level, but Sasuke is obviously still a little young, coupled with a lack of combat experience. To defeat that Miss Shinobi rebel, it really cost him a lot of effort. But the joy and sense of accomplishment after victory made Sasuke very intoxicated. Really, it was the right decision to choose to leave Konoha with the teacher. If this is still in Konoha, I don't know how long it will take for 490 to have the strength he has now. Unlike on the teacher's side, he directly gave him several powerful lightning-style ninjutsu, and also gave him some Sharingan skills. It is not easy to get in Konoha, whether it's lightning-style ninjutsu or Sharingan skills, especially the latter. In Konoha, there is no one to teach him. Kakashi himself doesn't know much about the Sharingan. How to teach Sasuke? Next day, Sasuke woke up feeling sore all over. However, he gritted his teeth and got up from the bed. After washing, he ate something for breakfast and then went out to a training ground outside the base. Teacher. Seeing the teacher who had arrived earlier, Sasuke hurriedly stepped forward to say hello respectfully. As for Ah Fei, who squatted over there not knowing what he was doing, it's not the first day for Sasuke to know Ah Fei. I know this guy is a joke. Maybe he's playing with ants again right now or something. So don't bother this funny comparison in the past. Sasuke, what I'm going to teach you today is an S-rank lightning-style ninjutsu. Uchiha said with a numb face. S-class lightning style. Sasuke's eyes light up immediately. He also has a soft spot for lightning style. In contrast, however, fire style, which was often used in the past, is gradually not used much now. Teacher, teach me. Sasuke said hastily. You are watching. Yagami Ryosuke said to tell Sasuke to stay away, and then made Madara with one hand and sprayed a large stream of amine water from his mouth to wash. Wow, it's flooding. Ah Fei, who was teasing Ma Yuan, was almost not swept away by the current. He yelled and thumped in the water, yelling as he thumped. Sasuke didn't even notice, but he knew that this intern named Fei was actually not weak. At this moment, it is estimated that he is deliberately playing tricks again. Fire style. Uchiha Myanmar once again formed a Madara with one hand and sprayed a large amount of flames from his mouth to engulf the water. Sasuke was also envious when he saw that the teacher could use such a powerful ninjutsu with a simple one-handed Madara. The teacher said that as long as I can improve my ability to control chakra and deepen my research on a ninjutsu, I can also do one-handed seals and simplified seals, but this is too difficult. Sasuke thought of the first time he saw the teacher's one-handed Madara. At that time, he asked the teacher if he could learn one-handed Madara. As a result, the teacher told him that the one-handed Madara is actually a technique that has a strong ability to control one's own chakra. Coupled with in-depth research on ninjutsu, the originally complicated Madara can be simplified. As long as he works hard to practice, he will be able to do it sooner or later. But Sasuke practiced for several days, but it didn't work. Thinking that he may not be very talented in chakra control. After all, when he first practiced climbing trees and treading water, his progress was not very fast. So if you want to learn one-handed Madara, I'm afraid it will be very difficult. But Sasuke didn't give up completely either. He just doesn't want to learn one-handed Madara so urgently. He didn't have one hand anyway. Learn slowly first, and you'll learn it one day. Lightning style Kirin. At this time, Uchiha Minma suddenly shouted loudly on the field. Next second, a burst of thunder flashed in the rising water vapor, followed by countless thunders gathered into a unicorn-like thunder beast, roaring and blasted on a small hill hundreds of meters away under the guidance of Uchiha's numb lightning style. Boom! Dazzling thunder light filled the entire field of vision. When the light dissipated, Sasuke looked over there again. How can there be any small hills there? Some are just a scorched black pit, and the surrounding ground is covered with scorched black marks. The scope is so large that it almost reaches this side. Gudu. Sasuke watched this scene in horror. Is this the destructive power of S-rank lightning style? Is it too strong? And this lightning style is so fast. If you hit someone, then the other party can't hide at all, right? Sasuke thought to himself. How is it? Are you satisfied with this lightning style unicorn? Uchiha looked at Sasuke with a numb face and asked him. Sasuke nodded repeatedly. Satisfied? Of course he is satisfied. How could he be dissatisfied with such a powerful lightning-style ninjutsu? Teacher, does this lightning style borrow the lightning from nature? Sasuke just observed the teacher's movements by himself. At the beginning, the water style and fire style were used to create cumulonimbus clouds, then use cumulonimbus clouds to generate lightning, and finally use lightning style to guide and strike accurately. This move, lightning style ninjutsu, is obviously aimed at the use of lightning in nature. And the result of this is, lightning style is more powerful. It costs less chakra, but accordingly, to complete this lightning style, a more troublesome precondition is also required. That's right, Kirin needs the power of lightning in nature, so it needs the cooperation of water style and fire style. The precondition is its shortcoming, but apart from this shortcoming, everything else is an advantage. Uchiha Miyama said, "You don't have much chakra at present. You can't use the general S-level ninjutsu many times, and the consumption of chakra is too serious. But the lightning-style unicorn is an exception, and it just suits you right now. In addition, I have another version of Kirin. This version of Kirin does not require any pre-requirements and can be used directly. But this version of Kirin consumes a lot of chakra, so it is not suitable for you to use now. When your chakra volume exceeds the Kaga level standard line, then I will teach you." After Uchiha finished speaking, he also began to guide Sasuke to learn this lightning-style ninjutsu. Afe on the side didn't know when he stood by and looked at the two of them secretly. A look of, "I'm stealing." It's just that the appearance of stealing is too obvious. If Uchiha Mima didn't care at all, he would have driven him away long ago. But teach Sasuke Kirin in front of Obito? All this. I don't know if Obito will think of anything. Hope not. Otherwise, Daiwang's mood probably won't get any better recently. After all, no matter how you say it, Chilin is an S-level lightning-style ninjutsu. It cannot be learned in a day or two. A week later, on the training ground outside the Akatsuki base, lightning-style Kirin. Roar! A roaring thunder unicorn descended from the sky and slammed into an open space 100 meters away. Immediately, a 20 to 30 meter deep pit was blasted out on the ground. The surrounding area was scorched black, and electric arcs were still flickering. "I made it!" Sasuke shouted with overjoyed expression. At this time, "Not bad. Congratulations on learning this dollar-level escape." Uchiha came over with a numb face and looked at Sasuke, quite satisfied with his learning progress. "Get ready. We're going out to perform a mission tomorrow," Uchiha said with a numb face. "I cannot wait anymore," Sasuke said excitedly. He now wants to test the power of this lightning-style unicorn on the enemy. Sasuke believes that even if he is a Kaga-level expert, he has to avoid the sharp edge of this move. If he is hit directly, he will be disabled, even if he is not dead. Thinking of this, Sasuke became very excited. Less than half a month after leaving Konoha with the teacher, his strength has undergone earth-shaking changes. "Naruto, when we meet again, I will never lose to you again," Sasuke muttered to himself. As for the knight, God Ryosuke, he once fought for, ever since I saw Ryosuke's horror with style that night, Sasuke no longer regarded that guy as his target of pursuit. At least not for now. After all, the gap is too big. So let's catch up with Naruto first. But Sasuke feels that with his current strength, he must have surpassed Naruto. At least Naruto is definitely not his opponent under normal conditions. Next day, Uchiha's Numb Trio left Rain Shinobi Village again. After waiting for 4 days, 3 returned. This time Sasuke didn't look as embarrassed as last time. "Teacher, when will we perform new tasks?" Sasuke can't wait for the next mission. This time, he used the lightning-style unicorn to blast and kill 1 elite Jonin and 4 ninjas with Jonin strength. Compared with the previous mission, the strength has been greatly improved. Needless to say, it is indeed a dollar-level lightning-style ninjutsu. The power is really too strong. It's just that the precondition is too troublesome. Sasuke thinks, when will his chakra reach the standard line of Kaga level? If that is the case, then you can learn the lightning-style unicorn without preconditions from the teacher. Let's talk about it in a few days. You should practice the Jinin technique well these few days. Your water style is too bad, Uchiha said with a numb face. Heard. Sasuke also nodded with a serious face. Really, compared to fire style and lightning style, his water style is really bad. If it wasn't for using 3 or 4 water styles in a row before, and the enemy on the opposite side also used water styles, there would be no way to create a large enough cumulonimbus cloud. Therefore, Sasuke also decided to study the nature transformation of water attributes in these few days. He has already learned the shape change of thunder attribute and nature transformation. Including the fire attribute, there are also some new understandings. but the 3.7 nature transformation of water attributes. Sasuke really knows nothing. Still need to study hard. 2 days later, on the training ground, Sasuke is practicing water-style ninjutsu. At this moment, a phase figure suddenly came from outside the training ground. Sasuke. He shouted Sasuke's name while running. Sasuke frowned and stopped, looking at Faye, who was running over. "Faye, what's the matter?" asked Sasuke. "Sasuke, you're Itachi-san's younger brother, right?" Faye asked. Sasuke's face changed slightly, and he stared at him with an ugly expression. Don't get me wrong. I just wanted to come and tell you that Mr. Itachi is back." "What?" Sasuke's eyes widened for a moment. "That guy, is he back?" Sasuke clenched his fists tightly. On the first day, he came to the Akatsuki base. He was looking forward to this day. "Finally, Uchiha Itachi, you are finally back. Even if I can't beat Uchiha Itachi now, at least I won't be as weak as before. And with Sensei around, there's no way Uchiha Itachi could hurt me." Thinking of the night when the whole family was killed many years ago, the anger and hatred in Sasuke's heart could not be suppressed. Brush. Sasuke's figure disappeared instantly. "Sasuke, wait for me!" Faye shouted loudly while quickly catching up. Shao Organization Base. Uchiha Itachi and Kisame just returned from an observation mission outside. Because the work of collecting tailed beasts has not yet started, Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki organization, will arrange some members of the organization to observe the positions and strengths of those tailed beast Jinchuriki from time to time, to ensure that when the work of collecting tailed beasts officially starts, it can be completed quickly and accurately. Don't even know where the person is or what strength it is. However, such tasks are generally completed in 5 or 6 days, but it took Uchiha Itachi and the others more than 10 days to come back. This is because they received Ju's instructions in the middle, and Pain arranged another task for them, so they were delayed for a while. And now that the tasks are completed, the two naturally returned to the organization's base to rest. This time it was almost half a month of rest. Basically, the members of the entire Shao organization are almost like this. They go on a mission and rest for 10 days and a half months. In other words, Kakuzu's group was particularly busy. For Kakuzu, rest? Isn't that a waste of money? It is impossible to rest. Only by working hard can you earn more cute little money. But in the Akatsuki organization, only Kakuzu has such a special liking for money, and the others are more of an indicator for completing a task and have no preference for the task itself. Who wants to work if they can rest? "Mr. Itachi, I'm leaving first." Dried Persimmon Kisame was about to go back to his room after entering the base. He still has something to report to the boss behind the scenes, Uchiha Madara, and this matter is not convenient for others to know. Although Pain already knew that Hoshigaki Kisame was the eyeliner inserted by Uchiha Madara, Kisame didn't know that Pain already knew about it. I also feel like I'm hiding it pretty well. Have to say, Hoshigaki Kisame is indeed a 22 honest man, although it looks a little scary. "Well, let's go." Uchiha Itachi nodded, also turned and walked towards his room. At this time, Uchiha Itachi, who had just turned around and walked a few steps, turned around and looked over there with his eyes wide open. In sight, an all-too-familiar figure was running towards this side. "Sasuke, how?" Rao has facial paralysis like Uchiha Itachi, and a shocked expression appeared on his face at this time. No matter what, he never imagined that he would meet his dear brother in the base of Shao organization. What kind of fairy development is this? Sasuke, he joined the Akatsuki organization? Chidori. When Sasuke rushed over from a distance, the moment he saw Uchiha Itachi, the last bit of rationality in his mind completely disappeared. His eyes were red, and the thunder attribute Chakra energy gathered in his hands in an instant, making a piercing sound like 1,000 birds. Brush. The figure flashed, and the thunder light on the right hand directly pierced into Uchiha Itachi's body. "I killed it." Sasuke's eyes widened. But next second, Ga. A large flock of crows flew away. Sasuke frowned, and the next moment he flashed and disappeared in place. Boom. A figure appeared in his position just now. Who else is it not Uchiha Itachi? My stupid doo-doo. It seems that you have really improved a bit over the years. At this time, Uchiha Itachi had recovered his usual facial paralysis. He looked coldly at Sasuke over there with a pair of blood-red Sharingan, and said indifferently, don't think that you are improving. I am also working hard to become stronger. Sasuke shouted loudly. On the edge, not far away, Kisame, who was about to go back to the room, also stopped. Is it Mr. Itachi's younger brother? He also joined the organization. Hoshigaki Kisame looked puzzled. At this moment, Hoshigaki finally caught up and ran to the side of Hoshigaki Kisame and stopped. Yo, it's Mr. Kisame. How are you? Afe said with a smile. Kisame glanced at him indifferently, ignoring this in turn who was a little out of his mind. Seeing Kisame ignoring him, Afe didn't care and continued to smile and said, Yo, Sasuke really got into a fight with Mr. Itachi. If I had known, I wouldn't have told him that Mr. Itachi was back. Faye, Mr. Itachi's younger brother, also joined the team. This time, Hoshigaki Kisame finally spoke. He heard what Afe said, and he seemed to know Sasuke, so he asked curiously. That's right. Sasuke is a disciple accepted by Senior Myanmar, and he has been with me recently. Afe said with a proud tone. I don't know what to be proud of. Is that the disciple Uchiha Mina accepted? Hoshigaki Kisame frowned. All three are Uchiha, but the brothers Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Itachi clearly hate each other. Certainly, whether Uchiha Itachi really hates his younger brother, this Hoshigaki Kisame is not sure. But this Uchiha Sasuke obviously hated his brother really, really special. Even a blind person can see the look of wanting to eat the flesh and blood of Uchiha Itachi raw. I just don't know why Uchiha Mima accepted this Uchiha Sasuke. He should know about the bad relationship between the two brothers, right? While Kisame was still guessing, Sasuke and Uchiha Itachi on the other side had already started to confront each other with various ninjutsu and jinjutsu. Uchiha Itachi didn't use Mangekyo as power, but only used the power of Sangadama to suppress the opposite Sasuke. This made Sasuke very angry. He thought that he had worked hard during this period of time to improve his strength, and he was already qualified to fight against Uchiha Itachi. But now it seems, Uchiha Itachi didn't even need to use Mangekyo's power to suppress himself. Not to mention that once the power of Mangekyo is used, he may be defeated in the blink of an eye. Damn, why is this be D so strong? Sasuke stared at Itachi viciously, and Uchiha Itachi looked at the younger brother in front of him and felt very relieved. Sasuke has grown up and already has the strength of elite jonin at the age of 12, father and mother. Did you see? Sasuke will definitely be better than me in the future. Uchiha Itachi thought to himself, but there was no sign of mercy in his hands. Sasuke, who was on the opposite side, was also very embarrassed for a while. Brush. Sasuke suddenly rushed towards the outside of the base at this time. My stupid Oni-san, come with me if you can. As Sasuke flew towards the outside of the base, Hiri turned back and shouted, Brush. Uchiha Itachi gave chase without hesitation. Really, these two brothers seemed to be going for real. Dried Persimmon Ghost Shark shook his head, but still followed. After all, if Mr. Itachi needs his help later, he will be there for Tianwei in time. Although this should be unlikely. After all, that's Mr. Itachi, outside the Shao organization base. Looking back to see Uchiha Itachi who was chasing after him, Sasuke also raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a tricky smile. Training course. This is the place where Sasuke usually trains. Originally, there was nothing here, but recently, because Sasuke has been practicing water style, there are also several large and small pools here. At this time, Sasuke, who ran here, stepped directly on the water and rushed to the opposite bank. Uchiha Itachi behind him also followed without hesitation. Fire style. Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. Sasuke, who just ran to the opposite bank, turned around and blasted a fire style towards Uchiha Itachi, who was chasing up. My stupid Ododo. This kind of ninjutsu is useless to me. Uchiha Itachi dodges easily, and at the same time shoots a large shuriken from his hand. Fire style. Extinguish the fire. Sasuke didn't care and continued to cast fire style. Evaporate an entire pool of water directly. And Uchiha Itachi, who was engulfed by fire style, was instantly turned into a branch and burned to ashes. And at this time, another Uchiha Itachi appeared, rushing directly in front of Sasuke. Jingle, jingle. The kunai in the hands of both sides collided continuously, making a sound of collision. Sasuke raised his head and glanced at the sky. Seeing that it was almost done, he took a step back and made him a draw with his hands. Stupid Oni-san, let me show you the results of my recent practice. Lightning style Kirin. Dow. In the sky, the endless thunder light converged into a roaring unicorn thunder beast. The Chilean thunder beast roared down from the sky, so fast that Uchiha Itachi couldn't dodge it, and directly bombarded the area where he was. Mr. Itachi, Kisame, who just arrived, also stared wide-eyed. He didn't expect Mr. Itachi's younger brother to have mastered such a powerful lightning-style ninjutsu, and he couldn't help but exclaimed, "Yo, Sasuke is using Kirin again," Afe said with a smile. It's just that Obito under the mask always thinks that the name Chilean is weird, but he just can't tell what's wrong. In short, after listening for a long time, he will feel a little uncomfortable. Obito wondered if it was this ninjutsu that beat him, but he looked left and right, but he didn't see how this ninjutsu could restrain him. It's just a very common, more powerful S-rank, lightning-style ninjutsu. How could it be possible to defeat him? Obito couldn't figure it out. Kirin. Uchiha, who had just come out of the room, raised his head numbly and saw a Chilean thunder beast descending from the sky in the distant forest. What is Sasuke doing with Kirin? He unleashed his perception and found 4 chakra waves in that forest. 2 of them belonged to Sasuke and Hooligan, and the other 2 are Uchiha Itachi. Are they back? Uchiha muttered to himself, immediately disappeared in place. In the forest training ground, dazzling thunder shrouded the area. Sasuke looked excitedly as he hit Uchiha Itachi with a Kirin move, wondering if he could kill this dutiful son. At this time, the thunder light dissipated, revealing a half-body skeleton covered in red, covering Uchiha Itachi's body. 890 Susanoo. As soon as Sasuke's face darkened, he knew that Uchiha Itachi was not so easy to kill. Really, realizing that he couldn't dodge the Kirin's move, Uchiha Itachi decisively used the power of Mangekyo and summoned Susanoo to resist the move. However, the power of Kirin is indeed great. For this reason, Uchiha Itachi directly activated Susanoo in the 3rd form, and then successfully blocked this move with the lightning-style Kirin. Looking at the majestic Susanoo in front of him, Sasuke was angry and envious. He also wants to open Mangekyo, and also wants to use Susanoo's power. Pity, it wasn't long before he opened the 3-hook Jade. Still far from Mangekyo. Nice lightning style. Sorry it didn't work for me. Under the protection of Susanoo, Uchiha Itachi was not hurt by Chilean's move. So what? At least I have forced you to use the power of Mangekyo. When I awaken Mangekyo in the future, I will definitely be able to kill you. Sasuke looked at the other side coldly and said, after Uchiha Itachi sneered, "My stupid Odudu, why do you think I will give you a chance to surpass me in the future? Just rely on my teacher," Sasuke said loudly. "You are a teacher?" Uchiha Itachi frowned. He still hasn't figured out how his dear brother appeared in the base of the Akatsuki organization and ran in swaggeringly, which is obviously abnormal. His teacher is me. At this time, a voice came. Uchiha Itachi turned his head sharply to look in that direction. At the edge of the forest, a figure stood on a branch of a tree, looking indifferently. Uchiha Noodles. Uchiha Itachi's face darkened. The teacher Sasuke said, "Is he? What? You have a problem?" Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha said with a numb face. Next second, his figure appeared in front of Uchiha Itachi's Susan in an instant, and his powerful and heavy punch directly hit the tall Susan. Gotcha! Susan's body was instantly cracked, and together with Uchiha Itachi, he was directly blasted hundreds of meters away before stopping. Uchiha Itachi, what are you going to do to my dear disciple? Uchiha stood there with a numb face, looking indifferently at Uchiha Itachi, who was coughing and his eyes began to shed blood and tears. Teacher, Sasuke stood respectfully beside Uchiha Myanmar. He looked at the embarrassed Uchiha Itachi over there, with a flash of joy in his eyes. This punch, if he hit it even better, Sasuke thought to himself. But the teacher's gymnastics are so strong. Almost blown Uchiha Itachi's Susanoo with his fist. This physical skill should be the best in the ninja world, right? Sasuke thought to himself. Pity. He himself doesn't have any penultimate talent in gymnastics, and he can't learn this aspect either. Well, you did a good job. Uchiha nodded to Sasuke with a numb face, and Uchiha Itachi, who was able to force him, used Susanoo, which shows that Sasuke is already very strong. At least, an ordinary elite Jonin is not qualified to use Mangekyo's power at all against Uchiha Itachi. Gotcha! Not far away, the red Susan shattered, and Uchiha Itachi got up from the ground coughing. He wiped the blood and tears from his face and said, Uchiha's face is numb. Are you going to meddle in the affairs between me and my brother? Uchiha Itachi, although I don't care about the shitty things about your Uchiha clan in Konoha, don't forget that my surname is also Uchiha, and I don't like you, the dutiful son who buried your clan with your own hands. Uchiha said with a numb face. Heard. There was also a bitterness in Uchiha Itachi's eyes. In fact, Uchiha Itachi has thought a lot about it when he was outside in recent years. Uchiha Itachi felt a little regretful about killing his family and even killing his own parents back then. But it's too late to say anything now. The sin has already been done, and the blood on his hands cannot be washed clean. He is also willing to bear all this, not asking for anyone's forgiveness, but asking for his younger brother to walk on the right path. Don't be ruined like yourself. But now, watching helplessly as my younger brother bows to this Uchiha face of unknown origin. To be honest, Itachi is very worried. Others, even if his younger brother ran away with traffickers like Orochimaru, Uchiha Itachi would not be worried, because he has to deal with Orochimaru easily. Orochimaru is not his opponent at all, so Itachi can safely and boldly let Orochimaru take Sasuke away. Uchiha Noodles can be different. This person is uncontrollable. His strength is far beyond his own. If one day he leads Sasuke to a wrong path, it may be difficult for Uchiha Itachi to change this fact no matter how hard he tries. But Uchiha Itachi can't beat Uchiha's numbness. It's also impossible to tell Sasuke directly the truth about Genocide Night. In that case, Sasuke will definitely become an enemy of Konoha, which is the result Uchiha Itachi doesn't want to see. Should we use Shirsue's eyes now? Uchiha Itachi hesitated. He now has two options. One is to use Shirsue's distinguished heavenly gods to twist Uchiha's miraculous mind. You can let him use it for yourself. Let him never be an enemy of Konoha. Can solve this problem. But after Sasuke knew the truth about the Genocide Night, how should he change Sasuke's attitude towards Konoha? Without the distinguished heavenly gods, Uchiha Itachi simply couldn't have done it. Shirsue's distinguished heavenly gods can only be used once. It is impossible for him to last until the day when the cooldown of the pupil technique of this distinguished heavenly gods ends. So, of the two options, he can only choose one. Either use it on Sasuke later, or use it on Uchiha Noodles right now. Standing where he was, Uchiha Itachi thought for a moment and finally decided to wait. And the core of all he did was to let his brother walk on the right path. Instead of modifying Uchiha's mind, let him guide Sasuke. It's better to wait until Sasuke is about to go on the wrong path in the future and directly modify Sasuke's thoughts so that he can return to the right path. To understand this, Uchiha Itachi also gave up on the idea of using Shirsue's distinguished heavenly god for now. Hold on, now is not the time. Sasuke, I hope you don't regret today's decision. Uchiha Itachi glanced coldly at Sasuke, who was standing there, then turned and walked towards Akatsuki's base. Hoshigaki Kisame saw it and followed immediately. Mr. Itachi, are you all right? I'm fine. The two gradually drifted away and finally disappeared directly from the sight of the three. Teacher, thank you for being here this time. Otherwise, this guy would definitely not let me go. Sasuke glanced viciously at the direction where Uchiha Itachi disappeared and said to Uchiha with a grateful face, he is really grateful for his teacher. If the teacher hadn't taught him the lightning-style Kirin, he wouldn't have been able to force Uchiha Itachi to use Mangekyo's calendar area. If it wasn't for the teacher to appear at the critical moment, support him. Today, Uchiha Itachi might kill him completely to avoid future troubles. Cultivate hard. Sooner or later your strength will surpass him. Uchiha patted Sasuke's shoulder numbly. He could almost guess what was going on in Sasuke's heart. Will Uchiha Itachi kill Sasuke? That is obviously impossible. After all, for Uchiha Brokan, nothing is more important than his younger brother. But Sasuke doesn't know these things, so it's normal for him to think so. But Uchiha Miyama had clearly felt the malice in Uchiha Itachi just now, but it disappeared after only a moment. Uchiha Miyama suspected that Uchiha Itachi might want to use the ability of Shursue's distinguished heavenly gods on him at that time. He's always talking about what's best for his younger brother, but he wants to influence his choice, insisting on letting him follow the path he's arranged for. Uchiha sneered in a numb heart. People like this who say, I'm doing it for your own good, but whose actions are contrary to your own thoughts, are the most disgusting. Uchiha Itachi, to put it bluntly, is too arrogant. Think what you think is right. What everyone else thinks is right is wrong. Trying to impose your ideas on others. But this guy is still a paranoid, and he can't listen to other people's persuasion at all. Even if you explain the facts to him and explain everything carefully to him, he will not agree with your statements and will continue to stubbornly think that he is right. It's like now, I'm afraid he has some regrets about the national killers. But he wasn't regretting the realization that his thinking was wrong. In the bottom of my heart, Uchiha Itachi is still the same Uchiha Itachi, still loyal to Konoha. He considers himself a hero who saved the clan and the village. And the hero is nameless, carrying a heavy load forward. He was even particularly moved by his behavior. I feel that I have paid too much and sacrificed too much. Me, unreasonable. Konoha, somewhere in training ground number 1. Night God Ryosuke is covered in lightning, carrying an iron ball weighing hundreds of tons in both hands, running around a circle. 2 hours later, Night God Ryosuke stopped. Drenched in sweat, he put down the iron ball. There was a pit there, and the ground had been sunken by a large piece. It was the place he specially used to put the iron ball. Boom! The iron ball landed with a loud noise. Subsequently, Yagami Ryosuke jumped directly into the river next to him to wash off the sweat and dirt on his body. During this period of time, he has been devoting himself to cultivating the king. Even the task of leading the 10th class is handed over to Wood Clone to complete. And half a month later, under the stimulation of lightning-style chakra mode, Night God Ryosuke's physique has indeed been greatly improved. This effect is even more significant than his improvement in the past 6 months. Lightning-style chakra mode is really easy to use, but it will be even better if you modify it and make it a ninjutsu purely for body training. For this, Yagami Ryosuke handed over to his own shadow clone to be responsible. Improved ninjutsu, specializing in ninjutsu. These are the jobs of a shadow clone. It is precisely because of the help of shadow clone that Ryosuke, the night god, could devote himself to the exercise of the body without being distracted. Wow! Returned to shore from the river. Night god Ryosuke had just come up, and Hitomi held a towel in his little hand to help him wipe off the water droplets on his arm. Brother-in-law, let me clean it up for you. Hyuga Hanabi had a serious look on his small face, holding a towel with both hands to wipe off the water drops on his body. But Hanabi can't wipe the higher places. So Night God Ryosuke squatted down, and actively cooperated. All right. After a while, Hanabi, who had clean water drops, put down the RMB with a smile. Brother-in-law, are you hungry? What, are you hungry? Knight God Ryosuke looked at the little girl with a smile. In the past half a month, Yishun Ryosuke has been entangled by his sister-in-law. She came here almost every now and then to watch him practice. When I came here for the first time, the little girl was a little shy. But when she found out that Knight God Ryosuke, the brother-in-law, did not reject her, she immediately let go. From time to time, I come to Ryosuke, the night god, to act like a baby. Let him guide her in cultivation, accompany her to eat, and go shopping. But the little girl Hanabi is also very smart. She can grasp a certain speed every time. As long as the night god Ryosuke is busy, she will obediently sit by herself and watch him practice. I won't bother you either. Only when he finished training would he run over to him. For this clingy sister-in-law, night god Ryosuke can't do anything about her. In addition, Hanabi looks cute and speaks nicely. Also Hinata's younger sister, her own sister-in-law. So night god Ryosuke does not reject this clingy little girl. And who can refuse a sister-in-law who will look at her hand and call brother-in-law as great after you finish your cultivation? Anyway, night god Ryosuke really likes this little girl. Let's go and eat. Yagami Ryosuke turned around and put on his coat, then picked up Hanabi, let her sit on his shoulders, and walked towards the outside of the training ground. Brother-in-law, what shall we eat today? Hanabi asked with a smile while shaking her two little feet. How about hot pot? Okay. I want to eat the hot pot. Hanabi clapped her little hands happily and said. Half a month later. Failed again. Night god Ryosuke looked at the gold synthesized on the synthesis interface. The color talent entry sighed helplessly. Just now, he used up all the experience points he had accumulated in the past half a month, all of which were used to synthesize god-level entries. Pity, the experience points were used up, and the god-level entries could not be synthesized. The result is still the same as the past month. Without exception, all fail. God-level entries are too difficult to synthesize. Yagami Ryosuke sighed. The difficulty of this thing is much more difficult than synthesizing golden entries. Li Leheo. It's not a difference of 1 or 2 levels of difficulty at all. It's just like heaven and earth. Certainly, it's also possible that Night God Ryosuke had good luck last time. After all, he has only synthesized a golden entry once, so it cannot be regarded as an average. But synthesizing God-level entries is indeed extremely difficult. Night God Ryosuke did the math. He had already spent more than 10,000 experience points. This is enough to upgrade a purple entry to a gold entry. A full 100 times of synthesis. All you could get is failure. In fact, it's not that there haven't been golden entries with good attributes synthesized in the middle. But Night God Ryosuke is not reconciled. What he wanted was a god-level entry, not a golden entry. After all, a god-level entry is likely to allow the system to be updated to version 3.0 again. At that time, new functions will be launched again, and old functions will also be upgraded. Just like last update. Is it true that we can only wait for these golden entries that hang up in a year to be upgraded to god-level entries? Yagami Ryosuke thought to himself. Just when Yishan Ryosuke was annoyed, thinking about how to earn more experience points, suddenly there was a cold feeling in his eyes. Following the automatic activation of the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, the responsible Mangekyo pattern rotates rapidly, as if to be connected together. This is going to evolve? Night God Ryosuke was overjoyed. He quickly brought a mirror and looked at his own eyes in the mirror. In the mirror, the pattern of Eternal Mangekyo has been connected into one piece and turned into a piece of black. At this time, the power of the pupils in Ryosuke's eyes is increasing at an incredible speed. This speed is hundreds of times and thousands of times of normal pupil power growth before. Just for a moment, his pupil power soared 5 or 6 times. However, this is far from reaching the upper limit. A minute later, Night God Ryosuke's pupil power has skyrocketed to 10 times what it was at the beginning. 2 minutes later, His pupil power has reached 20 times that of before. 3 minutes later, the pair of eternal Mangekyo Sharingan in the mirror finally showed a different change. The red pupils in the middle began to spread. The bright red like blood soon filled the whole eyeball. Subsequently, the connected Mangekyo patterns in the middle began to spread and distort, forming black rings of thin lines appearing in the eyes. 1 lap, 2 laps, 3 laps. At this time, Yagami Ryosuke also felt a tingling sensation in his eyes. Then it seems to be connected to a mysterious space. He saw a woman sleeping in that dark space. The woman has long white hair, her eyes are closed, and she looks extremely beautiful. However, before night, God Ryosuke took a closer look, the vision in front of him returned to normal. Was that Otsutsuki Kagaya? Night God Ryosuke was a little surprised. I don't understand why the moment my Rinnegan opened his eyes, he saw the sealed Otsutsuki Kagaya. Does his pair of Rinnegan have any connection with Otsutsuki Kagaya? I wonder if Uchiha Madara encountered such a situation when he started Rinnegan. My Rinnegans are red. Night God Ryosuke looked at the pair of Rinnegans that had stabilized in the mirror, surprised to find that his eyes turned out to be red. Red Rinnegan. As far as he knew, only 3 of them had. One is Otsutsuki Kagaya. The other is the Otsutsuki Peach style. The last one is Otsutsuki Yura style. As for Uchiha Madara, actually those are Kagaya's eyes, not Uchiha Madara's. So it doesn't count. In Otsutsuki Kagaya is Juguyu Rinnegan. You can open infinite Tsukuyami, use the medium and powerful ability of Tainziu. 393 is quite powerful. And Otsutsuki's Peach-style Red Rinnegan is in both hands, has the ability to absorb Ninjutsu Chakra and doubles the counterattack. It can also absorb Chakra and refine it into elixir to enhance its own effect. As for Otsutsuki Urashiki, it can speed up the opening speed of Huangquan Hirasaka and also has many other abilities of Rinnegan. And the pair of Rinnegans opened by Night God Ryosuke are also red. It can be said that it is quite different from the most common purple Rinnegan. Not just in color. There's also a big difference in ability. Although the eyes have just awakened now, Night God Ryosuke can already perceive the newly acquired pupil techniques of the eyes, except for abilities that Rinnegan has. In addition to basic abilities such as Shunluo Tianzhong, Universal Pull, making black sticks, etc. He also awakened 3 special pupil abilities. The first is the ability possessed by Otsutsuki Momoshiki, Gaohuang Chanlingzun, can absorb ninjutsu and increase counterattack. The magnitude of the increase depends on the strength of the pupil power. Ryosuke's pupil strength is enough to perform a 10-fold reaction. But, in fact, even if it is 10 times for Night God Ryosuke, it is not as powerful as the ninjutsu he used. After all, his ninjutsu boost is much more than 10 times less. However, this ability is not completely useless. At least for Ryosuke, the Night God, he can directly absorb the opponent's ninjutsu attacks. Even in the face of some extremely destructive ninjutsu, it can also be used as a defensive method. The key is, the High Emperor's spiritual venerable can absorb any form of chakra. Even the magic chakra can be absorbed. That is to say, even fairy arts can still be absorbed, and then counterattacked with a boost. And this thing is judged according to pupil power. Night God Ryosuke's pupil power will continue to grow in the future. That is to say, its increase limit is far more than 10 times as simple as that. Besides, the second ability is more interesting. If it is said that Gaohuang Chanlingzhen is a kind of Rinnegan pupil technique that originally existed in the ninja world, then the second pupil ability awakened by Ryosuke's Red Rinnegan is a new ability that he has never heard of, Reincarnation Royal. The effect of this ability is to shoot out a ray, and the life of the target life body hit will be controlled by the caster. As the caster, Night God Ryosuke can control the life of the opponent, make you grow old, or return to youth childhood. At the same time, the strength of the opponent will also change accordingly. For example, If you change back to a child state, the power in your body will return to the state at that age. If you get old, not only your body will become rotten, but the chakra in your body will also decline severely due to the rotten body. It can be said, mastering this trick is equivalent to mastering the control of the lifespan of all beings in the world. No wonder it is called Tiandu Reincarnation Royal. This is the secret to master reincarnation directly. But this tactic also has disadvantages. That is, if it fails to hit the target, it will have no effect at all. You have to hit it. And the speed of the rays is not particularly fast. If it wasn't for taking advantage of it by surprise, ordinary 6 paths level powerhouses would be able to dodge it. But it's too close to hide. Besides, this trick will also fail against targets whose pupil power is far superior to that of Night God Ryosuke. Remember, it is the pupil power far surpassing the Night God Ryosuke, or a target that is much stronger than him can also resist the effect of Tiandu Reincarnation Defense. But if it cooperates with the forced 50-50 effect of the 50-50 entry, then Night God Ryosuke just wants to say that this move is really invincible. When encountering a target whose strength is much stronger than him, first force a 50-50 split, and then use Tiandu Samsara Yu to directly turn the opponent back to the state of a newborn baby. Isn't that at the mercy of the Night God Ryosuke? The pupil art of changing titanium. Fortunately, the person who possesses this kind of pupil technique is myself. If it were someone else, who would dare to get close? Yagami Ryosuke muttered to himself. At the same time, this trick can not only be used against the enemy, it is also a very useful pupil technique to use on the people around you. For example, one day someone around Ryosuke, the night god, was getting old and his lifespan was about to end. He directly swayed Tiandu Reincarnation to you and immediately turned him back to his 20s. In this way, wouldn't it be impossible to die forever? Unless it is killed, otherwise, the lifespan limit is completely useless in front of Night God Ryosuke. The pupil power of the newly awakened Rinnegan is more than 30 times greater than that of the previous eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Rinnegan is worthy of being the real fairy. Even a ninja who knows nothing else, with just such a pair of Rinnegan, can almost reach the Kaga level in one step. As long as you develop it well and learn some other abilities to assist, the strength of the 6 paths level is all right. Yishun Ryosuke looked at his pair of Rinnegans and couldn't help but feel emotional. Is Rinnegan strong? Nonsense. Of course it's strong, and it's invincible. Not to mention the special pupil technique that every pair of Rinnegan can awaken. Just the ability of Rinnegan, CCCF, itself is enough to make ordinary ninjas far behind. Nagato uses a pair of Rinnegans that are not his own and has super Kaga-level power. This is the case that he can't use this pair of Rinnegan's special pupil technique Tengai Shinsei and will tomb prison. Otherwise, the strength will only be stronger. And Uchiha Madara, who has obtained Rinnegan, starts at the 6 paths level. Certainly, that is the good foundation of Uchiha Madara itself. He doesn't have Rinnegan, which is also the existence of the peak of Super Shadow. But Rinnegan has indeed played an important role in improving Uchiha Madara's strength. And with Rinnegan, other abilities are basically unnecessary. Things like ordinary ninjutsu can be discarded directly. Just Rinnegan's various abilities are enough to make you invincible. Find a place to try the power of these Rinnegans. Night God Ryosuke put down the mirror in his hand, directly cast a flying thunder god technique, and disappeared into the room instantly. When he appeared again, he had already come to a cliff by the sea. Wood style. Wood clone. Night God Ryosuke split a wood clone, and then told the clone, "You attack me with ninjutsu later, I will try the ability of this pair of Rinnegans." Wood clone nodded, and then a stream of chakra gathered in the palm of his right hand, forming a huge Rasengan that was lifted high by him. Big ball Rasengan. Boom! The blue Rasengan comes spinning and flying. Gao Huang Sheng Lingzun. Night God Ryosuke spread his fingers on his right hand and a black hole formed in his palm. With a suction force acting on that big ball Rasengan, it took only a moment. The whole big ball Rasengan was directly absorbed by him and disappeared. Ontology, your eyes are glowing. What clone reminded at this time? Is it glowing? Night God Ryosuke swiped in front of him casually, and an ice crystal formed in the air, like a mirror, reflecting Night God Ryosuke's face on it. He saw his red Rinnegan's really glowing. The originally black circles were also smudged into a faint red at this time, and the originally red eyes were even more blood red, releasing a red halo. It's pretty handsome, but it would be even better with a few more tomo. Night God Ryosuke smiled, and then waved his right hand. Bang! A larger Rasengan than the big ball Rasengan used by what clone flew out, and after drawing a straight line in midair, it hit a mountain a few meters away without error. There was an explosion with a boom, and the entire mountain was blown to pieces. The power has indeed increased tenfold. Night God Ryosuke nodded, and then let the big clone continue to use other ninjutsu for testing. After that, I even let Wood Clone turn on Sage mode, and then use the magic chakra to release Sage art to attack him. And Gao Huang Chanlingzuan can still easily absorb the Sage art formed by Xianshu Chakra, and can also counterattack back 10 times. This is amazing. Night God Ryosuke's eyes lit up. To know, his own magic bonus is only 8 times. And now use Gao Huang's spirit to absorb. But the power of the fairy art that counterattacks back can be increased by 10 times. It is even higher than the bonus of his entries. Pity. The ninjutsu absorbed and counterattacked by Gao Huangxinglingzuan is not considered to be performed by Night God Ryosuke, so it cannot enjoy the power bonus of the entry. Otherwise, the pupil art of the Supreme Emperor Gao Huang Chanlingzuan is really invincible in the hands of Night God Ryosuke. But now it is very strong. Elder magic can be absorbed. This single yield spirit shield is really better. Night God Ryosuke also nodded in satisfaction. After testing Gao Huang Chanlingzuan's ability, Night God Ryosuke tested Tiandu Samsara's ability again. He had Wood Clone catch a black bear. Then, with Tiandu Samsara's ability, he shot a red ray from his fingertips and hit the black bear. Next second, this black bear changed from an adult black bear to a newborn black bear baby in just 1 or 2 seconds. See it? The black bear was also dumbfounded. Obviously, I don't understand that I am already an adult. How could I suddenly become a baby again? I must be doubting Xiong in my heart. It consumes very little pupil power, but the strength of this black bear is only equivalent to that of ordinary genin, and the ability of Tiandu Samsara is related to the strength of the target creature. The stronger the target, the more pupil power will be consumed. However, if calculated according to this indicator, it is roughly estimated that even a general 6 paths level will consume about 1% of my pupil power at most. Yishun Ryosuke calculated in his mind, and found that this move did not consume much pupil power. Certainly, this is because Night God Ryosuke has the item of pupil power bonus. With a 15-fold bonus, the power of the Rinnegan pupils of Night God Ryosuke is more than 15 times that of the Rinnegan pupils in the normal initial awakening state. Therefore, the consumption of pupil power will not feel too much, but actually not much at all. And the red Rinnegan of Night Ryosuke is indeed stronger than the ordinary purple Rinnegan. This is mainly reflected in pupil power. The initial pupil power is almost twice that of a normal Rinnegan. In the room, the figure of Night God Ryosuke appears again. Just now he tested the ability of his red Rinnegan at the beach, and then tested the changes in the ability of Mangekyo after the eyes evolved. After the eyes evolved to Rinnegan, Mangekyo's abilities have improved overall. But the rate of improvement is not very large dash. It is mainly the change brought about by the enhancement of pupil power. As for Mangekyo's pupil technique itself, nothing has changed. Remains the same. There is no pupil technique that directly evolves into Rinnegan as Night God Ryosuke imagined. Before, he also thought about the plundering ability of his left eye. After the eye evolves into a Rinnegan, can he plunder the pupil art of other Rinnegans? Now it seems. It is true that the night god Ryosuke is a bit whimsical. There is no such thing as a free thing in the world. However, the pupil power has been enhanced, and Mangekyo's pupil technique has a stronger suppression effect on other Mangekyo, which can be regarded as an increase. Yagami Ryosuke said heartily, like the same Tsukuyami. One is the Tsukuyami used by Yagami Ryosuke, and the other is the Tsukuyami used by Uchiha Itachi. And because Ryosuke's eyes have evolved into Rinnegan, Ryosuke's Tsukuyami can easily crush Uchiha Itachi's Tsukuyami with the same pupil power consumption. This is the innate suppression effect. In fact, this point existed at the time of Eternal Eye, but it was not as obvious as it is now. After successfully awakening Rinnegan, the special effect of the item, Rinnegan's container, will lose its effect. Its evolution limit is Rinnegan, after all, instead of Goyu Rinnegan. But Night God Ryosuke's pupil power is still growing over time. It's just that the magnitude is far from being comparable to before. According to this normal rate of increase, even after a year, it would not increase to 1% of his basic pupil power. Otherwise, the immortal Otsutsuki clan, as long as they live long, their Rinnegan can continue to evolve. But in fact, this is not the case, unless there is external intervention. Otherwise, the natural growth of pupil power will fall into a state of near stagnation after reaching a certain level. Night God Ryosuke can still feel the increase in pupil power now. That's because his Rinnegan has just awakened and is still in a promotion period. But even this ascension period has grown so slowly. One can imagine, after the promotion period later, how slow should the growth rate be? Next month, apart from familiarizing himself with his pair of red Rinnegans, Night God Ryosuke has done the most to accumulate experience points and then try to synthesize God-level entries. Pity. After accumulating 3,000 experience points in a month, the last 30 synthesis times still failed. But Night God Ryosuke is not discouraged either. He has only consumed less than 20,000 experience points now. It was still a long way from the bottom line in his heart. After 2 months, Night God Ryosuke once again consumed 3,000 experience points and failed to synthesize 30 times. He plans to directly accumulate 10,000 experience points next time. At that time, it will be synthesized 100 times in a row to see. The reason why the front has been failing may be that the number of continuous synthesis is not enough. Night God Ryosuke thinks so. But is that the case? Have a try to know. Then, in the following days, Night God Ryosuke did not touch the matter of synthesis, but decomposed a blue entry every day to obtain 100 experience points. This continued for 4 months. It has been half a year since he awakened the red Rinnegan. Night God Ryosuke also accumulated a full 12,000 experience points, enough for him to synthesize 120 times. It's time too. I just celebrated my 13th birthday not long ago. In terms of strength, the biggest improvement is chakra and physique. The former is strengthened with the growth of age and the enhancement of physical fitness. The latter is because Night God Ryosuke improved the lightning-style chakra mode 2 months ago, making it more suitable for body training rather than the previous combat ninjutsu. The lightning-style chakra mode, whose original effect has been gradually reduced, has suddenly rejuvenated itself. Now, Night God Ryosuke's physique is several times stronger than it was half a year ago. With his strong physique, his chakra also grew a lot, even if it doesn't count the increased bonus of the entry. Night God Ryosuke's own basic chakra has also reached the level of 55 Kaga levels. If you count a bonus, Night God Ryosuke's chakra is 3,575 times that of Kaga level. The chakra of 3,575 Kaga level powerhouses can be compared with the chakra of Ryosuke alone. In terms of a number of chakra, Night God Ryosuke has long since had no rivals in the ninja world. That is Otsutsuki Kagaya, who was sealed on the moon, the ancestor of chakra. If she really devours all the chakra in the ninja world, then she can surpass Ryosuke in the number of chakra. Otherwise, there is no chakra that devours the whole ninja world, and there is no Otsutsuki Kagaya of 10 tails. On chakra, there is no comparison with Ryosuke, the night god. To know, this is a member of the pure blood Otsutsuki clan. Even if there is no Otsutsuki who devours the fruit of the sacred tree, the amount of chakra in the body is extremely large. But that's it. That is not the current Yagami Kaiosuk. It can be seen how huge the night god Ryosuke's chakra is. But if it was Otsutsuki Kagaya who devoured the fruit of the sacred tree, it is a different story. After all, the chakra energy contained in a fruit of the sacred tree is almost the standard of 10,000 Kaga levels. In contrast, night god Ryosuke is still far inferior. But to be honest, after reaching a certain number of things like the number of chakra, the effect of increasing it is far less obvious than it was at the beginning. And Chakra's coercive ability, it's okay to fight small soldiers, but if you really face the strong, especially the existence of the six paths level, even if your chakra is hundreds of times stronger than the opponent's, the effect is not very good. On the contrary, Rinnegan's coercion is quite strong, but that is the special ability of Rinnegan, and the red Rinnegan of night god Ryosuke has not awakened this ability. Neither will he, except for chakra and physical improvement. Other aspects do not have much impact on the improvement of night god Ryosuke's strength. For example, the four-tailed beasts in the sealed space inside the body. There are also some innovations in ninjutsu, mainly rubbing balls. Yagami Ryosuke likes making balls, mainly because it is convenient and easy to use. And you can infuse whatever chakra you want. After awakening Rinnegan, night god Ryosuke found himself seemingly mastering the power of the six paths. It's not just because he has fairy eyes, but also because his physique is also sage body. Sage body plus immortal eyes. The power of six paths was born in Ryosuke, the night god. But the power of six paths belongs to the power of six paths, which belongs to the power zone of sage of six paths, but not the fundamental strength of the Otsutsuki clan. Therefore, the life essence of night god Ryosuke has not become the state of immortality of Otsutsuki. But if he gets the other five-tailed beasts together, he can fuse a 10 tails himself and then become a 10 tails Jinchuriki in disguise, and then he can enter the six paths mode. The form of life will also change, like the Otsutsuki family, immortal. But let's be honest, Yagami Ryosuke thinks that state is a bit ugly. The skin looks like albinism. There are also horn-like things growing on the head. It feels weird. So night god Ryosuke is not very willing to open this six paths mode. What he wants more is the immortality ability of the Otsutsuki clan, but don't change the ghostly appearance like the Otsutsuki clan. Such fair skin looks good on a woman. But on a man? Isn't that 8B******CH? Yagami Ryosuke is a pure man. Every muscle in his body was stiff, and a man like him couldn't accept that kind of sissy complexion. So he has been studying how to use the power of six paths to combine with his own power. Can he enter another state different from the six paths mode? Can you get the immortality of the Otsutsuki clan without changing your body shape? For example, Tensegen's Tensegen chakra mode is pretty good. Jingle, brush. On the training ground, a wood clone of night god Ryosuke and Kakashi on the opposite side fought dozens of moves, and finally the two sides separated instantly and stood on both sides. Clap, clap. At this time, night god Ryosuke also came out from the shade of a tree beside him clapping, asking for flowers. Kakashi, congratulations. You have regained your whiteness. Yagami Ryosuke congratulated with a smile. For more than half a year, since Kakashi lost the burden on chakra, he has been practicing again. It took half a year for him to get back to the state of the year, and his strength has improved significantly. If we say that Kakashi half a year ago, it was elite Jonin strength that was close to Junin. So now Kakashi, those with proper strength have already entered the threshold of Kaga level. It's just a position like a Kaga level goalie, but it's still a Kaga level, right? I still can't beat Yearwood Clone in the swordsmanship competition. It seems that I have to continue to practice. Kakashi said. Now his whole body is full of vigor and energy. Unlike half a year ago, he looked like he had a deficiency of kidneys. I heard that there are still many ninja girls in the village who are pursuing Kakashi. After all, Kakashi, who has the nickname of Kidney Deficiency Man, is quite popular among female ninjas. After chatting for a few words, Kakashi took out his little P***N book again, muttering things like, I haven't watched it for a long time, and I want to watch it today, and so on. I watched it and walked outside the training ground. Night God Ryosuke shook his head, speechlessly seeing him like this. Really? Some things really cannot be changed. For example, Kakashi likes to read pornographic books. This is probably because dogs can't change eating shit, right? In fact, it is a habit. The little yellow book gave Kakashi spiritual comfort during his downfall. So even if he has changed his laziness in the past now, but the status of this little yellow book in his heart is still unshakable. Crash. I wash my hands here in the pool of the training ground. Yagami Ryosuke went to the side bench and sat down, planning to use up all the experience points accumulated in the previous 4 months today. 120 synthesis. He doesn't believe it. Isn't that okay? Here we go. Yagami Ryosuke took a deep breath, then opened the compositing interface and started compositing again and again. The first 50 times. Unsurprisingly, all failed. Night God Ryosuke was not discouraged. Continue to synthesize. The next 50 times. Still failed. The expression on Ryosuke's face became a little tense. The last 20 times left. Whether it is success or failure, it depends on it. Otherwise, next time, Night God Ryosuke intends to directly save experience points for half a year and wait for half a year to synthesize them again. But at that time, it is estimated that the 4 golden entries he hung up should be upgraded to God-level entries. Even if the synthesis is successful at that time, this is not his first God-level entry. It must be done. Night God Ryosuke cried out in his heart. Then the mind turned into a finger, continuously connecting points on the synthesis button. Once, twice, 3 times. Synthesize more than a dozen times. But the result is still a failure. A failure. A failure. Night God Ryosuke has given up. I feel that today's 120 synthesis is impossible to succeed. After looking at the remaining 300 experience points, Night God Ryosuke finally clicked on synthesize twice. Gold God level. Well, not surprisingly. Etc. Ryosuke, who was just about to click the last synthesis, suddenly stopped. He rubbed his eyes. Look at a shining entry that appears on the synthesis bar. God-level talent entry. It's a real God-level talent entry. Yishin Ryosuke jumped up from his seat excitedly, cheering with arms raised. Finally, after more than half a year, he finally successfully synthesized this God-level talent entry. Nearly 30,000 experience points were consumed. If this is not successful, then the investment is really a bit big. Even if he succeeds in another year or a half, he won't lose money. But isn't this going to consume more than 20,000 of his experience points? Good. Great. I knew today would be a success. Night God Ryosuke laughed, but he had obviously given up just now and felt that he would not succeed today. But this kind of thing is not up to Ryosuke himself. Isn't that what he said? After being excited for a while, Night God Ryosuke also opened his character panel and found the entry that exudes the brightest light. God-level talent entry. Let me see what your attributes are like. With excitement, Ryosuke opened the message of this entry. God of space. God level, you are in charge of space, and no space can restrain you, but will be used by you instead. You are the god of space, and no one can match you in the use of space abilities. Space ability power plus 3,000%. Space ability consumption minus 3,000%. Space ability display speed plus 3,000%. Attached. Huangquan Hirazaka. Attached. Space coercion. Hiss. Such a strong God-level entry. Night God Ryosuke looked at the information of this new God-level entry God of Space. I finally understand why this thing is called a god-level entry. Really strong like a god. Even if you only have such an entry, you could be strong enough to be fearless. Its three numerical attributes are all 3,000% bonus. Night God Ryosuke, I don't know if this bonus is high or low in the god-level entry. If it is low, then the power of the god-level entry is really beyond his imagination. After all, the 3,000% increase is already terrifying in the eyes of Night God Ryosuke. If there is 4,000% or 5,000% on top of this, it would be terrible. Fortunately, only I have this terrible entry. Yagami Ryosuke thought with a knowing smile. Besides, this god-level entry also comes with 2 657 special abilities. This is the first entry with 2 special abilities among the many entries opened by Night God Ryosuke. Maybe this is also a standard configuration for god-level entries. Otherwise, what is it called a god level? It is because it is different from other entries and higher than them. So, it is qualified to be called a god level. And the 2 special abilities attached to the god level entry, God of Space, are also very powerful. There's no need to say more about Huangquan Bilyang Saka, ability possessed by Otsutsuki Kagaya and Otsutsuki Urashiki. You can travel through different spaces, and you don't need coordinates, just move your mind and go wherever you want. Whether it's at home, traveling, or in battle. Both are very useful abilities. And the normal Huangquan has another disadvantage than Liang Saka, that is, the opening time is longer. Easy to target. But the Night God Ryosuke has the entry of Space God. Not only the power of space abilities has been increased by 30 times. At the same time, the speed of casting has also increased by 30 times. Originally, Huangquan Bilyang Saka's shortcomings, when it comes to him, it is not a weakness at all. How long does it take to open? That doesn't exist. I turn on and off instantly. Don't even try to come in with the portal I opened. Don't even think about it. Ocean Hirazaka, Yagami Ryosuke, tried it immediately. After equipping the god-level entry, God of Space, he opened a red portal in mid-air in front of him with a wave of his hand. A moment, Night God Ryosuke came to another space through this red portal. This is Obito's Kamui space. Now, he doesn't need to cast the Kamui Pupil technique, and he can freely shuttle through Huangquan Bilyang Saka. It is indeed the ultimate space-time ability. Strong is just one word. Brush. Yagami Ryosuke returned to Konoha's training ground again through Huangquan Hirazaka. Except for the 1 or 2 seconds he stayed in the Kamui space, the total time of traveling back and forth was less than 0.1 second. The opening time of the red portal is almost 0. Directly, it opens instantly, and then closes instantly after he passes by. What matters is efficiency. This Huangquan is better than Liang Saka. Before, I always wanted to go to the moon to transform the entry of Otsutsuki Sharingan, but I don't remember where the moon passage is at all. Now it's all right, just teleport there. Yagami Ryosuke also lamented that Huangquan was opened in time than Liang Saka. Just when he was worrying about how to get to the interior of the moon, it came. Very nice. Look at this space coercion. It should be similar to Rinnegan coercion and White-Eyed coercion, right? Night God Ryosuke then focused on the additional ability of space coercion. Space coercion. Manipulate the power of space to cause an invisible and intangible squeeze on a wide range of targets, making the target unable to move and even crushing them into powder. Hiss. Extruded into powder? What you mean is space coercion, not space collapse? Originally, Night God Ryosuke thought it was a move to oppress the opponent, thereby reducing the opponent's combat power sharply and the ability to fight with restraint. As it turned out, this is actually a one-stroke attacking ability. It can be used directly to kill the enemy. Certainly, using space coercion to squeeze the opponent into powder. This may require the strength of Night God Ryosuke to far exceed the opponent. But Ryosuke has a 30 times space power bonus. With a 30 times bonus, it might have required quite a big difference in strength. But now, Maybe people with similar strength can directly suppress them in one space and crush them into powder obediently. This is an instant kill as soon as it comes up. Night God Ryosuke marveled at the power of this ability. Certainly, the ability is indeed powerful, but the strongest is the 30 times bonus. As expected of a god-level talent entry, it's too strong. Even if there is only such an entry, Yi Shenjing feels that he is going to be invincible. Huangquan Bilying Saka can be used to escape or avoid attacks. Space Coercion is a means to fight against the enemy. It has both attack and defense. After seeing the powerful attributes of the god-level entry, God of Space, Night God Ryosuke also closed the character panel with satisfaction. Subsequently, he waited for a while, but he didn't hear the prompt that the system was going to be updated. Strange, isn't it just a god-level entry? Do you need more? Or, the third update still requires golden entries? Yagami Ryosuke frowned. Originally thought that after obtaining a god-level entry, the system would perform a third version update. Unexpectedly, I guessed wrong. I don't know what the conditions for the third version update are. Or, no third update at all? Has Ryosuke the Night God come up with it all the time? Night God Ryosuke shook his head, and then stopped thinking about this question. It can't help that the conditions for updating are not met, or there is no third version update. Anyway, it is impossible for Night God Ryosuke to let the system answer his own question. It's not like he hasn't tried it before. The system doesn't answer these kinds of questions at all, as if it was for him to guess for himself. It's hard. The next day, Night God Ryosuke transformed another blue entry, and then disassembled it, gaining 100 experience points. I still have 2 useless purple entries on hand, but I can try to synthesize a golden entry. However, a god-level entry was just synthesized yesterday, and it is estimated that the recent luck notes have been exhausted. Don't worry for now. Let's save a wave of experience first. Night God Ryosuke glanced at the bottom of his character panel. There are 2 purple entries without equipment. These 2 entries were transformed by him before, and they have not been equipped. The reason is simple. It's useless to him. Let's say for a month first. The golden entry is not so easy to synthesize. Yagami Ryosuke thought to himself, 1 month. That's 3,000 experience points. In addition, decomposing 2 purple entries can also get 2,000 experience points. Then it adds up to a cost of 5,000. To upgrade a purple entry to gold requires 10,000 experience points. In contrast, it could save 5,000 experience points. It's pretty good too. I just hope that the synthesized golden entries will not be too rubbish. The Shadow Swordsman last time was pretty good. The Shadow ability works great. And there's also a swordsmanship power bonus, which is also quite good. Speaking of fencing, Yagami Ryosuke made an appointment with Shiin yesterday to help her practice swordsmanship today. Right now, Ryosuke just arrived at their agreed place and saw Shiin already practicing alone. Here you come, watch the sword. As soon as Shiin saw Yi Shun Ryosuke, she immediately stabbed with a sword. Her swordsmanship has greatly improved compared to half a year ago. This is also inseparable from Yi Shun Ryosuke, who practiced with her again and again and guided her, so that Shiin's current strength has surpassed the usual formal jonin, and the distance from elite jonin is just a short distance away. In fact, in the past 6 months, many people around Night God Ryosuke have greatly improved in strength. Not to mention something like Kakashi, it is because the original drag is gone, so it has accumulated a lot. Like Shiin, Yuehong, and Anko. The strength has also reached the official jonin standard, and even exceeded it. Although Yuehong was already an official jonin title before. But let's be honest, Kurini Yuhi's official jonin was originally arranged by Sarutobi Asuma in order to pursue her, but later Asuma found that he couldn't impress Kurini Yuhi's heart. It even made Shihahong hate him more and more. But the jonin title is impossible to take back. After all, Yuehong didn't make any big mistakes. And, at that time, Asuma still had some unrealistic fantasies in his mind, thinking that the beautiful woman might change her mind. Pity. Before he could wait for that day, he died in the hands of Night God Ryosuke because of the unlucky task of guarding the Hokage building. Now Konoha and even the Sarutobi clan are almost disappearing. The ambush half a year ago did not have any negative impact on Night God Ryosuke, and it even made him a fortune. More than half of the compensation paid by Cloud Shinobi and their 3 villages went into the pocket of Night God Ryosuke. Tsunade's euphemistic name is what Ryosuke, the Night God, deserves. No one else had an opinion either. But what's interesting is that just as Tsunade gave the money to Night God Ryosuke, he came to him to borrow money, and the loan was 100 million taels. Night God Ryosuke is not stingy not to lend Tsunade either. But the money is in the hands of Tsunade. Do you want to get it back? That's impossible. In fact, within a week, the 100 million taels that Tsunade borrowed were lost. Fortunately, Konoha's casino has been acquired by Night God Ryosuke long ago. So the 100 million taels exported by Tsunade is actually equivalent to returning to the hands of Night God Ryosuke. It's just that Tsunade doesn't know this. For this reason, she hid Night God Ryosuke for a long time, for fear that Night God Ryosuke would ask her when to pay back the money. In fact, Ryosuke never once asked Tsunade for the money. But after hiding for a while, I found that Night God Ryosuke didn't seem to want to ask for a debt, so Tsunade stopped avoiding him. Even after losing so much money all at once, Tsunade hasn't been to Konoha's casino for a while. It's not that I quit. In fact, it's just that there is no money. Up to now, Yagami Ryosuke doesn't even know how much money he has. Anyway, there must be tens of billions. 0.2, but has it exceeded 100 billion? He really didn't think about it carefully. Anyway, he has special people to help him manage his money. These people have been hypnosis by him, and they're 100% loyal to him, and they're not afraid that they will donate money and run away. Night God Ryosuke can be a hands-off shopkeeper. Just spend as much money as you want every day. However, the Night God Ryosuke actually doesn't spend much money, and only spends some money on training expenses, as well as food and drink. Other words, every time I go shopping with my girlfriends, I will buy them something, and so on. But this little expense is really nothing compared to his net worth of tens of billions. On the training ground, Yagami Ryosuke accompanied Chien to practice swordsmanship all afternoon. Then the two made an appointment to have dinner, and in the evening, they went shopping in the commercial street of the village, bought something, and went home. Night, Yagami Ryosuke was lying on the edge of the bath. Behind him was Chien, who was rubbing his back. During this time, every time after practicing swordsmanship with Chien, Yagami Ryosuke would come to Chien's house to take a bath. The euphemistic name is to get rid of fatigue. In fact, no matter whether it is Yagami Ryosuke himself or Chien, they all know that he is not tired at all. After all, it's not that Chien has never seen the training intensity of Yishin Ryosuke. It's no wonder you'd be tired if you just practiced swordsmanship at that point in the afternoon. But Chien didn't expose Yishin Ryosuke's little excuse. Instead, she took a bath with him generously and occasionally rubbed his back and massaged him. Except for the last step, the two of them did almost everything else. Next day, morning, Yagami Ryosuke ate the breakfast prepared by Chien at Chien's house, and then Chien went out to work in Umbu, and Yagami Ryosuke assigned a wood clone and asked wood clone to take the 10th class to perform tasks. As for himself, he plans to go to the interior of the moon today. Yesterday, I had an appointment with Chien, so I didn't go. But today he has nothing to do. Now that he has mastered the ability to go to the interior of the moon, Ryosuke, the night god, will not drag on for a long time. Get it done ASAP, and you might actually get a pair of Tensigen, for eyes on the same level as Rinnegan. Night god Ryosuke is also a long-awaited Ocean Hirazaka brush. Night god Ryosuke passed through the red portal and came to the interior of the moon in an instant. This is also the first time he has been to the interior of the moon. In my impression, this place seems to be a space like a small world. After the night god Ryosuke came here, he found that it was indeed the case. The space inside the entire moon is like a complete small world. There is the ground, there is the sky, and even many buildings can be seen in the distance. Those are the houses where the Otsutsuki family lived on the moon in the past, but now they have been abandoned and no one lives in them. Night God Ryosuke unleashes his Kagura Mind Eye. The powerful perception instantly enveloped the space inside the entire moon. There is only one chakra swing, and it appears that Otsutsuki Torido's father has passed away. Night God Ryosuke thought. At the same time, the arrival of Night God Ryosuke, an outsider, was also discovered by Otsutsuki Sharon for the first time. Because the entire inner space of the moon is filled with countless puppets made by Otsutsuki Torido's father. These puppets can share consciousness with Otsutsuki Torido, for the Torido who have no eyes. These puppets are his eyes. Outsiders? People from the ground? In a luxurious palace, Otsutsuki, who was sitting on a chair and meditating, suddenly stood up. Next second, the entire lunar space seemed to be shaking. Countless puppets soared into the sky, attacking the Night God Ryosuke. Dense puppets, thousands of witnesses. Kill the intruder. Otsutsuki Tonari gave the puppets a command. Moment. These thousands of puppets are attacking the Night God Ryosuke. It's just a puppet. Night God Ryosuke glanced lightly over the overwhelming group of puppets. Next second, red in the eyes Rinnegan radiates a faint red light. Shunluo Tianzhong. Bang! The powerful repulsive force instantly smashed the incoming puppets into pieces. Night God Ryosuke's Shinra Tensei is much stronger than Nagato's. In his hands, the normal Shinra Tensei is even as effective as Nagato's Super Shinra Tensei. On the spot, thousands of puppets were blasted into pieces. But more puppets still rushed forward recklessly, and all kinds of attacks poured towards Night God Ryosuke. Useless attack, Night God Ryosuke said lightly. Next second, brush. A few streaks of black light quickly passed over these overwhelming puppets. In the blink of an eye, thousands of puppets exploded one after another, turning into fragments scattered all over the sky. And the Night God Ryosuke hooked his finger. 6 truth-seeking balls flew back and turned into a pitch-black ninja sword in his hand. Night God Ryosuke swiped and soared into the sky and flew directly towards the palace group in the distance. In the palace at this time, Otsutsuki, who had just dispatched the puppet group, also felt the situation of the puppet being wiped out at this time. The intruder is very strong. Otsutsuki Tonari stared into the distance with empty sockets. He seemed to be able to see that figure flying here. In fact, he did sense that terrifying chakra coming towards him. Next second, bang! It was a loud bang. The entire front part of the palace was instantly blown to pieces. Night God Ryosuke stood in the air, condescendingly looking down at Otsutsuki, who dodged the blow. Universal pull. An astonishing suction force struck. Otsutsuki, who had just escaped, was pulled in the direction of Night God Ryosuke involuntarily. Brush. Yagami Ryosuke grabbed Otsutsuki Tonari's neck with one hand. Open. Otsutsuki Tsunedo punches angrily. But Night God Ryosuke easily blocked it with one hand. It's useless. The difference in strength between you and me is like the sky and the earth. You are as weak as an ant crawling on the ground in front of me. So give up. Night God Ryosuke said lightly. Delusion. Otsutsuki Dorito roared. And in the next second, he was punched in the head by Night God Ryosuke. Blood spilled all over the sky. With a swipe of his hand, a ball of blood flew over, and he took it into the system's biopheromone warehouse. I'm going to convert it into a talent entry later. While on the other side, Otsutsuki Tonari, whose blood was spilled in the sky by a punch, also hit the ground heavily. He struggled to get up, staring at Ryosuke, the night god in the sky, with empty eye sockets. Damn, why are the humans on the ground so strong? Otsutsuki Tonari clenched his hands into fists and disappeared in place with a bang. Yagami Ryosuke looked down and saw Otsutsuki Tonari running in a distant direction. Although he didn't know where this guy was going, Ryosuke followed him anyway. Brush. He's flying in the sky, and Otsutsuki is running on the ground. After a while, they came to the other side of the moon's inner space. Arriving here, Yagami Ryosuke finally knew why Otsutsuki Tonari ran this way. Was it intended to use the power of the giant Tensigen to destroy me? Yagami Ryosuke had a smile on his lips. Huge Tensigen's strength is indeed impressive, but the distance to kill him? But still not enough. But Otsutsuki Dorito didn't know this, and he put all his hopes on this giant Tensigen. Come on, help me kill this intruder. Otsutsuki Dorito rushed onto an altar-like platform, his hands outstretched, his consciousness connected to the giant Tensigen in the sky. At this time, the huge golden Tensigen also releases thousands of brilliance. A surging force gathered in it. Night God Ryosuke looked up at this huge golden Tensigen. As the energy inside it was activated, it was like a huge laser fortress, emitting a golden energy beam that pierced the sky, directly attacking the Night God Ryosuke. Shenluo Tianzhong. Night God Ryosuke opened his hands, and a powerful force in midair hundreds of meters away from him collided with the attack released by Yida Tensigen. After only a stalemate for about a second or two, the power of Shenluo Tianzhong was crushed, and the golden beam continued to attack the Night God Ryosuke unabated. Interesting. He stretched out his right hand, and a black hole-like ball appeared in the palm of his hand. Gao Huang Shunglingzun. The space was distorted for a while, and the golden light beam emitted by the huge Tensigen was instantly absorbed by the Rinnegan of the Night God Ryosuke. A steady stream of huge energy is absorbed into this small black hole. The whole process lasted about 10 seconds. Then Otsutsuki Tonari over there couldn't hold on anymore and fell to one knee on the ground. Plop! Otsutsuki, who was kneeling on the ground, looked up in disbelief. It's impossible. It's impossible. He couldn't accept that not even the might of a giant Tensigen could kill the invader. That was his last hope. Ja! The result is still a failure. What happened? Why is this invader held back even by the might of a giant Tensigen? Otsutsuki Tonari pounded the ground with his fist. A feeling of despair welled up in my heart. While on the other side, after absorbing the huge Tensigen's attack, Night God Ryosuke waved his hand directly, and a ball of golden energy flew out of his hand in an instant, blasting towards the ground in the inner space of the ball. Rumble! The power to destroy the heavens and the earth erupted in an instant. The space inside the entire moon is collapsing. It was as if the entire space was about to be destroyed. At this time, the huge Tensigen hanging in the sky released golden light again. It's just that this time, it's not trying to attack anyone, but using its own power to maintain the stability of the entire inner space of the moon. A moment later, the inner space of the moon, which was collapsing, also stabilized. However, the entire lunar space at this time has been destroyed by nearly 80%. Only the surrounding area is relatively well preserved. Although Otsutsuki Tonari has no eyes and cannot see all this, he can perceive it. Looking at the destruction of most of the lunar space, Otsutsuki Tonari also fell into a short silence for a while. He didn't know how to describe his mood at this moment. Everything that happened today is more exaggerated than everything he has experienced in the past 10 years, and it makes him unbelievable. Even Otsutsuki Sari never feared such emotions. At this moment, he actually began to fear the intruder in front of him. The strength of the opponent is too strong. Let Otsutsuki Sharon can no longer even raise the idea of resistance. Are you going to die? Otsutsuki Sajri thought. If it were him, he would not let his enemy go. After all, only dead enemies are the best enemies. Any living enemy is a threat. Can wait a while. Otsutsuki Tonari also did not wait for death to come. He couldn't help but look at the sky in doubt. You won't kill me? Otsutsuki Tonari asked. Why should I kill you? Night God Ryosuke slowly landed in front of him, looked at him, and said, I am your enemy. If you don't kill me, aren't you afraid that I will retaliate against you in the future? Otsutsuki who is an honest person, spoke directly from his heart. If it were someone who was more cunning, he would definitely not say that right now. After all, you said that. Didn't you force the other party to kill you at 670? How much do you want to die to do this? But Otsutsuki Tenero was an honest man. He has not been in contact with many people, and he does not know what intrigue is, but he is still very simple in his heart. As long as my strength is always stronger than yours, why should I? Why worry about your revenge? Night God Ryosuke said lightly. Certainly, but in fact it's not. After all, revenge for such things does not have to be revenge on the person concerned. You can also take revenge on those who are close to him. But the Otsutsuki Saririn did not understand this. I don't know what the Night God Ryosuke is thinking. Hearing the words of Night God Ryosuke at this moment, he even felt a little admiration for it in his heart. This is a real powerhouse, Otsutsuki Sajiri thought. And Night God Ryosuke looked at Otsutsuki Tonari, who had no eyes in front of him, and then took out a pair of white eyes from the sealed space in his palm. He got those white eyes from Hyuga's house. It was originally the eye of a Hyuga clan elder. This old guy is somewhat out of his mind, and he doesn't know what made him feel that he could handle Night God Ryosuke when Night God Ryosuke visited Hyuga's house a few months ago. Waiting, this old guy actually pointed at him and taught him a lesson like an elder. Night God Ryosuke even once wondered if this old guy was controlled by illusion. Otherwise, why would you do such a mindless behavior? But someone who can use illusion in front of Night God Ryosuke without being discovered by him. Such a person has not yet been born in the ninja world. So, Night God Ryosuke finally concluded that the old guy must be too old, and his mind is a little unclear. Or maybe he is used to being superior all the time, and thinks that Ryosuke is still a teenager. In addition, he has a relationship with Hinata, so he thinks he is qualified to teach him a lesson. Pity, he overestimated himself. And the final result, needless to say, this pair of white eyes will appear in the hands of Night God Ryosuke, which is enough to explain everything. Hyuga Hayashi was not angry about this. He was even a little happy. In fact, Hyuga Hayashi is also unhappy with these patriarchs for a long time. He used to point at him, the patriarch, and always liked to teach him how to do things. He even wanted to put the cage bird spell on Hinata and Hanabi. Now this old guy has messed with Night God Ryosuke by himself. That's what he deserves. How can Hyuga Hayashi be angry? He even secretly drank to celebrate. You are a real strong man. If I lose to you, I will be convinced. Otsutsuki Tonari knelt on one knee, raised his head, and said to Ryosuke, the Night God. He is pure and completely unaware of the dangers of the human heart. What's more, he didn't realize that Ryosuke, the Night God, was digging a hole for him, and he even jumped into it by himself, which looked very happy and admirable. Yagami Ryosuke didn't expect that Otsutsuki Tonrin would be so innocent, which made him a little embarrassed. But there is no turning back when you open the bow. Let's talk about it. How thick-skinned he is. Excuse me? That was just a matter of a moment, and it was forgotten in a blink of an eye. I have a pair of eyes here, and I give them to you. As Yagami Ryosuke said, he directly stuffed the white eyes in Otsutsuki's eye sockets. When it comes to organ transplantation technology, the ninja world is definitely a master-level existence. Button eye beads, and then directly inserted into it can be used, which world people can do it. But in the ninja world, this is trivial. Otsutsuki Tonari was stuffed into the eye sockets by Ryosuke, the Night God. He just closed his eyes and rubbed them, and then the eyes were successfully connected, and they can still be used. Are you saying it's amazing? However, the surname is Otsutsuki anyway. It is normal to be able to do this. If it's Shimura, it won't work. Might have to call in some great scientist to help and get an ugly arm or something. I have to wear bandages all day long and dare not see people. It is clear, Otsutsuki is much better than a certain Shimura Nabekic. The white eyes are plug and play. When he saw the world in his field of vision for the first time, Tenero and Tsuki was also very excited. And, more importantly, Night God Ryosuke gave him a pair of white eyes. And it was a pair of supercilious eyes from the elders of the sect. Although the purity is not as high as Hinata and Hanabi, but not too low. Therefore, after the pair of white eyes successfully connected to Otsutsuki Tonari's body, a pupil power that had been hidden in Tonari's body for a long time broke out completely. This feeling, Otsutsuki Tonari was immersed in this indescribable feeling, and he couldn't extricate himself. At this time, a pair of red renegades in his sight suddenly enlarged infinitely until they covered the sky and covered the whole world. Otsutsuki Tonari, who was still immersed in the excitement just now, suddenly became dull. Distinguished heavenly gods. Night god Ryosuke used Rinnegan's pupil power to cast the distinguished heavenly god's pupil technique, and combined with his other illusion technique, Otsutsuki was instantly dragged into the world of illusion. Into the sinking. The distinguished heavenly god's pupil technique that Ryosuke snatched from Danzo is not a pupil technique that permanently modifies one's will and thoughts, but only a temporary hypnosis. But in essence, they're almost the same, except that one is temporary and the other is permanent. And Night God Ryosuke combined it with a brainwashing illusion created by himself. And under Rinnegan's powerful pupil power, even Otsutsuki Tonari was instantly controlled. Remember, I am your master, and you must obey all my orders. Night God Ryosuke implanted a thought into the depths of Otsutsuki Tonarin's memory, and it was firmly imprinted in his mind, becoming his lowest instinct. After a while, Night God Ryosuke dispelled the illusion. The Otsutsuki Tonarin in front of him was stunned for a moment, and then immediately came to his senses and hurriedly saluted Night God Ryosuke respectfully. Lord Night God, I'm sorry. I didn't know what happened before, but suddenly lost a piece of memory. It's okay. You were brainwashed before, and now I have made you back to normal. Night God Ryosuke said lightly. He stretched out his hand to help him up. Master Yishun, I don't know who is so despicable, and Yuanran brainwashed me. Otsutsuki Tenero looked angry. That person has been hiding in the ninja world, and even I can't find his trace, but one day he will show up on his own initiative, and when the time comes, I will let you personally take action to avenge today's revenge. Yagami Ryosuke said with a serious face. Thank you, Lord Night God. Otsutsuki Sharon looked grateful. 1. Rao is such a thick-skinned person as the Night God Ryosuke, who is more or less a little embarrassed in his heart. But it can be seen that the brainwashing this time was indeed very successful. It was Otsutsuki who obtained this pair of white eyes, and the pupil power accumulated in his body for many years exploded, making his white eyes seem to be evolving towards Tensigen. But even so, he still couldn't resist the illusion brainwashing of Night God Ryosuke. With the cooperation of distinguished heavenly gods, the effect of this brainwashing illusion created by Night God Ryosuke has made a qualitative leap. Song Yao Otsutsuki did not surpass Night God Ryosuke in terms of pupil power for 10 days. He couldn't possibly discover the fact that he was brainwashed by Night God Ryosuke. And will Ryosuke's pupil power be surpassed by Otsutsuki? No matter how you look at it, it is impossible, even if his white eyes really evolved to Tensigen level. But his pupil power is comparable to that of an ordinary Rinnegan. And the Night God Ryosuke's pupil power is 3,000 times that of ordinary Rinnegan. No matter what, it is impossible for Otsutsuki Tonari to reach this standard of pupil power. So, it is impossible for him to get rid of the control of Night God Ryosuke in his whole life, unless one day Night God Ryosuke voluntarily gives up the control over him. Or, one day Night God Ryosuke lost his current power and lost this pair of Rinnegan. But these possibilities are almost zero. With the current strength of Night God Ryosuke, looking at the entire ninja world, who can take away his pair of Rinnegans? Who can make him lose this power? Sharon, I have a task for you. Yagami Ryosuke said to Otsutsuki Tonari. Master Yishun, please give me instructions. Otsutsuki Tonari immediately got down on one knee and bowed his head. Respectful look. I want you to go to the ninja world, then find an organization called Shell and join Shun. Night God Ryosuke ordered. He controls Otsutsuki and brainwashes him to become his loyal subordinate. The purpose is to have a powerful subordinate who can be defeated. And if Otsutsuki Donari really finds shell tissue and joins it, then Otsutsuki Ishur will definitely find the pure blood of the Otsutsuki family in Otsutsuki Sharin's body. Isn't this the most suitable container that he has been looking for? And once Otsutsuki was reincarnated into the body of the sannyasin, then he will trigger the night God Ryosuke to leave a mark in the brain of Sharin, and then be controlled by night God Ryosuke. At that time, Yagami Ryosuke can successfully control Otsutsuki Ichishiki without any effort, even without seeing each other. Sharin must find this shell tissue from Master Yishun. Otsutsuki Tonari lowered his head and assured, "Well, now I'm sending you to the ninja world. Don't resist." Saying that, Yagami Ryosuke opened a red portal at the foot of Tonari. Sharin's body instantly fell into the portal. Appearing again, he has come to a forest in the ninja world. Landing on the ground, Otsutsuki Dori respectfully bowed to the sky and then quickly disappeared on the spot. Next, Otsutsuki will follow the order of Ryosuke, the night god, to look for traces of shell organizations in the ninja world and mix them in. As for how he will find shell tissue, there is no need for night god Ryosuke to order this, because Tsutsuki Tenero will find a way by himself. Anyway, with his strength, as long as he doesn't encounter enemies beyond Kaga level, he can deal with them freely. And when his eyes successfully evolved to the Tensigen level, even a super Kaga level existence would be unable to do anything to him. After all, Sharin's potential is at the 6 paths level. Just upgrade step by step. In 2 or 3 years at the most, his strength will reach the 6 paths level. After sending Otsutsuki away, Night God Ryosuke also glanced at the huge Tensigen in the sky. This thing can't be absorbed for the time being. The doctor should stay here. Yagami Ryosuke said heartily. Anyway, the space inside the moon is empty now. Here besides him, he is known to all Otsutsuki. No one will find this giant Tensigen as long as the mortals don't come. Leave it here for the time being, and don't worry about being taken away by others. Me, if nothing else, Night God Ryosuke should be able to come and take this giant Tensigen soon. First, transform Sharin's talent entry. Sharin will also be a 6 paths level existence in the future. Then he should be able to transform 3 golden entries. Night God Ryosuke took out a drop of Otsutsuki's blood from the biopheromone warehouse of the system, and then let the system transform it. Ding! Converted successfully. Congratulations to host for getting the talent entry. Tensigen's host, Gold. Descendants of Otsutsuki, Gold. Ninja World Destroyer, Gold. Really? Hear the prompts ringing in your head. Night God Ryosuke also showed a smile at the corner of his mouth. A 6 paths level Sharin can indeed transform into 3 golden entries. Just like Naruto, Sasuke, and Obito before. If you want to transform the entry, it's still the most cost-effective for a wood-level powerhouse. Even if it's all broken down, it's worth 30,000 experience points. Yagami Ryosuke sighed inwardly. Pity. There are too few people in the ninja world who can reach the 6 paths level. In addition to Naruto, there is only one Otsutsuki and one Otsutsuki. As for my guy, strictly speaking, he is not at the 6 paths level, but his attack power can reach an extremely high level in a short period of time. Therefore, only 1 golden entry can be transformed. Let's take a look at the attributes of these 3 entries of Sharin. Sounds pretty good. Night God Ryosuke opened his character panel. He was most interested in Tensigen, so he first checked the entry Tensigen's host. Host of Tensigen. Golden, you are the first person in the ninja world to awaken Tensigen. Your eyes have the power to destroy the world. Those are the eyes that even Otsutsuki envy and want. Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion Power plus 1000%. Silver Wheel Reincarnation Explosion Power plus 1000%. Pupil Power plus 500%. Host with Tensigen. TSK. It is indeed an entry related to Tensigen. The three attributes that increase the value are all related to Tensigen. Two are to increase the attributes of Tensigen's two attack pupils, all of which are tenfold bonuses. One is an attribute that increases pupil power. However, this attribute is common to Tensigen, Rinnegan, Sharingan, and other types of abilities. At last, this is what Knight God Ryosuke is most looking forward to. Host of Tensigen. You are the host recognized by Tensigen. If you have the ability to roll eyes, then your roll eyes will evolve into Tensigen in a short Nord's time. This is what I want. After Yishan Ryosuke saw the effect of this ability, he raised his arms and cheered. It is similar to the effect of the previous Rinnegan's container. The effect of Tensigen's host is also to let the eyes evolve. The former requires Sharingan. The latter is required to have white eyes. Just Yagami Ryosuke has both, and the pupil power exploded. Immediately, Knight God Ryosuke is directly equipped with this entry. His pupil power increased a lot, and at the same time, the red Rinnegan in both eyes automatically closed, and then the eyes turned into white eyes, and in the center of the white eyes, a touch of green was brewing, and gradually turned to surrounding the white is also dyed green. Yagami Ryosuke touched his eyes. Is this Tensigen's fetal movement? He closed his eyes, opened them again, and the eyes had returned to normal. Maybe it's because Knight God Ryosuke already has the same level of Rinnegan, or maybe his pupil power is too strong. Therefore, even in the state of fetal movement, his eyes can still be used. There is no need to close your eyes all day long, or even put on a bandage so as not to affect the state of fetal movement. And Knight God Ryosuke's fetal movement is extremely efficient. He could feel that these white eyes were evolving towards Tensigen at an extremely fast speed. Up to a day or two, fetal movement will end. At that time, the white eyes of Knight God Ryosuke can completely evolve into a higher level Tensigen. For a day or two, Yagami Ryosuke still waited patiently. What's more, it doesn't affect him to use Rinnegan. It's just that he can't use buy-in. Good entry. Otsutsuki Tonari is my lucky star. Yagami Ryosuke smiled all over his face and only thought that Otsutsuki Tonari was so pleasing to the eye. Try to arrange some easy tasks for him in the future. Well, if he really finds the shell tissue and sneaks in, I will save his life. Having said that, Knight God Ryosuke also checked the attributes of the other two entries. This Tensigen's host entry is already so powerful. Do not know the attributes of the other two entries? Descendants of Otsutsuki. Golden, you are a descendant of the Otsutsuki family, and you have pure Otsutsuki blood flowing in your body, and your noble blood has also brought you powerful experiences. Chakra plus 1000%. Immortal power plus 1000%. Attached. Otsutsuki physique. Otsutsuki physique. The special physique of the Otsutsuki family. Immortal. Even if half of the body is blown off, it can recover in the blink of an eye. Not bad. Another powerful entry. Not to mention the chakra bonus. After all, Ryosuke's chakra has exceeded the standard too much. Another 10 times the bonus. In fact, the difference is not that big. But the bonus of the power of fairy art is amazing. Originally, Ryosuke, the night god, only had one entry that added the power of immortality, and it is 8 times. Now, there is a new entry that increases the power of immortality, and it will be 10 times when it is directly added. Good guy. This time, the power of the fairy art has been increased by a full 18 times. Moreover, this entry even comes with the physique of the Otsutsuki family. Isn't this what Night God Ryosuke wanted before? An immortal body. And it's just a physique, it won't become like the albinism of the Otsutsuki family. After equipping this entry, Night God Ryosuke really felt that his body had undergone a change in the essence of life. Never grow old and never die. Got it so easily? Night God Ryosuke couldn't help blinking, feeling a very unreal 953. However, with the previous experience of obtaining immortality, Night God Ryosuke recovered quickly. The physique of the Otsutsuki clan, in fact, what I need most is the recovery speed. Uchiha Madara was kicked half of his body by the Might Guy, but it grew back in the blink of an eye. This terrifying recovery speed is what I really want. After all, my original immortal body has given me the characteristics of longevity, but I don't know whether it is true longevity or not. The physique of the Otsutsuki family makes up for the shortcomings of the Night God Ryosuke's immortal body. For that alone, this entry is very powerful. Not to mention, the two attributes in front of it are also quite powerful. Both are the attributes that Night God Ryosuke needs. Two of the three entries transformed from Otsutsuki Tonari are very useful. If the third one is like this, then Otsutsuki Tonari is really my lucky star. Night God Ryosuke thought to himself, and then clicked on the attribute of the last entry. Ninja World Destroyer. Gold, you have been shouldering the mission of destroying the ninja world since you were a child. Your father told you that this is your destiny. You are destined to be the man who wants to destroy the ninja world. Ninjutsu power plus 1000%. Immortal Jutsu power plus 1000%. Physical Jutsu power plus 1000%. Attached. Ninja World Destroyer. Ninja World Destroyer. Destroy the ninja world. The attribute of this entry will be increased tenfold. Look at the properties of this last entry. Night God Ryosuke didn't know what to say for a while. Is it strong? Of course it is strong. 3 1000% bonuses, and they're all useful attributes, all focused on attack. DJ, what is the passive status of the last ninja destroyer? Destroy the ninja? Return entry attribute 10 times increase? Are you tempting me with this? I went to destroy the ninja world when I was full. Yagami Ryosuke shook his head, quite speechless. But, even without mentioning the last incidental ability, the first 3 attributes alone are enough to make this entry rank among the top among the many golden KFEF entries of Night God Ryosuke. It's been a long time since I've seen any bonus entries for Immortal Arts, but there are actually 2 entries today. Yagami Ryosuke also said with a smile. 2 1000% magic power bonuses directly increase the power of magic by 20 times. Now, the magic power used by Night God Ryosuke has been increased by 28 times. This random fairy art is the power of destroying the world. However, if we fight like this, will it really destroy the ninja world in the end? Night God Ryosuke suddenly thought of a question. It's like the ninjutsu of the big spiral wheel. A normal large spiral wheel is enough to easily destroy everything within a diameter of more than 10 kilometers. And if you use the fairy art chakra to make it sage art, big spiral Luinyu, then the power must be several times, or even more than before. If you add 28 times the power of sage art to the entry, if the sage art, big spiral Luinyu, goes down, will half of the ninja world be wiped out? This is not a deliberate exaggeration by Night God Ryosuke. If the power increases and the range increases simultaneously, it can really wipe out half of the ninja world with one blow. If this happened twice at random, wouldn't the whole ninja world just disappear? This, Night God Ryosuke is a bit intimidated by his own strength. This made him how to use these large-scale attacks in the future. After a few shots, the ninja world is gone? So, is he killing the enemy? Or is he blowing up his hometown? No, that shouldn't be the case. The entry improves the power of the fairy art, not the range. It doesn't mean that the power is increased by hundreds of times, and the range is also increased by hundreds of times. Yagami Ryosuke thought to himself, but if he didn't really try it, he would be a little confused. Why don't you give it a try? Night God Ryosuke thought. Anyway, he has the ability of Huangquan Hirasaka. It can be directly sent to a different space. Then how about trying the power of these fairy arts in a different space? Is the scope of damage so large that it is exaggerated? Yes, you will know if you try it. As soon as Isshun Ryosuke clapped his hands, he immediately decided to go to a different space to try it out to see the effect. If it really affects too much, then he should try his best not to use such large-scale fairy arts in the future, and instead use those fairy arts that focus on destroying one point, or improve it and control the range within a certain interval. It is also fine. Equipped with the entry Ninja World Destroyer, Yagami Ryosuke opened Huangquan Billying Zaka and traveled directly to an unknown barren space. This should be some planet. All you can see is red land thousands of miles away. There are dozens of strong winds in the sky, and terrible acid rain is still falling in some places. The environment of the entire planet is completely unsuitable for the reproduction of life. There is also no life on this planet, let alone intelligent creatures. It is even more impossible to exist. That's right, here it is. Night God Ryosuke is quite satisfied with this place. This time he is testing the damage range of Shinju, so naturally he wants to choose a place that is as barren as possible. Otherwise, wouldn't he want to kill countless lives if he went down with one immortal technique? A planet with no life like this could not be better. Sage mode open. Night God Ryosuke flew into the air, turned on Sage mode, and the celestial chakra in his body gathered in his hands, forming a pitch-black ball. Sage art. Big spiral you. Phew. The black ball, with a circle of white star rings, flew tens of thousands of meters away in an instant, and then crashed into a high mountain thousands of meters away. Next second, a scorching white light rises like a small sun. Immediately after the devastating explosion destroyed the entire 1,000-meter-high mountain, the large area around the mountain also fell apart. After a full 6 or 7 minutes, all this was dusted. Night God Ryosuke is flying in the sky and down to the ground. A huge crater with a diameter of more than 50 to 60 kilometers appeared on the ground that was originally 1,000 miles away. Around the huge crater, the earth collapsed, opening countless cracks like winding giant dragons. Some cracks are even hundreds of meters wide, and looking down, you will see a bottomless black abyss. The central damage range is 50 to 60 kilometers, and the damage caused by the shock wave exceeds 200 to 300 kilometers. Night God Ryosuke quickly obtained a set of data through observation with the naked eye. This range of damage is indeed not so exaggerated as to directly wipe out half of the ninja world. It is indeed like the Night God Ryosuke judged before. The damage range of the fairy art will not be doubled as the power. After all, the farther the range of the explosion spreads, the energy star consumed will continue to increase exponentially. It is impossible to increase the power of the explosion by 10 times, and the range of influence is also increased by 10 times. There is no such calculation. But even so, the range is also astonishingly large. However, most of the 5 major countries in the ninja world are sparsely populated. To put it bluntly, there are more places where there are no people than where there are people. For example, the Land of Fire has an area of nearly 9 million square kilometers, but its population is only 3 to 4 billion. Obviously, the land is sparsely populated. If such an explosion occurred in a sparsely populated area, it may not cause a large number of casualties. But if it is in some crowded places, such as big cities, then, with just one celestial technique, the entire city and a large area around it will be razed to the ground. The casualties of his personnel have been greatly increased. Actually, it's okay, but you can't use it on the battlefield with teammates, or you'll kill your own people. Night God Ryosuke muttered. The damage range is a little smaller than he imagined. Of course, it may be that the area he is testing now has more mountains, and these mountains block most of the explosive power. If it is on the plains, the range may be even larger, but never more than twice that, within an acceptable range. Sage art. The damage range of the big spiral wheel is basically the one with the largest damage range among the many fairy arts I have mastered so far. If even its damage range can be controlled. If it is controlled at this level, it is not so exaggerated to say that it will destroy the ninja world. However, If such a large-scale number can be used less or less, it will be very troublesome if it affects your own people. Moreover, in terms of single-body lethality, the technique that concentrates its power on one point is more powerful. About this point, Knight God Ryosuke just gave the most intuitive example to know, such as Tensigen's Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. Why can the Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion cut the moon? It is because its power is concentrated on a small point, so it has extremely strong penetrating power and can directly penetrate the entire moon and cut it open. Certainly, large-scale surgery also has its advantages. For example, when dealing with some huge targets, or when dealing with a large number of enemies. It is time for such a large-scale technique to appear. Another ability of Tensigen, Inluen Turning Explosion, is a technique with a huge damage range. How else could the Tensigen have eyes born of destruction and destruction? Almost all of its abilities are attacking. Unlike Rinnegan, there are a lot of bells and whistles. Offensive, defensive, auxiliary, all kinds of abilities are available. And here Tensigen, all the bells and whistles are gone. Directly point all the attributes on the attack. Focus a bit, so Tensigen is stronger than Rinnegan in terms of attack. Not to mention, Rinnegan is like Uchiha cabbage on the roadside among the Otsutsuki clan. Everyone has it. But Tensigen is different. This eye, even among the Otsutsuki clan, is extremely rare. After all, most Otsutsuki have white eyes. But their white eyes haven't evolved to Tensigen's level either. Is it because they don't want to? Obviously not. That's why they can't evolve. P.S. The second one is here. Regarding the area of the countries in the ninja world, I checked the information and found that most of them said that the area of the country of fire is comparable to our country, and the population is also 3 to 4 billion. The entire ninja world star. The circumference of the ball is longer than that of the Earth. But there are also those who say that the ninja world is not that big, and say that the entire ninja world is as big as the island country next door. To be honest, this thing is a bit difficult to do, but I think the ninja world should not be so small, right? After all, it is a planet. If it is so small, is it considered a planet? Then, after comprehensive consideration, the little author adopted the big theory here, so as to prevent the protagonist from going down with a few large-scale ninjutsu, and the ninja world will disappear immediately. Hope everyone knows. Half an hour later, Yagami Ryosuke returned to the ninja world through Huangquan Hirazaka. For half an hour, he tested the effects of various fairy arts and other large-scale ninjutsu on that barren planet. The final conclusion is the same as before. Don't use this type of spell when you have teammates around. But if you're the only one and the others are enemies, then use it casually. Shao Organization Base. In the room, Sasuke is holding a kanama and carving a piece of wood. I saw the kunai in his hand quickly cutting the surface of the wood, and a lot of sawdust flew. Quickly, this piece of wood becomes a lifelike statue. Mom, are you okay? Sasuke looked at the statue in his hand, then put him on his bedside table. On the bedside table, several similar statues have been placed here. There are those of Sasuke's father Uchiha Fugaku, as well as those of his friend Uzumaki Naruto. At the same time, there are some Uchiha clan members who are more impressive in Sasuke's memory. There are more than a dozen statues on the bedside table. These are carved by Sasuke himself during this period of time. Boom, boom, boom. Sasuke, are you in there? Are you there? Are you there? Are you there? There was a knock on the door, accompanied by a noisy voice. Sasuke frowned, knowing that it was Ah Fei who came again. Looking for me? Sasuke opened the door and looked at Ah Fei outside the door. In half a year, Sasuke has fully adapted to life in Akatsuki. Now, like a Fei, he is an intern organized by Akatsuki. As long as an official member dies, he can directly step up to the position. Certainly, it could also be Alfie, but if two of them die, both of them can become regulars. But Sasuke is not too concerned about whether he can become a regular. What he cares more about is when can his strength reach Kaga level. When can he awaken Mangekyo? When can he kill the beast Uchiha Itachi? In the past 6 months, under the guidance of the teacher, Sasuke's strength has been greatly improved compared to 6 months ago. Now, he can kill elite Jonin relatively easily, even without relying on the lightning-style unicorn. According to the teacher's evaluation, he already has Quasi-Kage level strength. What is Quasi-Kage level? The teacher said that the Quasi-Kage level is similar to the special Jonin. That is, a ninja who has reached the Kage level in one aspect, but stays at the elite Jonin Koji in other aspects. For example, Sasuke, his lightning-style lethality has reached Kage level, but other aspects are only elite Jonin level, although this strength is not weak anymore. But not enough for him to kill Uchiha Itachi. Take revenge for your parents and clan. Sasuke, there is a new mission coming. Your teacher asked you to go with me this time, but he won't go. Afe stood at the door, looking into the room while talking, as if Sasuke was hiding someone in the room. Sasuke said with a dark face, I know, and there is no one hiding in my room. Did you talk nonsense in front of the teacher last time, saying that I hit a woman in the room? You know, Afe said subconsciously. Then he quickly covered his mouth and shook his head frantically. No, not me. Sasuke slammed the door shut with a dark face. The door panel almost hit Afe's head. Call me when you leave. Sasuke's angry voice came from inside the door. Did I make Sasuke angry? This is too bad. Afe stood at the door, swaying left and right like a psychopath. In the room, Sasuke returned to the bed and sat down, continuing to look at the wood carvings on the bedside table. Sound Ninja Village. In the underground laboratory, Orochimaru, whose hands have not yet recovered, is researching something in a white coat. At this time, a sound of footsteps came from outside. As the laboratory door opened, Yakushi Kabuto walked in from the door. Master Orochimaru, we are here. Yakushi Kabuto stepped forward and said, Oh, Orochimaru put down the things in his hands. After several improvements, his hands have become a glove-like booster, reflecting the luster of metal under the light. He turned to look at Yakushi Kabuto. Where? It's in the Uzumaki country, in a noodle hall of the Uzumaki clan. Yakushi Kabuto spoke quickly. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, then nodded and said, Do, you can go out with me later. Okay, Lord Orochimaru. Yakushi Kabuto nodded. He knew where Master Orochimaru was going. For more than half a year, Orochimaru has been studying how to heal his hands. He studied for a long time, and finally found that only by taking back his soul from Shinigami could he recover his hands. So he began to study the banning of ghouls and the origin of this sealing technique. Finally, let him find some information about Shinigami masks, as well as information about Shinigami rituals. So he sent Yakushi Kabuto to find the whereabouts of the Shinigami mask. Finally, there is news from Yakushi Kabuto. This made Orochimaru very happy inside. Although he can use these hands while wearing this booster, after all, he is not as flexible as his original one, whether it is in combat or doing research and invention. There will always be some inflexibility. So, it will be best to get those hands back. By the way, how is the investigation about Uchiha Sasuke? Orochimaru suddenly asked Yakushi Kabuto, who turned to leave. Yakushi Kabuto froze for a moment, then quickly replied, Well, Uchiha Sasuke spends most of his time at the base of the Akatsuki organization. Our people can't get close to Rain Shinobi Village, but he occasionally comes out to perform some tasks, but every time, there is that Shoji Bomian next to him. Uchiha Noodle Hemp. Upon hearing the name, Orochimaru couldn't help gnashing his teeth. The B**************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** unbelievable to snatch the container of Uchiha Sasuke from him after taking his own things. If it wasn't for Orochimaru knowing that he couldn't beat the opponent, he would have come to the door to settle accounts. But now, forget it. Let's restore the main tightness first. As for Sasuke, just leave it with him for the time being. When his body can be reincarnated again, he will personally go over and capture Sasuke back. As long as he reincarnates fast enough and hides. Even that Uchiha can't find him. Uchiha face numb. I know your secret. Orochimaru sneered. Others don't know. But how could Orochimaru not? This Uchiha face hemp and Konoha's knight, God Ryosuke, the two of them definitely knew each other very early, and at least they have a cooperative relationship. The last time I heard that Uchiha Sasuke was taken away from Konoha by Uchiha Noodles, he also had a big fight with Night God Ryosuke, and the fight was in the dark. Others are skeptical of the strength of both parties mentioned in the newspaper. And Orochimaru suspects that these two people are playing match-fixing at all. But, on this basis, there is no way to threaten Uchiha Myanmar or Night God Ryosuke. In case these two most powerful existences in the ninja world are angered, Orochimaru couldn't guarantee that he would survive. So, he will not disclose this information unless it is absolutely necessary. 2 days later, Konoha, Xianglin's house. In the bedroom, Night God Ryosuke wakes up from a deep sleep. He glanced at Xianglin curled up in his arms, already awake but deliberately pretending to be asleep, and smiled. "Get up, don't stay in bed." He pinched Xianglin's nose, and the latter also opened his eyes to look at Ryo Yagami. "No, I still want to hold you and sleep for a while longer," Xianglin said coquettishly. "Just for a while, okay?" She said with one finger deep inside. "Okay, just for a while." Yagami Ryosuke shook his head with a smile, but agreed softly. Half an hour later, Yagami Ryosuke felt that this moment was somewhat long. "It's been half an hour. Get up quickly. Have you forgotten what day it is?" Yagami Ryosuke said. "What day is it today?" Xianglin thought for a while, and suddenly remembered with a frown. Today is the day she joins her new squad. As Konoha's genin, Karen has always been alone performing some D-level tasks and the like. Or go to Konoha Hospital to help. Ask for flowers. But this is not a thing after all, so the higher-ups have been arranging a suitable team for her. And today is the day when Xianglin officially joins the new team. I don't know what kind of person my teammates are. Are they easy to get along with? Xianglin thought with some anticipation. Then, the two quickly got up and washed up, followed downstairs to have breakfast. Then Yagami Ryosuke went to the training ground to exercise his body. Xianglin ran to the team's assembly point to join the other two teammates. Konoha's Central Plaza. Here stands a statue. It is none other than the statue of Night God Ryosuke. The rock statue, with a height of more than 10 meters, seems to have become a landmark building of Konoha. At this time, on the edge of the fountain under the statue, a man and a woman were sitting on the left and the right. Neither of them seemed to pay attention to each other. At this time, Xianglin ran over from a distance. "Sorry, I'm not late, am I?" Xianglin looked at the time. In fact, there was still more than 10 minutes before the agreed 9 o'clock. But her two teammates obviously came earlier than her. "Xiangrin, so the new teammate is you." When little Sakura saw Xiangrin, she immediately smiled and stood up to meet her. She and Xiangrin also know each other. The relationship can't be said to be very good, but at least it's not bad. After all, they are all girls, so they can chat. It's not like she's like Ino. When little Sakura arrived just now, she found that a boy she didn't know was already here. So she took the initiative to greet him, but the other party just nodded coldly. It made little Sakura feel a little upset. So there was the scene that Xiangrin saw just now. The two of them ignored each other. Now that Xianglin is here, little Sakura finally has someone to talk to. And although Xiangrin is the girlfriend of Ryosuke, the night god who always ignores her, she has a good personality. Sakura thinks that if the two of them are in the same team, they should be able to cooperate well. "Little Sakura, are you my new teammate?" When Xianglin saw the familiar little Sakura, she also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It's nice to have someone you know on the team. "Yeah, I didn't expect the two of us to be in the same team." Little Sakura nodded with a smile. At this time, Xianglin turned her head to look at the boy who was sitting there silently. "He is?" Xianglin asked. Little Sakura curled her lips and said, "It's also a new teammate, but this person is cold and doesn't like to talk to others." When it comes to being cold and unreasonable, little Sakura suddenly thought of Sasuke. I couldn't help feeling sad in my heart. Sasuke has been away from Konoha for more than half a year. I think they were still in the same team at the beginning, but when Sasuke left, he just said goodbye to Naruto and didn't care about her at all. This made little Sakura very sad. That's it. I don't know who our leading teacher is, Hearing Xiao, Sakura said that the other party is a character who doesn't like to talk. Xiang Rin didn't take the initiative to say hello. Anyway, as long as there is one teammate who can talk in the team, it is enough. You don't need as many as 2 people. I don't know. I hope it's a girl too. Little Sakura said. The 7th class she was originally in, because Sasuke and Naruto left one after another, the follow-up was automatically disbanded. Now Kakashi is also a strong Kaga-level player. There are more important tasks in the village for him. Naturally, he would not be allowed to take a student named Sakura to run some C-level or D-level tasks outside. Isn't that a waste? So, the new 7th class, there will be a new leader joining coming. Just don't know who it will be. Small Sakura and Xiang Rin are guessing in their hearts. At this time, you all came early. A voice suddenly came from behind. Little Sakura and Xiang Rin turned around and saw a female ninja dressed as Jonin smiling at the 3 of them. Sister Xian. Xianglin's eyes lit up, and she ran over happily. Xianglin, I will be your teacher from now on, Yuzuki Xian said with a smile. She has recently retired from Umbu and has been given the official title of Jonin. Then he was assigned to lead the new 7th class. I didn't expect Miss Xian to be our team leader Jonin. This is great. Xianglin was very happy, but she didn't expect that besides a familiar little Sakura in the team, Jonin who led the team was actually Yuzuki Xian. This made Han Rin even more happy than when she saw little Sakura. Little Sakura, let me introduce you. This is Yuzuki Xian's sister. Xianglin didn't forget little Sakura at this time. She called her over and introduced her. Hello, Teacher Xian. Little Sakura nodded obediently and said hello. Hello. Yuzuki Xian nodded with a smile, and then called all 3 of them over. Okay, we will be in the same class from now on. Let me introduce myself first, and then you 3 from left to right also introduce yourself. My name is Yuzuki Xian, Konoha Jonin, and my hobby is viewing flowers. My favorite food is someone's own breakfast. If I have a dream, I won't talk about it. Yuzuki Xian finished introducing herself, and then looked at Xianglin, who was standing on the left. Xianglin looked at it and said loudly, My name is Uzumaki, Konoha Jonin. My hobby is collecting perfume. My favorite food is pork chop rice made by Ryosuke, and my dream is to become Ryosuke's bride in the future. Yuzuki Xian glanced at her with a smile. In fact, her dream is also to become the bride of Yagami Ryosuke, but it is different from Xianglin, the little girlfriend of Yagami Ryosuke, who everyone knows. Yuzuki Yugao has not disclosed her relationship with Yagami Ryosuke. Moreover, there was a tacit understanding between the 2 of them that they never talked about this topic. Yuzuki Xian felt that she was not ready yet, and Night God Ryosuke respects her idea. My name is Harino Sakura, Konoha Jonin, 720. Hobby is to study medical ninjutsu. My favorite food is bitter tea, and my dream is to get Sasuke back one day in the future. Little Sakura has also changed a lot in the past 6 months or so. Not only has she grown taller, but more importantly, her mentality has changed a lot compared to half a year ago, and her whole person has grown a lot psychologically. Recently, she has been studying medical ninjutsu, and occasionally goes to Konoha Hospital to help. She and Xiang Rin only had a good relationship when they helped each other at Konoha Hospital. As for why you like to drink bitter tea, that's because little Sakura felt that the bitterness in her heart was more bitter than bitter tea. Only drinking bitter tea can make her feel better and not miss Sasuke so much. Small Sakura and Hong Rin have finished introducing themselves. Then all that's left is the boy who hasn't spoken all this time. My name is Sai. I used to work at Jinbu, and now I am a Konoha Jonin. My hobbies are painting and magic arts. My favorite food is tofu. If I dream, I want to find my ninja way. The boy, that is Zuiyong, said. A ninja at the root? Yuzuki Xian nodded, but did not discriminate against Sai because he came from the roots. After all, they are now disbanded. How long has Shimura Danzo been dead? And Sai is still so young. Obviously, he should be a genius ninja who was abducted into the root by Shimura Danzo. The bad things Jin Mo did before shouldn't have anything to do with Sai at such a young age. Very good. Now that everyone has introduced themselves, we will be partners in the same class from now on. I will invite everyone to dinner at noon today, and then we will go to the training ground in the afternoon to learn about our respective strengths. If the mission is officially carried out, just wait until tomorrow. Yuzuki Shien said. Heard. Xianglin and the others didn't have any opinions either. The depths of the number 1 training ground. By the pool, Ryosuke, the night god who was practicing with a modified version of Layton's chakra mode, stopped suddenly. This fetal movement is over. He immediately dissipated the thousands of thunderbolts from his body, then put down the big iron ball that was raised above his head and put it aside. After a while, Ryosuke, who had washed off his sweat, put on his clothes and then condensed a piece of ice crystals in front of him so that his eyes could be seen easily. Under the reflection of the ice crystals, Yishun Ryosuke saw that the pupils of his eyes had changed from the original red to a pair of light blue pupils. In the center of the light blue eyes, a pattern like a blooming lotus shines with bursts of light. Is this Tensigen? Night god Ryosuke felt the huge pupil power in his eyes. At the same time, the light of Tensigen is also different from the previous Rinnegan, giving people a sense of sacredness and peace. Rinnegan, on the other hand, gives people a majestic and inviolable feeling. It's strong, and it doesn't feel like it's going to be the limit. Night god Ryosuke touched these eyes and suddenly opened a red portal under his feet. Next second, his figure disappeared in place. When it reappears, he has come to the barren planet where he tested the fairy art last time. Come and try out what Tensigen can do. The night god Ryosuke entered Tensigen Chakra mode immediately after he came here. His body was enveloped by a blue Tensigen Chakra, burning like a blue flame on his body. Immediately, with a thought in his mind, a few truth-seeking balls with blue on the black surface appeared above the palm of his hand. As night god Ryosuke shouted, the silver wheel turns and explodes. Rumble. The terrifying silver tornado was released with the rotation of the truth-seeking ball and instantly covered the range of hundreds of kilometers in front of night god Ryosuke. Amidst the roar, the surface of the entire barren planet suffered a devastating blow. After a while, the silver tornado dissipated, revealing the land that had been destroyed once. A huge fan-shaped area with a range of 200 to 300 kilometers was affected. If this is used in the ninja world, I'm afraid that a small country can be wiped out easily. It's amazingly destructive. The key is that the consumption of pupil power and chakra is not much. Night god Ryosuke said to himself. Immediately, he tested the power of the golden wheel reincarnation explosion again. With a wave of his hand, those blue truth-seeking balls before were instantly transformed into a lightsaber exuding dazzling golden light in the hands of night god Ryosuke. At the tip of the lightsaber, a ray of golden light surged wildly, directly breaking through the planet's atmosphere and entering the vacuum of the universe. Subsequently, night god Ryosuke swung his sword down. Golden wheel reincarnation explosion. Boom! The golden lightsaber instantly split the earth, stretching all the way, directly cutting half the planet. The terrifying power reaches deep into the Earth's core, causing volcanoes on the surface of countless planets to erupt, and the entire continental plate is collapsing and moving. The horror-like doomsday scene is even more jaw-dropping. This is also because the barren planet under his feet is too big. Otherwise, the golden wheel reincarnation explosion by Ryosuke just now is enough to cut the entire planet apart. It directly caused the entire planet to explode in an instant. The lightsaber extends more than 30,000 kilometers. This range should be the one with the longest attack range among all the abilities I currently have. Night god Ryosuke looked at the doomsday scene in front of him. Immediately, a red portal appeared under his feet, using Huangquan Hirasaka's power, and disappeared directly on this barren planet. Back to Konoha, Yagami Ryosuke resumes his previously interrupted workout. Noon. The girl Hanabi came running again. I don't know how much Hyuga Hayashi is worried about the safety of his little daughter. Didn't even send a ninja to protect it along the way. Brother-in-law Hanabi trotted over, holding a big bento box in his hand. Brother-in-law, this is a bento that my sister and I made for you. Hurry up and try it, and see if it tastes good. Hanabi picked up the bento box in his hand, as if offering a treasure, and pulled the knight, God Ryosuke, to let him have a taste. Okay, I love. Yagami Ryosuke was pulled over by the little girl to sit down, and then opened the bento box, which was full of various foods. Brother-in-law, try this tonkatsu first. I fried it myself. Hanabi looked at him expectantly. Yagami Ryosuke picked up the chopsticks and picked up a piece of golden pork cutlet into his mouth. The tonkatsu is crispy and juicy. Chew in your mouth. It tastes really good. Well, this fried pork cutlet is delicious. Me is awesome. Yagami Ryosuke smiled and rubbed the little girl's head. Hanabi also smiled and narrowed her eyes with a happy expression on her face. Come on, we've eaten. Yagami Ryosuke picked up Hanabi and put him on his lap, and the two of them enjoyed the bento together. Hanabi was still a child after all and didn't eat much. You can get full without eating much. So most of the bento is actually eaten by Yagami Ryosuke. After eating the bento, Yagami Ryosuke took Hanabi to visit the village again and bought her some snacks. Then I saw that the time was almost up, so I went back to the training ground and continued the afternoon exercise. While Knight God Ryosuke was exercising, Hanabi also stood aside and practiced his own gentle fist. Don't look at Hanabi's young age, but Ro can already play 8 trigram 16. The strength has reached genin level. In their class, Hanabi is the well-deserved chief student. He has always been a role model for other students in the class to follow. Evening, Knight God Ryosuke called Hinata and Ino. We went to Akamichi's yakiniku restaurant together for dinner. There are quite a lot of people having dinner tonight. But except for Yagami Ryosuke, the rest are girls. And also his girlfriend. If it were another person, it might be the Shura field. But Knight God Ryosuke is miraculously able to make them tolerate each other's existence. Certainly, this is also inseparable from the fact that there is no strict monogamous relationship in the ninja world. After all, it is very common for daimyo to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Knight God Ryosuke, as the strongest ninja, is it possible that he is not as good as a famous name? During the dinner, Yagami Ryosuke also asked Xiangrin how the new team she joined today was like. In the end, Xianglin told him that Jonin, the leader of their new 7th class, turned out to be Shien. This made Yagami Ryosuke look at Shien, who was sitting beside him, in surprise. Surprised? Shien said with a smile. Yagami Ryosuke nodded and said, "A little bit. When did you leave Umbu?" "Actually, just a few days ago," Shien said. "How many days ago? Then you can hide well." Yagami Ryosuke shook his head with a smile. Obviously, Shien was deliberately hiding this from him and wanted to give him a surprise. It was already past 10 o'clock in the evening when the dinner party ended. Hong Rin and the others. All the younger ones went home to rest. After all, I still have things to do tomorrow. Originally, Yagami Ryosuke was going to sleep at Kurenai Yui's house tonight, but in the end, Kurenai Yui pushed him to Anko's side. "I can't this time," Yue Hong said a little embarrassedly. Knight God Ryosuke got it. "This is a relative. It's troublesome for women. Relatives always come here once a month. If this does not come, I will not feel at ease. Doubt something is wrong with your body?" Fortunately, the days when Hong and Anko come to relatives are staggered. If they are together, then Knight God Ryosuke may only be able to sleep alone tonight. 2.0 for him who knows the taste. Let him sleep alone at night? Unless it's really not interesting today. Otherwise, how uncomfortable is that? Next day, after a good night's sleep, Ryosuke wakes up refreshed. After covering Anko, who was still sleeping with a blanket, he turned and went to the bathroom to wash up. By the way, I forgot to try yesterday to see what would happen if I turn on Tensigen and Rinnegan at the same time. Yagami Ryosuke, who was brushing his teeth, suddenly hit his head. No wonder he always felt like he had forgotten something yesterday. Turns out I forgot about this. Then, night god Ryosuke finished brushing his teeth quickly, then looked at the mirror in front of him, first turned on Rinnegan, and the red light was reflected in the mirror. Subsequently, Yagami Ryosuke opens Tenseigan again, a touch of blue blooms in the eyes. At this time, night god Ryosuke's eyes suddenly changed into a completely different pattern from Rinnegan and Tenseigan. Red eyes, the black circle is still the same, but there is a black dot in the middle of the pupil, something like a pupil. And there are patterns of lotus petals around the pupils. This is clearly a Tenseigan pattern, and on the innermost circle of the black circle, there are also 3 black hook jades. Sangyu Rinnegan? This word popped up subconsciously in Ryosuke's mind. But soon, night god Ryosuke realized that this is not the 3-god Jade Rinnegan, but the 3-god Jade Rinne Sharingan. In the mirror, the red eyes exude a faint light. The 3 black hook jades in the inner circle slowly rotated with the release of light, and a surge of pupil power burst out from these eyes. Boom! The originally sunny sky was suddenly filled with thunder and lightning. The villagers of Konoha looked up at the sky curiously. Strange? Is it going to rain? It was sunny just now. How can it rain when it goes down? While complaining, the villagers ran quickly towards home. After all, if you don't run back, it will rain soon. This sudden torrential rain must have been extremely heavy. At that time, it will inevitably be drenched into a drowned rat. Only, the dense dark clouds in the sky only lasted for more than a dozen seconds before they were slowly blown away by a gust of wind. The original lightning and thunder disappeared. The sky once again returned to the previous clear skies. F***K. God, are you playing with people? Why isn't it raining again? What are you doing? Complaints can be heard all over the village. And the night god Ryosuke, who is the instigator of all this, has closed a pair of fused 3-god Jade Rinne Sharingan at this time. He tried it, and even after fusion, Tenseigan and Rinnegan alone can still be used normally. Just like a Sharingan has evolved to Rinnegan. But it is still possible to go back to the state of Sharingan. As for the 3-hook Jade Rinne Sharingan, it is necessary to open 2 kinds of supreme pupil skills at the same time, and then they can fuse with each other to produce qualitative changes. In the state of Sangyu Rinne Sharingan, night god Ryosuke's pupil power will instantly increase 20 times. At the same time, night god Ryosuke also felt that these eyes seemed to be pregnant with some kind of extremely powerful pupil technique. It's just that the gestation process seems a little slow. Don't know how long it will take to conceive successfully, but no matter what, even without this pupil technique, the power of these 3-hook Jade Rinne Sharingan is extremely terrifying. It directly pushes the strength of night god Ryosuke to a new height. 6 Paths Pinnacle? No. Yagami Ryosuke feels as if he has surpassed the level of the 6 Paths Peak. But there is no such qualitative change. It should be somewhere between the two, on a somewhat awkward level. But if his pair of 3-hook Jade Rinne Sharingan pupils are conceived, it is really possible for night god Ryosuke to hit the level above the 6 Paths level. Maybe that is the level of the peak powerhouse in the Otsutsuki clan. Morning. After eating breakfast at Anko's house, Yagami Ryosuke sat for a while, holding Anko in his arms and watching a movie that is said to be particularly popular recently. But that's the case with ninja movies. Anko looked at it seriously, almost immersed in the plot, but for Yishan Ryosuke, after experiencing the film industry in his previous life, he will watch this kind of shoddy film. I really have no appetite. Fortunately, the duration of the movie is not long, just 1 hour and 10 minutes. After the movie finished, Yagami Ryosuke also left Anko's house, went out not far away, and disappeared in the ninja world instantly with the power of Huang Quan Hirasaka. On some planet, the figure of night god Ryosuke appeared in a snowy field. The sky here is blue and there is fresh air. In perception, the environment is similar to the ninja world. That is, the temperature in the snow field is relatively low. But for Ryosuke, the night god who has long been invulnerable to cold and heat, This low temperature is nothing. Come and try the power of the fused three-god Jade Rinne Sharingan. Knight God Ryosuke intends to test the pair of eyes after fusion here. Does it have any effect on the original pupil skills? In fact, Knight God Ryosuke thinks there must be. Just don't know how it works. How much can it be increased? With this in mind, Knight God Ryosuke came here. Rinnegan open. Knight God Ryosuke first opened Rinnegan, and when he was about to open Tensigan, suddenly the snow under his feet trembled violently. There was also a rumbling noise from the snow-capped mountains in the distance, accompanied by countless snow accumulations that turned into avalanches, and then there was a loud bang. The entire snow mountain actually exploded. Knight God Ryosuke looked at this scene with a surprised face. I don't understand why the perfect snow mountain suddenly exploded. At this time, a towering giant tree with a strange appearance suddenly rose from under the exploding snow mountain. In the blink of an eye, this huge, strange tree actually broke through the 10,000-meter high cloud layer and grew directly to the sky at a height of 10,000 meters. Middle. Yagami Ryosuke opened his eyes wide, watching this scene in disbelief. At the same time, at the top of this strange tree, two figures suddenly appeared. These two people are all white, wearing white clothes, and the patterns of Goyu are painted on the clothes. At this time, one of them reached out and picked off a blood-red fruit on the top of the strange tree. The fruit looks like a gemstone, bright red and very beautiful. The man who picked the fruit directly opened his mouth and swallowed the fruit. Following, a terrifying force burst out from the man's body. Boom! At an altitude of 10,000 meters, dark clouds were densely covered, and thunder and lightning flashed one after another, as if a torrential rain was coming. This is a divine tree. Knight God Ryosuke suddenly realized that this strange tree that suddenly rose from the ground was probably the sacred tree of the Otsutsuki family. And the two white figures that just appeared, not surprisingly, it should be a member of the Otsutsuki family. So, I accidentally entered a planet where the Otsutsuki family planted a sacred tree. Yagami Ryosuke thought to himself, plant the god tree and swallow the fruit of the god tree. This has long been the custom of the Otsutsuki clan. Generally, the Otsutsuki family will form a group of two people, one of whom is the master and the other is the assistant. It's like Konoha's Hyuga family is divided into main family and branch house. The Otsutsuki family is similar. In the mirror, the red eyes exude a faint light. The three black hook jades in the inner circle slowly rotated with the release of light, and a surge of pupil power burst out from these eyes. Boom! The originally sunny sky was suddenly filled with thunder and lightning. The villagers of Konoha looked up at the sky curiously. Strange? Is it going to rain? It was sunny just now. How can it rain when it goes down? While complaining, the villagers ran quickly towards home. After all, if you don't run back, it will rain soon. This sudden torrential rain must have been extremely heavy. At that time, it will inevitably be drenched into a drowned rat. Only, the dense dark clouds in the sky only lasted for more than a dozen seconds before they were slowly blown away by a gust of wind. The original lightning and thunder disappeared. The sky once again returned to the previous clear skies. F***K. God, are you playing with people? Why isn't it raining again? What are you doing? Complaints can be heard all over the village. In the night, God Ryosuke, who was the instigator of all this, has closed the pair of fused three-god Jade Rinne Sharingan at this time. He tried it, and even after fusion, Tensigan and Rinnegan alone can still be used normally. Just like his Sharingan has evolved to Rinnegan. But it is still possible to go back to the state of Sharingan. As for the three-hook Jade Rinne Sharingan, it is necessary to open two kinds of supreme pupil skills at the same time, and then they can fuse with each other to produce qualitative changes. In the state of Singyu Rinne Sharingan, Knight God Ryosuke's pupil power will instantly increase 20 times. At the same time, Knight God Ryosuke also felt that these eyes seemed to be pregnant with some kind of extremely powerful pupil technique. It's just that the gestation process seems a little slow. Don't know how long it will take to conceive successfully, but no matter what, even without this pupil technique, the power of these three-hook jade Rinne Sharingan is extremely terrifying. It directly pushes the strength of Night God Ryosuke to a new height. Six Paths Pinnacle? No. Yagami Ryosuke feels as if he has surpassed the level of the Six Paths Peak. But there is no such qualitative change. It should be somewhere between the two, on a somewhat awkward level. But if his pair of three-hook jade Rinne Sharingan pupils are conceived, it is really possible for Night God Ryosuke to hit the level above the Six Paths level. Maybe that is the level of the peak powerhouse in the Otsutsuki clan. Morning. After eating breakfast at Anko's house, Yagami Ryosuke sat for a while, holding Anko in his arms and watching a movie that is said to be particularly popular recently. But that's the case with ninja movies. Anko looked at it seriously, almost immersed in the plot. But for Yishan Ryosuke, after experiencing the film industry in his previous life, he will watch this kind of shoddy film. I really have no appetite. Fortunately, the duration of the movie is not long, just an hour and 10 minutes. After the movie finished, Yagami Ryosuke also left Anko's house, went out not far away, and disappeared in the ninja world instantly with the power of Huang Quan Hirasaka. On some planet, the figure of Night God Ryosuke appeared in a snowy field. The sky here is blue and there is fresh air. In perception, the environment is similar to the ninja world. That is, the temperature in the snow field is relatively low. But for Ryosuke, the night god who has long been invulnerable to cold and heat, this low temperature is nothing. Come and try the power of the fused three-god Jade Rinne Sharingan. Night God Ryosuke intends to test the pair of eyes after fusion here. Does it have any effect on the original pupil skills? In fact, Night God Ryosuke thinks there must be. Just don't know how it works. How much can it be increased? With this in mind, Night God Ryosuke came here. Rinnegan open. Night God Ryosuke first opened Rinnegan, and when he was about to open Tensigan, suddenly the snow under his feet trembled violently. There was also a rumbling noise from the snow-capped mountains in the distance, accompanied by countless snow accumulations that turned into avalanches. And then there was a loud bang. The entire snow mountain actually exploded. Night God Ryosuke looked at this scene with a surprised face. I don't understand why the perfect snow mountain suddenly exploded. At this time, a towering giant tree with a strange appearance suddenly rose from under the exploding snow mountain. In the blink of an eye, this huge, strange tree actually broke through the 10,000-meter high cloud layer and grew directly to the sky at a height of 10,000 meters. Middle. Yagami Ryosuke opened his eyes wide, watching this scene in disbelief. At the same time, at the top of this strange tree, two figures suddenly appeared. These two people are all white, wearing white clothes, and the patterns of Goju are painted on the clothes. This Otsutsuki Sakura-style strength can also reach the midterm level in the Six Paths class. The strength is slightly weaker than the Night God Ryosuke before Rinnegan was turned on. But, compared with the current Night God Ryosuke, his strength is too weak. Even if Night God Ryosuke doesn't use the power of the three-god Jade Rinne Sharingan, it's still at the peak of the Six Paths level. And this Otsutsuki Sakura formula, he is 2 levels behind him, so naturally he is not his opponent. The Sakura pose, which was blown off half of the body, quickly recovered. He roared and rushed forward, lightning flashed between his hands, bursting out stronger power. And at the same time, his blue Rinnegan also burst out powerful pupil power, forming a blue membrane-like thing, covering Otsutsuki Sakura-style whole body. Night God Ryosuke punched the charging Sakura-style with his right hand. The moment the two fists collided, Night God Ryosuke found that the blue membrane on the opponent's body was actually absorbing the power of his punch, so that the remaining force acted on Otsutsuki Sakura's body without any real damage. To each other. Interesting. Is this your pupil technique? Yishun Ryosuke kicked the opponent hundreds of meters away and then asked, "That's right, under my sealing technique, your physical skills can't hurt me at all." Otsutsuki Sakura said proudly. Sealing technique? What a weird name. But this pupil technique is really useful. Can absorb physical power. To know, after reaching the 6 paths level, ordinary ninjutsu is useless. Even the 6 paths immortal art doesn't do much harm to 6 paths level powerhouses, especially for those 6 paths level powerhouses who will absorb chakra. For example, the god of the night Ryosuke's Gao Huang Chan Lingzuan. Under this trick, whether it is ninjutsu or 6 paths fairy art, it will only cause double damage to oneself. And for night god Ryosuke, but it has no effect at all, only body skills, and those who have this ability can cause damage. As a result, many Otsutsuki clans have great taijutsu abilities. For example, the Otsutsuki Sakura pose in front of you, and, as a member of the clan, the strong members of the Otsutsuki clan will generally study this ability. This is what the previous life joked about, the so-called tattoo era. The effect of the deed is to strengthen a person's strength in an all-round way. The strengthening of physical skills is particularly obvious. Therefore, many members of the Otsutsuki clan have extremely powerful taijutsu abilities. The power that erupts with one punch and one kick is even stronger than Shueiji Snare. Of course, not all Otsutsuki sect members possess this ability. For example, Otsutsuki Peach Pose will not. In Go's Otsutsuki's 6th child, Otsutsuki's first style, in the ninja world, has a very deep research on chi. Otsutsuki Ishiki, relying on the power of chi, is even stronger than Otsutsuki Kagaya in his peak state. But it's a pity that this guy has never found a perfect reincarnation container. Therefore, it is impossible to exert the power of chi that is as powerful as itself. And Otsutsuki Sakura, who is a member of Otsutsuki Branch House, obviously doesn't understand the power of chi. His physique can only be said to be pretty good, barely reaching the level of 6 paths, but days away, there is still a distance. If it hadn't been discovered that night god Ryosuke possessed the ability of the High Emperor to produce spirit gods, so that Otsutsuki Sakura would never dare to use any form of energy attack. What he is best at is actually not fighting with physical skills at all. But now, there is no way. Gao Huang's ability to produce spiritual gods is really Tion Ku's members of the Otsutsuki Branch House. If you haven't learned how to tap this kind of power, it's really too difficult to face such an opponent. Fortunately, in the Otsutsuki Sakura style, there's a technique that seals the pupils of the technique. It can create a layer of attack-absorbing membrane covering the surface of the body, which is enough for him to resist night god Ryosuke's physical attack. But Otsutsuki Sakura seems to have got one thing wrong. Because he is afraid of Ryosuke's High Emperor, he can't use the chakra technique, but Ryosuke can. Sage Mode. Night god Ryosuke's body surface golden celestial chakra burst out, and the rising flames made his hair stand on end. A huge momentum erupted from his body. Boom! A circle of golden energy ripples swayed. Otsutsuki Sakura stepped back subconsciously for a distance, looking at the night god Ryosuke in this state with a look of surprise. "Oh, do you have any other abilities?" Otsutsuki, who had been watching the show in the distance, lifted the corner of his mouth and revealed a playful smile. "Interesting human being. I hope you can bring me more pleasure." The other side, Ryosuke, the night god who turned on Sage Mode, also formed a black ball in his hand. Buzz! A circle of white star rings surrounds the black balls, followed by a loud shout from the night god Ryosuke. "Sage art! Big spiral you! Brush!" The big black spiral was thrown out instantly by night god Ryosuke. The Otsutsuki Sakura pose in the distance, opened his eyes, and crossed his arms in front of him in an instant, vainly resisting the blow of night god Ryosuke, like before. But in the next second, rumble! A scorching white light rose like a small sun. The Otsutsuki Sakura style at the center of the explosion was instantly torn apart by this terrifying force. Even though the sealing technique on his body has absorbed part of the damage, the remaining damage is still blowing up the Otsutsuki mode to pieces. Wait until the explosion subsides. There is also a huge pit with a diameter of 50 to 60 kilometers on the ground. The snow and ice in the distance melted under the scorching high-temperature shock wave, and even countless snow and ice evaporated, forming a thick cloud of steam in the sky. Sage Art. Lightning-style Kirin. Night God Ryosuke held a ball of lightning in his hand, and he waved his hand violently as he leaped into the sky. This flash of lightning instantly acted like a beacon, directing a huge thunder beast Qilin in the sky to roar toward the figure below. Gao Huang Sheng Lingzun. Otsutsuki opened his hand in the Sichuan style, and a small black hole appeared, absorbing the roaring and falling Qilin thunder beast in an instant. Humans, try your own abilities. 03L. The gigantic Qilin thunder beast rushed out of Otsutsuki Chuanshiki's grasp, roaring towards the night god Ryosuke, who was several kilometers away. Gao Huang Sheng Lingzun. Night god Ryosuke also performed this trick. Absorb the attacking thunder beast unicorn. Kirin. Yagami Ryosuke pushed with his hand, and another unicorn with a larger size attacked Otsutsuki Chuanshiki. Otsutsuki Sichuan style. Why don't you put this matryoshka with me? Otsutsuki frowned, and then the golden 9-go jade Rinnegan in the center of his eyebrows instantly released a golden ray, hitting the thunder beast Qilin that was rushing. Moment. The thunder beast Qilin, which was originally so powerful, was directly annihilated and disappeared. What ability is this? Yagami Ryosuke observed this Otsutsuki Kawa style in amazement. The opponent is a member of the Otsutsuki family and also swallowed the fruit of the sacred tree. So powerful, stronger and tougher than Otsutsuki Kagaya, who was at his peak. And, unlike Otsutsuki Kagaya, he has little combat experience, does not know how to use his own power effectively, and is even affected by Naruto's reverse harem technique. The Otsutsuki Chuansher in front of me gives the night god Ryosuke the feeling, and his strength is basically the same as him. But what capabilities does it have? Night god Ryosuke does not know. It's just that he has just used the two abilities of Gao Huangshan Lingzuan and the golden ray shot from the 9-hook Jade Rinnegan. The former night god Ryosuke also has it. B6%. Yagami Ryosuke hasn't even analyzed what is the effect of his ability. Is it annihilating chakra energy or break down chakra energy? But it is definitely not a space-type ability. The night god Ryosuke, who has the entry of space god, has a too keen perception of time and space. If the golden ray just now is related to time and space, it is impossible for him not to sense it. Human, you are very strong, and you also have the power of my Otsutsuki clan. If I guess correctly, you should not be a human on this planet, right? Otsutsuki Kawashiki didn't do it immediately, but looked at Yagami Ryosuke and said with a playful expression, "This guy doesn't seem to care about the death of his partner Otsutsuki Sakura. But considering the customs of the Otsutsuki clan, they can even eat their own companions, let alone watch them die." No response. Don't care. That's normal. Yes, I am indeed not a human from this planet. Night god Ryosuke is flying in the air, with golden arrogance rising from his body. If it is not for the Otsutsuki Sichuan style on the opposite side, it is a standard image of the Otsutsuki family. People who don't know may think that they ran to the Dragon Ball's studio next door. Sure enough, I already knew that it is impossible for a creature on such a low-level planet to have such powerful strength as you. Otsutsuki says, "Human, you just killed my subordinate. Now I give you a chance to make you my new subordinate. I can give you the surname of Otsutsuki." What the hell? Are you trying to recruit me? Night god Ryosuke couldn't laugh or cry. I didn't expect this Otsutsuki Sichuan style to have such an idea. And what the hell is that this is my gift to you look on your face? Inexplicably, Night god Ryosuke thought of himself. It looks like he used to look the same to Wooden Golem, right? Night God Ryosuke then shook his head. No, no, no. How can this be exactly the same? To the two of you, wooden golem, that's a real gift, a gift. But this Otsutsuki Sichuan style, he just feels too good about himself. Shaking her head? Are you going to reject me? Otsutsuki frowned, seeming to find Ryosuke's rejection inconceivable. I'm sorry, I'm quite satisfied with my current surname, and I have no intention of changing it. Night God Ryosuke said with a cold face. This guy actually wants to recruit him. It's really beautiful. Don't you want to change your name? Otsutsuki Chuancher nodded and said, then you can continue to be called by your current name. No. Do you not understand human language, or is there something wrong with your brain? Am I not being straightforward enough? Yagami Ryosuke felt that there might be some problems with this Otsutsuki's communication skills. Is he? Didn't express clearly enough? I mean, I don't have any hobbies of being a lackey, you know? Yagami Ryosuke said. This time, Intong sure really well Zhao understood. After all, Night God Ryosuke has already said it so clearly. If you can't understand it, then there's really something wrong with your brain. Human, that's a pity. No one can refuse me Otsutsuki style. As soon as he finished speaking, the figure of Otsutsuki Chuancher in the distance instantly disappeared into a black portal. Huangquan Hirazaka, Night God Ryosuke, is all too familiar with this trick. At the same time, he also sensed a burst of space fluctuations coming from behind him. Die. The 5 fingers of the right hand of the Otsutsuki Sichuan style that came out of the black portal spread out, and strands of golden energy that was as sharp as knives burst out from the fingertips like 5 knives, piercing the back of Yagami Ryokai's head. Brush. The figure of Night God Ryosuke disappeared at the moment of the attack. Into a red portal, disappeared. Appeared again, already behind Otsutsuki Chuanshiki. His Koizumi Biozaka is faster than Otsutsuki Kawa style. Moreover, Otsutsuki Chuancher does not have such a keen sense of time and space as Yagami Ryosuke, so he was hit by a punch, and his body turned and flew out. Brush. The figure of Night God Ryosuke disappeared again. He didn't use Huangquan Hirasaka's move when he was fighting Otsutsuki Sakura just now, so Otsutsuki Chuancher didn't know that he would use this move. At this time, Otsutsuki Kawashiki, who was blown out, frowns and stops, turns around, and punches, blocking the second attack of Night God Ryosuke. I didn't expect you to be Huangquan Hirasaka, Otsutsuki said in the Sichuan style. I can do more. Night God Ryosuke smiled, and then disappeared again. In the sky, the 2 figures disappeared for a while and appeared for a while. It even disappeared for a while in the middle, went to nowhere, and then reappeared on this planet a few minutes later, but changed several positions back and forth from the snow mountain to the rainforest and from the rainforest to the desert. Because both of them have the ability of Gao Huang to produce spirit gods, neither of them used conventional techniques, but fought with physical techniques. The taijutsu of Otsutsuki Sichuan style is much stronger than the previous Otsutsuki Sakura style. Just relying on physical skills under normal conditions, his strength can reach the level of a late 6 paths class. Every punch and kick contains terrifying power, enough to destroy the world. Some attacks landed on this planet, leaving huge craters like meteorite impacts. Within a short period of time, there are a large number of densely packed giant pits on this planet, like the back of the moon. Haha, human beings, your physical skills are quite good, and it really made me feel a little bit of joy. But if that's all there is to it, then it's time for this battle to end. Otsutsuki hits a spinning throw that slams Night God Ryosuke into a mountain. With a loud bang, the entire mountain peak was smashed to pieces. But Yagami Ryosuke himself seemed to be fine, patted the dust on his body, and continued to rush up to fight with Otsutsuki. The power of contract. Boom! At this time, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from Otsutsuki Chuanshiki's body. On his face and arms, streaks of golden tattoo-like textures suddenly appeared. This is the power of the Otsutsuki clan bond. At this time, Otsutsuki only used 20% of his power, But even so, his all-round strength suddenly increased by more than 200%. A moment. Yagami Ryosuke found that the speed of Otsutsuki Chuancher had far surpassed himself. Before he even had time to react, several ribs in his chest were instantly broken by an elbow in the Otsutsuki Chuan style, and then his body flew out like a meteor. After flying thousands of meters away, it crashed heavily into a mountain peak and stopped. Ahem! Night God Ryosuke coughed and flew up from the ruins. The broken ribs healed in an instant, and although the injuries on his body didn't have any substantial impact on him, the pain just now was really painful. Is this the power of Chi? Night God Ryosuke squinted his eyes, and a blurry figure appeared in front of him instantly and punched him in the face. Boom! Night God Ryosuke crossed his arms to block the punch, but the terrifying force on the fist directly broke the bones of his arms. To know, with the current physique of the Night God Ryosuke, even if the Six Paths Immortal Techniques attack hit him directly, it would be just a little bit of skin trauma at most. In an attack that can break his bones, or even cause a comminuted fracture, one can imagine how amazing the damage is. Bang! The explosive power of the fist pierced through Ryosuke's body and instantly blasted tens of thousands of meters away, directly smashing the thick clouds in the sky. One time, the sky turned blue, but Yagami Ryosuke was suppressed by Otsutsuki Kawa style, who did not know hundreds of attacks in just 1 second. All the bones in his whole body were shattered, and even one arm exploded directly, turning into blood mist all over the sky. Yagami Ryosuke roared with terrifying arrogance all over his body and instantly sent Otsutsuki Kawa-style bombs flying in front of him. The golden arrogance of the body dissipated. Instead, a blue energy flame appeared and burned ragingly on his body surface. A pair of blue Tensigen also replaced the original Rinnegan. Tensigen Chakra mode on. Beat the state of the soul of a worker, Takumi. Destiny Child status, open. Night God Ryosuke, who opened 3 states in a row. At this time, the strength of the whole body soared by more than 20 times. Destiny's Child and Worker Soul. These 2 states can enhance Night God Ryosuke's strength in an all-round way. The combination of the 2 will definitely increase by 800%. And under Tensigen Chakra state, Night God Ryosuke's all-round strength will also increase by 300%. And this 300% improvement is not an entry. So, it is not an addition to the previous 800%, but a multiplication. Therefore, Ryosuke, who is in 3 consecutive states, is 24 times stronger than before. He was able to suppress him just now, and the speed was so fast that even Ryosuke could not effectively block the opponent's attack. The Otsutsuki Sichuan style was instantly suppressed by Ryosuke in turn, and it still suppressed him 6 to 7 times. Die! The blue energy rising from Ryosuke's body turned into a blue light and shadow, instantly blasting away Otsutsuki, who hadn't had time to react. In a second, Night God Ryosuke threw 7,986 punches and kicked 3,884 kicks. The whole body of Otsutsuki Sichuan style was beaten to pieces, the bones were all smashed, the flesh and blood were directly separated, and even the internal organs exploded and turned into blood mist. That is a Otsutsuki Sichuan style head. Under strict guard, it is still well preserved. And Yagami Ryosuke also took the opportunity to take away some of the biological tissue cells of Otsutsuki and put them into the system's biological pheromone warehouse for safekeeping. So, Night God Ryosuke already has 2 copies of 6 Paths grade biopheromone on hand. It can be transformed into 6 golden entries. Even 6 garbage golden entries can be decomposed to get 60,000 experience points. Not to mention, I also want to know that this can't be the 6 garbage gold entries. Don't say anything else. The bloodline power of these 2 Otsutsuki alone does not allow the entries transformed from them to be rubbish. After all, not everyone is a filial son of the ninja world. Boom! On the ground, An abyss winding for thousands of miles appeared, and the surrounding area was filled with red land for thousands of miles. Almost one-third of the entire planet was cleared by the power of the night god Ryosuke in a second. That's it. Still can't kill Otsutsuki Kawashiki yet. His body disappeared in an instant. Using the power of Huangquan Bilyang Saka, appear in an unknown space. Subsequently, his battered body began to recover, and within a third of a second, his body returned to its original normal state. At this time, the night god Ryosuke also chased after the space traces of Huangquan Hirasaka. Otsutsuki Chuanshi looked at it and roared angrily, bursting out with a stronger bond power. The previous 20% power burst is obviously not enough. So this time the Otsutsuki Sichuan style directly exploded with 80% of the power of the contract. The strength has reached 800% of the normal level. But even the Otsutsuki Sichuan style, which burst out with 80% of the power of the bond, still found that he could not beat the human with Tensigen on the opposite side after fighting. Damn it! How could Tensigen have such power? Otsutsuki Sichuan style does not believe in evil. It's not that he has never seen Tensigen. In the Otsutsuki family, there are not 17 or 8 Tensigens who have awakened, but there are still 12. Therefore, Otsutsuki knew exactly what Tensigen's power was like. Tensigen Chakra mode, it is impossible to have such a large increase in combat power. The human being in front of me is obviously abnormal. The increase in Tensigen Chakra mode is naturally not so strong. Night god Ryosuke used the power of the entry to make himself burst into such a powerful reality, Kfai, historically. But this is not his limit. Same. Immediately, Otsutsuki Kawashiki, there was no sign of reaching him. After discovering that 80% of the power of the bond is still unable to defeat this human being, Otsutsuki directly roared and inspired 95% of the power of the bond in the body. Before 90%, for every 10% increase in the power of deed, one's own strength will increase by 100% in all aspects. And after 90%, for every 1% increase in the strength of the contract, your own all-round strength will increase by 100%. And Otsutsuki has never inspired more than 91% of the power of the bond. Not only because he has never encountered an enemy enough to allow him to use this power, but also because Otsutsuki's physique cannot withstand such a huge increase in power. The growth of chi needs the support of one's own physique. In addition, the huge chakra in the body can also share part of the pressure. Before today, Otsutsuki didn't dare to use more than 91% of his power because it would kill him. And today, he swallowed a fruit of the divine tree, acquired 10,000 Kaga-level chakra. It directly doubles the chakra in the body, and this part of chakra is fed back to Otsutsuki's Sichuan-style physique, which has also improved his physique to a certain extent. Therefore, only then did he dare to use more than 91% of the power of deed. Rao is like this. After bursting out with 95% of the power of the contract, Otsutsuki's body still groaned in pain. It was as if his body was complaining, telling him not to torture his body like this. But Otsutsuki, who fell into a rage, couldn't care less. At this time, the Otsutsuki Sichuan style with 95% of the power of the bond activated, all-round strength has reached 1,400% of the normal. Although not as good as the Night God Ryosuke's 2,400%, but Otsutsuki's foundation is stronger than that of Night God Ryosuke, almost 3 times his. Therefore, after being strengthened by 1,400%, the power of Otsutsuki surpassed Ryosuke directly in one fell swoop. Take advantage again, but advantages belong to advantages. But it is only a few times stronger than Night God Ryosuke stayed at this time. To be honest, this strength is also limited. It can't reach the point of being crushed. At this time, the figures of the two collided again and again in this unknown space. Each burst of shock waves is enough to destroy everything within a radius of thousands of kilometers. Fortunately, this unknown space is large enough to support their short-term battle without collapsing. But this time is only a few minutes. A few minutes later, the entire unknown space began to collapse. And Yagami Ryosuke and Otsutsuki Chuanshi also left this unknown space in an instant as Huangquan Hirasaka and returned to the previous planet again. As soon as he appeared, Yagami Ryosuke used his Huangquan to beat Liang Saka faster than Otsutsuki Chuanshi directly appeared in front of him and gave him an elbow that contained billions of tons of power. Bang! Otsutsuki's Chuan-style body directly smashed through the earth from one end of the planet, instantly smashed through the earth of nearly 20,000 kilometers and flew out from the other end of the planet. Boom! The whole planet is roaring. Otsutsuki, who was almost flying out of the atmosphere, shook his head violently, then jerked the whip and pulled the leg to one side. Boom! Yagami Ryosuke failed to make a sneak attack and blocked Otsutsuki's Kawa-style blow with his arms crossed. Human, I want to eat you. Otsutsuki roared angrily. Having already activated 95% of the power of deed, he was unexpectedly attacked by this human being, almost blowing his head off. This makes Otsutsuki rage. This guy's really tough. Yagami Ryosuke looked at the furious Otsutsuki Chuanshi over there, then took a deep breath, and then opened the Rinnegan that was just closed again. Moment. A pupil power 20 times greater than before burst out from the eyes of Night God Ryosuke. At the same time, originally blue Tensigen Chakra mode. As the Rinnegan turns on again, it merges with the Tensigen to form a new pair of Sharingan. The blue energy instantly turned into a crimson blood flame. At the same time, the original 300% increase also instantly increased to 1,200% increase. Sharingan Chakra mode on. Night God Ryosuke has entered a new mode, and his all-round strength has quadrupled. The overall increase has reached 9,600%. The point of exaggeration. In contrast, Otsutsuki's Sichuan-style power, once again crushed by the Night God Ryosuke. Otsutsuki, who was originally a few times stronger than Yagami Ryosuke, was overtaken by Yagami Ryosuke at this time, and in turn was about 2.3 times stronger than him. What? This is impossible. Feel the terrifying power emanating from Ryosuke, the Night God, burning with blood all over his body. Otsutsuki Chuanshi, who was a few kilometers away in the sky, directly widened his eyes, his face full of shock. In Golem, her chest kept rising and falling, as if she couldn't help but move at any time. But it turns out, Sharingan Chakra mode is also red. Night God Ryosuke himself turned on this mode for the first time. While the powerful power fascinated him, he also found that the chakra energy of this Sharingan Chakra mode seems to be determined according to the color of the eyes. Front Tensigen is blue, so chakra is blue. Now Sharingan is red, so chakra is also red. But, not to mention it looks pretty good. Compared with the tranquility and peace of blue, red is a bit more wild, domineering, and cruel. Night God Ryosuke is quite satisfied with this look. It's just the upside-down hair, which can almost catch up with the Super Saiyan. Are you sure this isn't really a Super Saiyan transformation? Brush. The original figure disappeared instantly. This is not teleportation, but the speed of a Night God Ryosuke is too fast, giving people a feeling as if teleportation. How fast is Night God Ryosuke at this time? For ninjas in the ninja world, the speed of traveling basically has an average value for each level. Not counting some special cases, such as Jinin has the power of Jonin, and Jinin has the monster of Super Shadow power. A normal Jinin's running speed is basically around 40 meters per second. Certainly, this is extreme speed. It's the speed at which the body flicker technique is used. Long distances are impossible. If you travel a long distance, you may have to cut it in half. For Jonin, the top speed can reach about 300 meters per second. Individual elite Jonin can break the speed of sound. For example, Kakashi using Raikiri. For example, the elite jonin of Might Guy, a physique type. As for Kaga-level powerhouses, almost all of them can break through the speed of sound, unless they're not particularly good at speed, but this is rare, or the body is too old to run anymore. There are also a handful of this ninja world, such as Tsukiji Onoki. But the limit speed of Kaga-level powerhouses in the prime of life is basically around 3 times the speed of sound. There are also very fast ones. For example, 3rd Reikage, 4th Reikage, etc. The speed is extremely fast, which can exceed 10 times the speed of sound. In Konoha's White Fang, the speed is also very fast. And if it exceeds Kaga level, the speed increase is actually not much. Like 3rd generation and 4th Reikage, their speed is actually similar to Super Kaga level, and even faster than individual Super. But Chao Kaga level is far beyond them in other aspects, so they're Chaoing, they're the peak of Kaga level, or quasi-supering. Those who can really break through the limit of 10 times the speed of sound must be 6 paths level powerhouses. The most representative of these are members of the Otsutsuki clan, because most of them have the ability of research deeds. Those who use the power of bond, their physical skills are so strong that they explode, and their speed can exceed 10 times the speed of sound several times. The speed of the previous Otsutsuki Sichuan style once reached 50 times the speed of sound after the explosion, 17 kilometers per second. And after Ryosuke turns on the Rinna Sharingan Chakra mode at this moment, his speed is even faster than the explosive Otsutsuki. The terrifying speed of 110 times the speed of sound can move 37.4 kilometers per second. The key is his nerve reaction speed, which can fully support him to move flexibly at this speed. Even if he runs around 2 big trees a few meters apart, he can easily avoid them without bumping into the tree. At this time, in the eyes of Otsutsuki Chuanshiki, Yagami Ryosuke was more than twice as fast as himself. He barely raised his hand to block, but was shot by Night God Ryosuke, who directly punched through his chest, and the fist came out through his body, blowing his heart out. But this injury is nothing to Otsutsuki's physique. Otsutsuki Kawa style fought back. However, the Night God Ryosuke, who was covered in blood and flames, had been completely beaten. He hit Otsutsuki nearly 150,000 times in 1 second. Otsutsuki barely blocked less than 67% of the attacks, and all other attacks were hit, smashing his body to pieces. The cornered Otsutsuki tried to drive Ryosuke back with the golden disintegration ray shot from the 9-god Jade Rinnegan on his forehead. It's a pity that the Night God Ryosuke's speed is much faster than that of Ray. This ray is not the speed of light, but only 10 times the speed of sound. Yagami Ryosuke dodges with ease, then punches down Otsutsuki's next door. Ocean Hirazaka, Otsutsuki Kawa-style panicked. He tried to escape the pursuit of Night God Ryosuke with Huangquan Hirasaka. But Yagami Ryosuke directly grabbed his hair and dragged him out of the portal of Huangquan Hirasaka. Space coercion. Boom! The space in the surrounding large area seems to have turned into a muddy swamp. Otsutsuki Kawashiki also felt like he was imprisoned and could only watch helplessly as he was dragged out by Yagami Ryosuke and then punched his head off. Boom! The strength of the fist came out through the body, and the large piece of ground behind him was smashed into powder. The surface of the planet is directly missing a large piece, like an apple that has been bitten. Die! Night God Ryosuke stopped. The Otsutsuki Sichuan style, in which the head was blown off and the rest of the body was basically destroyed, should be dead. Even the immortal physique of the Otsutsuki clan cannot withstand this level of destruction. But next second, Night God Ryosuke saw a very far away, hundreds of kilometers away, a figure was opening a black portal, trying to escape. How did you get there? Night God Ryosuke looked puzzled. The small body remains of this Otsutsuki style are still around. How come a complete Otsutsuki style appeared 100 kilometers away? Could it be his Rinnegan abilities? Or the ability of his Jigyu Rinnegan? Otsutsuki's eyes are both Rinnegan, and a rare black Rinnegan. Night God Ryosuke has never seen a black Rinnegan, and Otsutsuki never used the ability of this pair of Rinnegans. That's the kind of decomposition Ray shot out by his golden 9-turn Jade Rinnegan. But the dignified 9-turn Jade Rinnegan obviously can't just have such an ability, right? Therefore, Night God Ryosuke speculates that this may be one of his 3 Rinnegan abilities: Resurrection or Die instead. Whichever it is, this Otsutsuki Sichuan style is truly intimidating. He actually planned to run away directly. A member of the majestic Otsutsuki family wants to escape during the battle. Are you not afraid of being laughed at by other Otsutsuki? Space coercion. Night God Ryosuke rushed over there instantly, and at the same time the pressure of space was released, covering a range of hundreds of kilometers. Otsutsuki Kawashiki was just about to enter the portal of Huangquan Hirazaka to escape, but found that the surrounding space was imprisoned again, and he couldn't move at all. Damn human! Otsutsuki roared angrily. He struggled hard. His body slowly moved little by little, although it was very slow, but he was indeed moving. The golden 9-go Jade Rinnegan on his forehead released a dazzling golden light, and his pupil power was constantly being consumed rapidly. Next second, Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. Night God Ryosuke directly cast several red, truth-seeking balls in the hands of Golden Wheel Reincarnated Burst from dozens of kilometers away, turning them into a lightsaber emitting dazzling red light. This Golden Wheel reincarnated and exploded, and it turned red. Night God Ryosuke was slightly surprised, and then he slashed down with his sword. Under normal conditions, the Golden Wheel reincarnated and exploded with 10 swords can move more than 20,000 kilometers away from the planet. And the red Golden Wheel in Sharingan Chakra mode reincarnates and explodes, and the distance of the red lightsaber is directly spread to more than 200,000 kilometers away. The distance is 10 times that of the Golden State. The power is more than 10 times that of the Golden State. With a single strike of the sword, it was as if the entire Milky Way was about to be split open by the Golden Wheel reincarnation explosion of Night God Ryosuke. In an instant, in less than 0.1 second, the red lightsaber struck Otsutsuki Chuanshiki dozens of kilometers away. The terrifying and destructive force directly smashed Otsutsuki Chuanshiki's body into powder. Then, the red lightsaber remained undiminished and directly split the planet under its feet, and even split 2 satellites that are several sizes smaller than the moon, which are more than 100,000 kilometers away from the planet. Boom! The planet explodes directly. In an instant, a strong light shrouded, and the entire planet was blown to pieces in an instant. Ryosuke, the night god, was covered in blood flames, quietly watching the exploding planet in the distance, and was amazed at the terrifying and destructive power of the red Golden Wheel's reincarnation and explosion for a while. Straight to starburst. Shouldn't he be dead this time? Yagami Ryosuke thought to himself. He watched Otsutsuki Chuanshir's body be smashed to pieces with his own eyes. As for flowers, the red Golden Wheel reincarnation explosion lightsaber is several meters thick. How big is Otsutsuki's body? So instead of being split by the lightsaber, it was directly smashed into powder. In this way, there should be no way to survive. Just when Yagami Ryosuke was full of confidence and felt that Otsutsuki Kawashiki was dead this time. Again, in a void 100 kilometers away from him, the Otsutsuki Sichuan style that had been blasted into powder appeared intact. No, are you infinitely resurrected? Even Ryosuke, the night god, was stunned. What kind of magical ability is this? Is there no limit to the number of resurrections? Seeing that Otsutsuki Chuanshir was about to open the black portal and run away again. How could Night God Ryosuke give him this chance? Space coercion. Golden Wheel reincarnation explosion. Come back with the same package. The Otsutsuki Sichuan style in the distance is not good. The golden 9-gauge jade on his forehead Rinnegan has regressed to the 6-gauge jade, and his resurrection ability will permanently lose the upper limit of pupil power. It can be said that it is consuming one's own strength for resurrection. The first resurrection was okay, barely able to maintain the state of Jigyu Rinnegan. But the second resurrection directly made Goyu lose 3. Man, my lord, Otsutsuki cursed in Sichuan style. But before he could finish his curse words, he was already smashed into powder by the red golden wheel reincarnation explosion. 0. Is it dead? Night God Ryosuke looked around. After a few seconds, really, he saw the Otsutsuki Sichuan style at a position 100 kilometers away from him. Each resurrection is at a distance of 100 kilometers from me. So the location of his resurrection is calculated according to my location. The farthest can't be more than 100 kilometers. Yagami Ryosuke guessed in his heart while giving Otsutsuki Kawa style again. Here comes a package of space coercion and red golden wheel reincarnation explosion. Then the Rinnegan on the forehead has regressed to the Otsutsuki Sichuan style in the state of 3-hook jade. And I watch my body once again being blasted into powder by the red golden wheel reincarnation explosion. Tired. Destroy it. Otsutsuki Chuanshi exudes an air of despair. Even for a few seconds, he was resurrected again. Nor did he continue to use the power of Huangquan Billying Sokka to open the portal and try to escape. Instead, he stood there blankly. The golden Rinnegan on his forehead also changed from the initial state of 9-hook jade to the ordinary golden Rinnegan that there is no Tomo now. State. And Otsutsuki's resurrection ability is given by the golden jade Rinnegan on his forehead. Goyu is gone. The resurrection ability is gone. That is to say, that time just now was already his last resurrection. Now if you die again, that is really dead. Impossible to revive again. However, facing the results of being resurrected again and being bombarded, people like Satsukiwa were immediately paralyzed. Even he completely gave up resistance, just floating in the void, dazed, waiting for the judgment of fate to come. And Night God Ryosuke did not live up to his expectations. In the second after Otsutsuki's Sichuan-style resurrection, the feeling of stagnant space came as expected. Otsutsuki Chuanshi didn't want to talk anymore. Who the hell knows why this human being's ability is so superior to him? I exploded the power of the bond and activated an unprecedented 95% of the power of the bond. As a result, this human came to an inexplicable Rinne Sharingan Chakra mode. What it is? Never heard of it. Rinnegan and Tensegan he knew. But what is the Rinne Sharingan? Does such a thing really exist? I, who was clearly seated, couldn't beat this human who had turned on the Rinne Sharingan Chakra mode. Exist. He can't even do such a shameless thing as running away. Resurrection again and again. Then he was bombarded again and again. He obviously had a chance to run away, but he was blocked at the door and wouldn't let him in. Simply inappropriate. Boom. The golden lightsaber cut down. Otsutsuki Sichuan style stared blankly at himself being smashed into powder. Then, Yagami Ryosuke waited for a few seconds, but did not see the resurrected Otsutsuki Kawashiki again. Should be really dead this time, he thought. But Yagami Ryosuke still waited in place for a few minutes. After confirming that he never saw the revived Otsutsuki Kawashiki again, he was sure that this guy was truly dead. Will not be revived again. This resurrection ability is really stupid. If I didn't have the ability to coerce space, if I happened to restrain Huang Quan Hirasaka's time and space ability, I would really be run away by him. Yagami Ryosuke said heartily. Immediately, his eyes were also looking at the direction where the original star exploded. Brush. Next second, Ryosuke, the night god who exited Rinne Sharingan Chakra mode, went straight through the red portal and appeared in front of a huge tree stump. This thing was very similar to the ghetto statue he had seen at the Akatsuki base. It's just that it's several times bigger than the ghetto statue in the Shao organization base, and there are some differences in shape. But the nature should be the same. They are all the remains of the sacred tree. That is the body of 10 tails. It's just that the 10 tails of the ninja world are still there, and the 10 tails of the ghetto statue in front of him have been completely turned into the fruit of the sacred tree and eaten by that guy Otsutsuki Chuanshu. What a waste. What kind of fruit does a dead person eat? Night God Ryosuke was a little envious. If this is for him to eat, the 10,000 Kaga level chakra on September 17th will be his. Pity. He is a little late. Let's seal this thing up. It might be useful in the future. Night God Ryosuke wanted to seal this ghetto statue in the scroll. It turned out that this guy was too big. It cannot be sealed at all. Even the sealing space in his palm is not so big. What should I do? Night God Ryosuke was speechless. You can't carry it away, can you? By the way, I wonder if ghetto statue is considered a living creature. Night God Ryosuke thought suddenly, and followed him to try to store it into the system's biological pheromone warehouse. It turned out to be a real success. Is this thing still alive? So, can I transform a sacred tree entry? No. The fruit of the divine tree has 10,000 Kaga-level chakra, and the 10 tails of the divine tree seeds can allow people to enter the 6 paths level. Is the entry of the god tree the same as the entry of the 6 paths level powerhouse? Can it open 3 golden entries? The more Ryosuke thinks about it, the more he thinks it is possible. After all, 10 tails Jinchuriki is 6 paths level strength, and the sacred tree itself grows from 10 tails as seeds. So, is the conclusion that the sacred tree equals 6 paths level can be established? Regardless of whether it is established or not, you will know if you try it anyway. Thinking, Yagami Ryosuke looked around and made sure there was nothing good, so he passed through a red portal in an instant. This appeared in the starry sky. Ninja World, Konoha. Yagami Ryosuke returned to the village and was about to transform the Otsutsuki Kawa-style entry when suddenly a pair of arms hugged him from behind. Good morning. Anko kissed him on the cheek, said with a smile. Why did you get up so early today? Night God Ryosuke looked at Anko. Usually she would sleep until the afternoon before getting up. I have something to do today, so I have to get up early. Anko said, although Anko belongs to the kind of ninja who is relatively idle in the village. But occasionally there are tasks to keep busy. For example, today she has a task to go out of the village to carry out because it will take about half a month to come back. Out of the village mission? Night God Ryosuke asked her. Anko nodded. Well, it will take about half a month to come back. Don't miss me too much during this half month. Be careful along the way. Yagami Ryosuke hugged her and said softly, if you encounter danger, remember to activate the kunai I gave you. Well, I remember. Anko nodded, resting his head on Night God Ryosuke's chest, listening to his strong heartbeat because his heart was full of security. Because Anko was going out of the village to perform a mission for half a month. Before she left, Night God Ryosuke also accompanied her for a while, and the two did not separate until the gathering time was approaching. After sending off Anko, Night God Ryosuke was still a little worried, so he separated with Clone and asked him to protect Anko's safety along the way. But unless it encountered that kind of fatal threat, otherwise with Clone didn't need to make a move. After all, Anko is also a ninja. If Night God Ryosuke protect her too well, Anko himself will feel a little uncomfortable. It should be all right, Yagami Ryosuke thought to himself. Immediately, he took out Otsutsuki's share of biopheromone from the system's biopheromone warehouse and followed the instructions to let the system transform it. Ding! Converted successfully. Congratulations to host for obtaining the talent entry. The glory of Otsutsuki Golden. Golden 9 Gold Jade Rinnegan Golden. The power of contract Golden. Unsurprisingly, a golden entry came out because of the biological information in the cylinder. And Night God Ryosuke found that this time the system was quite serious. The names of the 3 entries are relatively straightforward, and there are no entries that are used to play tricks. Certainly, this may also be because Otsutsuki Chuanshu is a character who has not appeared in the original work, so there is no stock to play. You can't do this with a system. You have to learn to make jokes yourself, understand? Yagami Ryosuke said with a smile. While opening the character panel, I found these 3 new golden entries. Look at the glory of this Otsutsuki first. Won't you give me 10 more Otsutsuki physiques? But I already have it. As Yagami Ryosuke said, click on the information of this entry. The glory of Otsutsuki. Gold as a member of the Otsutsuki clan, you will guard the glory of the Otsutsuki clan all your life. Any existence that dares to despise the Otsutsuki clan, you swear to eradicate them. Chakra plus 1000%. Immortal spell power plus 1000%. Pupil spell power plus 1000%. Pupil power plus 1000%. It doesn't even have any attached abilities. However, the 4 1000% bonus attributes are really awesome. And, except that the attribute of Chakra is slightly worse. The values of the other 3 attributes are extremely high, especially the power bonus of Pupil technique. This property is extremely rare. It is even rarer than the magic power and Pupil bonus. And this time, it's a 10-fold increase. Night God Ryosuke calculated. If this is the case, then wouldn't the power of his golden wheel reincarnation explosion be skyrocketing again? The red golden wheel reincarnation explosion is already invincible at the 6 paths level, and it belongs to the terrifying power of seeing gods and killing gods, seeing Buddhas and killing Buddhas, and other pupil techniques are also developing in this direction. Yagami Ryosuke thought to himself. In fact, the power of fairy art is not bad. With a 38 times bonus in the 6 paths class, except for a few existences, very few people can withstand such a lethal celestial technique. As for the ability similar to Gao Huangsheng Lingzuan, if a space is suppressed, you can't even move. How can you produce your own Linghuan? It's useless to produce Supreme. Can't use it at all. I can only resist. So, the ability of space coercion is really powerful. Suppress all dissatisfaction directly. The glory of Otsutsu this entry made Night God Ryosuke have more expectation for the 3 golden entries transformed from Otsutsuki Kawashiki. The first entry is already so powerful, so where will the remaining 2 garbage go? Actually, just looking at the name, you can tell that the remaining 2 entries must be very good. At least not trash. It's hard to say whether it can be as powerful as the entry, the glory of Otsutsuki. Golden 9 gold jade Rinnegan. Will you give me a pair of 9 gold jade Rinnegan directly? Or is it the same as before, allowing my Rinnegan to evolve to the 9 gold jade state? Night God Ryosuke looked at the second entry, guessing in his heart, and clicked on the information of the entry. Golden 9 gold jade Rinnegan. Golden, you have a golden 9 gold jade Rinnegan. Your pupil power is unparalleled. Even in the Otsutsuki clan, few people can match you. Pupil power plus 1000%. Pupil power plus 1000%. Pupil power recovery plus 1000%. Included with Goyu Rinnegan's Guide. Guide of Goyu Rinnegan. If you have a pair of Rinnegan, then your eyes will evolve to Goyu Rinnegan in a short time, but whether it can evolve to 9 Goyu Rinnegan is still unknown. It really is. Night God Ryosuke saw the last attached ability, and he guessed it, this Golden 9 Go Jade Rinnegan. Entry really comes with a passive ability that allows Rinnegan to continue to evolve. But, as mentioned above, whether it can evolve to Jaguyu Rinnegan is still unknown. But at least it is definitely possible to evolve to the state of Goyu Rinnegan. It may be the 3-curve jade, or it may be the 6-curve jade, or 1-hook jade, 2-hook jade. Night God Ryosuke was equipped with this entry immediately. He has already equipped the previous Otsutsuki's Glory entry. Enjoy the bonus of 2 brand new entries. After being equipped with the entry Golden 9 Go Jade Rinnegan, Night God Ryosuke found that his pair of red Rinnegans had already grown super slowly in pupil power, and now they increased rapidly again. And the rate keeps going up. Night God Ryosuke goes to the mirror and opens his own Rinnegan. After about a few minutes, a black hook jade appeared in each of the 2 red Rinnegans on his left and right, at the position of the innermost circle. It's a jade hook. Goyu Rinnegan, you really improved one by one. Night God Ryosuke is also the first time to meet Dan Goyu's Rinnegan. After evolving to Shangi Rinnegan, the growth of pupil power has not stagnated, but the upper limit speed has become flat. Watch for a while. Seeing that the second Goyu didn't seem to be conceived so quickly, Night God Ryosuke didn't pay attention to his pair of Rinnegans for the time being, except for the passive ability of Goyu Rinnegan's guidance. Golden 9 Goyu Rinnegan this entry. The other three attributes are also quite powerful. It's the power of the pupil and the power of the pupil technique. There is even a pupil power recovery speed. Sure enough, the name has the entry of Jiguyu Rinnegan. The attributes are all closely related to Rinnegan. None of the attributes are irrelevant. Thus, Night God Ryosuke's current total pupil bonus achievement has come to 40 times. The power bonus of the pupil technique has also reached 30 times. For point 3, if there is a level above the 6 paths level, Night God Ryosuke guesses, has his current combat power reached the standard of the level above the 6 paths level? However, because there is no target to refer to, Ryosuke, the Night God, cannot be confirmed for a while. In short, compared with the peak 6 paths level, Night God Ryosuke's combat power has exceeded a lot. He is now killing a 6 paths level peak, as easy as killing a chicken. A golden wheel reincarnated and exploded. I will give you a second directly, unless the opponent has the ability to be resurrected again and again like Otsutsuki Chuanshu. Speak up. Night God Ryosuke is quite envious of Otsutsuki Kawashiki's resurrection ability. Pity. The entry of Golden 9, Go Jade Rinnegan, did not have this ability. Before that, he was still thinking, would this entry just come with this resurrection ability? It now appears to be disillusioned. But it's okay without the resurrection ability, as long as the Night God Ryosuke is strong enough, so strong that no one can kill him. What difference does it make if it can be revived or not? And what is the use of resurrection like Otsutsuki, resurrected again and again, and then bombed and killed by him again and again? The result will only be more despair and pain. I believe that when Otsutsuki Kawashiki finally died, he must have felt a sense of relief in his heart, right? Thinking about it now, Otsutsuki seems to have given up and ran away in the end. This is a confession. The last one, the power of the bond, no accident, is an entry related to the ability of the bond of the Otsutsuki family. As a representative of the beginning of the tattoo era, Chi is stronger than Rinnegan to a certain extent, but if I can choose, of course I want them all. Night God Ryosuke will not choose between tattoos and colored contact lenses. He wants colored contact lenses and tattoos too. And now he has several colored contact lenses. But with tattoos, not yet, but it's coming soon. Speaking of which, does Sage Mode's eyeshadow count as a type of tattoo? Night God Ryosuke thought wildly in his mind and clicked on the information of the entry, Power of Deed. The power of bond, golden the power of the bond of the Otsutsuki family, strengthens your strength in all directions. With the power of bond, your future has unlimited possibilities. On the road to becoming a strong person, you have already embarked on the journey, a high-speed passage. Physical fitness plus 2,000%. The power of the contract plus 1,000%. Comes with a contract. Chi allows you to gain the power of Chi, but please note that the higher the degree of activation, the stronger the load on the body. Before you have a strong enough body, please go. It really is Chi's power. A smile flashed in Yagami Ryosuke's eyes. Now, he has tattoos and colored contact lenses. Gathered the two most powerful forces in the ninja world. If he is not invincible, who is invincible? Low profile. Night God Ryosuke felt himself inflated and dared to call himself invincible. But in this small pond in the ninja world, if he says he is invincible, no one should dare to object, right? So, keep a low profile. What happened to lousy being inflated? Power of Deed. This entry does not have many attributes. There are only 3 in total. but the effect is very powerful. The 2000% physical fitness bonus has brought the Night God Ryosuke's physique to a new level. And if you want to activate the power of the bond to the greatest extent, what you need is a strong physique as a support. 25. Certainly, the huge chakra can also take some of the pressure off. But the main thing is to be physically strong. His physique is not strong, and he simply cannot withstand the output of high-power deed power. And the physique of Ryosuke, the Night God, is already unrivaled. The Otsutsuki Sichuan style I met before is physically stronger than him. But now, the Night God Ryosuke, who has become stronger again, thinks that he will not lose to Otsutsuki Takashi in terms of physique. And Otsutsuki can unseal 95% of the power of bond. Strength can skyrocket by 14 times. And what about Night God Ryosuke? Of course, it is impossible for him to unlock 95% of the power of deed. Why? Of course, it's because his bond power is much stronger than Otsutsuki's. 1000% bond power bonus, so that the Night God Ryosuke's bond power is 10 times that of Otsutsuki Chuanshu. Otsutsuki can unblock 95%, but Yagami Ryosuke can only unblock up to 14%. But the strength bonus obtained is the same. Both are 14 times. Because of Ryosuke's bond power, before 90%, every 1% represents a 100% strength bonus. And after 90%, every 1% represents a 1000% strength bonus. To say it's not great, in an unknown space, a red portal suddenly appeared, following the figure of the Night God Ryosuke. He stepped through the portal and appeared in this ice and snow space. It's kind of like the ice and snow space of Otsutsuki Kagaya. Night God Ryosuke looked around, then flew up to 1,000 meters high. The power of contract, 14% unblocked. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted from the body of Night God Ryosuke. In an instant, a circle of shock waves visible to the naked eye swept away, and even the ice layer on the ground 1,000 meters below was shattered. And at this time, Night God Ryosuke also has a black tattoo pattern on his body. On the forehead, the black tattoo is like a line drawn with a stroke of a pen. In addition to the black tattoo lines on both sides of the cheek, the originally sunny and handsome Night God Ryosuke looks a little more evil and weird. So strong, but it's not enough. As Yagami Ryosuke said, his figure disappeared instantly. Next second, boom, it was a loud bang. A 1,000-meter iceberg a few kilometers away was smashed to pieces by the Night God Ryosuke. He swung his fist high in the air, and the explosive force of his fist reached the ground 1,000 meters below. With a burst of shaking, the whole ground was blasted by him into a bottomless gap. What about Rinne Sharingan Chakra mode? Night God Ryosuke activates the single hook Rinnegan and Tensegan at the same time, and his eyes become the Rinne Sharingan with the triple hook state. Just when he was about to activate the Rinne Sharingan Chakra mode, he suddenly felt a tearing pain from his body. This made him stop for an instant. Can't you? The limit has been reached. Night God Ryosuke frowned, and found that when he unsealed 14% of the power of bond, if he forcibly turned on the Rinne Sharingan Chakra mode, his body would be torn apart instantly. After all, the unsealed 14% of the power of deed has strengthened his all-round strength by 14 times. And then turn on the Rinne Sharingan Chakra mode, and it will be strengthened by 12 times. Although this is an additive superposition, it has reached 26 times. It has far exceeded the limit that Ryosuke's current physique can bear. As for saying, 800% all-round reinforcement of superimposed entries, that is the power of the entry, which can ignore the limitations of the body. It is something beyond the standard and not understandable within common sense. Therefore, before the Night God Ryosuke can get 96 times the strength bonus, and there will be no situation where the body cannot bear it. But the power of bond is different from Rinne Sharingan Chakra mode. They do not have the miraculous power of entries. Therefore, Night God Ryosuke needs to reach a certain level of physique in order to withstand such a powerful bonus. Since it doesn't work, forget it. Night God Ryosuke did not force it after closing the two pupils. He turned his head and activated the strength bonus of the two entries. With an 800% strength bonus, the original 14 times bonus instantly increased to 112 times. And Yishin Ryosuke didn't feel any discomfort in his body. The system's talent entry is still strong. Yishin Ryosuke sighed in his heart, and then his figure disappeared in the sky in an instant, and then he saw countless icebergs and land in the entire ice and snow space, either turning into pieces or collapsing into tankings. Just a few seconds, everything within a radius of hundreds of kilometers was destroyed by the Night God Ryosuke. He just stopped. The ultimate strength has been improved again, but the strongest is the Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion in Rinna Sharingan Chakra mode. Certainly, if his physique can continue to strengthen, then in the future he will be able to activate the two powers of Pack Power and Rinna Sharingan Chakra mode at the same time, plus the bonus of the entry. That is his most powerful state. Pity. Now the Night God Ryosuke can't do it for the time being. Return to Konoha from the ice and snow space. Yagami Ryosuke felt light all over. The pressure from the Otsutsuki clan in the past seemed to disappear in an instant. The previous Otsutsuki Kagaya is stronger than Otsutsuki Kagaya, and it should be the strongest one among the Otsutsuki who have played. Even the Otsutsuki style, the Otsutsuki who has been looking for the perfect container for chi, is far less powerful than the Otsutsuki Sichuan style. It can be seen from this. Otsutsuki Sichuan style strength. Even if it is placed on the planet Otsutsuki, it should be regarded as a member of the small group of people at the top of the pyramid. And Yagami Ryosuke can instantly Otsutsuki Kawa style. Does that mean he has reached the top of the pyramid on the planet Otsutsuki? Even if someone has the same strength as him. But at most it's a tie, right? And Night God Ryosuke hasn't grown to the limit yet. He is still far from his limit. As long as the entries can continue to be transformed, his limit will never be reached. On the contrary, the Otsutsuki clan on the Otsutsuki planet will instead become the help for the Night God Ryosuke to reach a higher peak. After all, those Otsutsuki are all 6 paths level strengths. Picking out anyone at random can make Night God Ryosuke transform into 3 golden entries. And they're either Rinnegan or Pact. Every time one is transformed, the strength of Night God Ryosuke can be greatly improved again. Just don't know. How many members of the Otsutsuki family are there on the planet Otsutsuki? It would be great if there were a lot of people. But considering that Otsutsuki has always regarded itself as a clan, then the number of people should not be particularly large. If there are several tens of thousands, it will probably be as good as the sky. And are all Otsutsuki of the 6 paths class? This is really hard to say. Could it be that the newly born Otsutsuki is also a 6 paths class? It is impossible to think and know. The strength of Sage of 6 paths and his younger brother Otsutsuki Himura was not at the 6 paths level at birth. It is also through acquired growth. It has only grown to the height of the 6 paths level step by step. If you're born at the 6 paths level, then in the Otsutsuki clan, there are probably many strong people above the 6 paths level. Vortex Country, the ruins of the original Yuzushio village. In a noodle hall that had been abandoned for an unknown amount of time. After searching for a while, Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto finally found the Shinigami mask recorded in the data. Congratulations, Lord Orochimaru. Yakushi Kabuto saw the mask Orochimaru was holding and felt the eerie aura coming from it, so he congratulated him quickly. It's just that the mask has been found, Orochimaru said with a sinister smile. It is true to say so, but Orochimaru is actually quite happy in his heart. After all, I have found all the masks. Is it still far from unblocking the ban on ghouls? With his mind, just give him a little time. He is guaranteed to find the part of his soul that is missing. Let's go back. Orochimaru said to Yakushi 097. Immediately, the The two also left the Namian Hall. A few minutes later, a black and white figure emerged from the ground. It is the culmination of the Shao organization. Did Orochimaru find the Shinigami mask? I hope he can work harder and wait for his hands to recover. After that, I will research a stronger reanimation jutsu as soon as possible, and it will help me when the time comes. Ju Exian thought about it, then burrowed into the ground again and disappeared, from beginning to end. Neither Orochimaru nor Yakushi Kabuto discovered the existence of Z. In the entire ninja world, I am afraid that Ryosuke, the night god with amazing perception, could detect the existence of Ju. Konoha, village entrance. Yuzuki Shien looked at the three students in front of her and then handed a proof of leaving the village to Gang Zidi and Shun Yin Chuiware at the door. Yuzuki Jonin has also started bringing in newcomers. The two looked at the four figures that were drifting away and said with emotion, as Konoha's 10,000 years gatekeepers, the two of them are almost familiar with the many ninjas in the village. There are very few Konoha shinobi people they don't know. Unless it is some ninjas from the roots before, then they may have never seen it before and cannot name it. The other side, when Yuzuki Shien took Xianglin and the three of them out of the village to perform their first mission, a wood clone of Ryosuke, the night god, also chose to follow at the temple. The purpose is also to ensure the safety of Shien and Xianglin. As for little Sakura and Sai, night god Ryosuke is not too concerned. In training ground number 1, night god Ryosuke's body is exercising in the old place. He was carrying a huge iron ball, his whole body was wrapped in thunder, and he was doing squats. 10,000 squats over. Yagami Ryosuke continues training with 10,000 push-ups. Not far, Hanabi, who skipped class again, was also practicing gentle fist under a tree not far away. When I was tired for practice, I stopped to look at night god Ryosuke. There was a look of admiration in a pair of beautiful white eyes. Brother-in-law is amazing. I will definitely be as powerful as my brother-in-law in the future. Become a powerful ninja that everyone admires. In the young Hanabi's heart, he already worshipped Yagami Ryo as his idol. Even the status of night god Ryosuke in her heart has surpassed that of Hyuga Hayashi, who is a father. I don't know if Hyuga Hayashi knew. Would he feel sad that his second little padded jacket also started to leak air? The end of the day's workout. Silently feeling that his body seemed to have become stronger again, Yagami Ryosuke also smiled knowingly. Although the physical fitness is not improved by exercising every day, it has accumulated to an extremely considerable level. And this is the basic physical fitness of night god Ryosuke. Only when the foundation is raised can you get greater changes with the addition of entries. Just don't know where your physical limit is? But in terms of the current life level of night god Ryosuke, the upper limit of physique has far exceeded that of humans in the ninja world. After all, just like the Otsutsuki family, normal physique alone can reach the level of formidable Six Paths Fairy Art. So the night god Ryosuke, who also has the physique of the Otsutsuki family, will also be able to reach this height in the future. However, the training time for Yagami Ryosuke is too short after all. Compared with those members of the Otsutsuki clan who have lived for thousands of years without moving, Ryosuke, the night god who has lived for only 13 years, can be regarded as a baby. So even if Ryosuke's daily exercise intensity is so great, it still takes a long time to reach that height. Don't worry, my current strength is already very strong. Even if it takes 2 or 3 years, or even longer to improve my physique, it doesn't matter. Night god Ryosuke himself is not in a hurry. After all, his current strength is enough for him to protect what he wants to protect. Even if a powerful member of the Otsutsuki clan came to the ninja world, he would have the ability to kill them. Make sure the ninja world is not destroyed by these aliens. Next day, night god Ryosuke wakes up from a deep sleep. He glanced at Shien lying in his arms, sleeping like a kitten, and there was a gentle smile on his face. Shien came back yesterday evening. This time, the first mission their new 7th squad took over was just an ordinary sea-level bandit suppression mission. It is not far from the village, so you can go back to time directly on the same day. When I came back, I happened to meet Ryosuke, who came back from the exercise, so the two made an appointment to have dinner together and then soaked in a hot spring together. I don't know if it's because the water temperature of the hot spring is too high and Shien's head is a little dizzy after soaking in it. In a daze, he gave his most important thing to night god Ryosuke. Although the two of them took a bath together like this, it was not once or twice. But for the last step, Shien has been hesitating. The reason for her hesitation is also very simple. That is, there are too many women around Yishan Ryosuke. She doesn't know if she can accept all of this, even if she can accept it now. What about later? So Shien has been hesitating all the time, even though she has already tended to accept it in her heart. Otherwise, she would not take a bath with night god Ryosuke. She is not a casual woman. It is impossible to soak in a hot spring pool with a man she doesn't like. As for last night, I don't know if Shien really figured it out, or it was a half push and half satisfaction without rejection. The deal is done. Even if Shien regrets it now, it is impossible for night god Ryosuke to let her leave him. Lie quietly on the bed for a while. Yagami Ryosuke looked at Shien, who was sleeping soundly, while recalling the past 2 years in his mind. It feels like it happened yesterday. As if he closed his eyes and opened them again, he would return to the classroom of that ninja school, and then Irika was still standing on the podium explaining the theoretical knowledge that was so confusing. How time flies. Yagami Ryosuke gently stroked Shien's purple hair, feeling a lot of emotion in his heart. Unknowingly, he has grown from a crane tail who is not even a genin to an invincible ninja powerhouse. Even in the face of aliens like the Otsutsuki family, they can easily kill the existence. All of these, all thanks to his tireless efforts. It is because of his hard work for 10 years that he can achieve today's achievements. Certainly, Night God Ryosuke does not deny that the existence of the system played a certain auxiliary role in this process. But the assistance of the system is only a part of it. The most important, or Night God Ryosuke's own efforts. If he was a salted fish, it would be impossible to have the experience he has now. To top it off, it's just an ordinary Kaga level. It may still be on the way to pursue the Super Shadow. Unlike now, they are already 6 paths, level invincible. So, all this shows the importance of hard work. Pay to gain. Zungjin sweat can be exchanged for today's success and fame. Yagami Ryosuke thought with emotion in his heart. After a while, in the bathroom, Yagami Ryosuke finished washing and then went to the kitchen to pour a glass of water. By the way, it's time to convert the Otsutsuki Sakura-style entry today. Yagami Ryosuke put down the empty water glass and then took out Otsutsuki Sakura-style biopheromone from the biopheromone warehouse of the system. System transform. Ding! Transformation succeeded. Congratulations to host for obtaining the talent entry. Otsutsuki Branch House Gold. Master Chuancher's Loyal Dog Leg Gold. Martyr Gold. System. I just praised you a few words yesterday, but today you are not serious again. Look at the 3 golden entries transformed this time. Except for the first entry, the other 2 seem to be a bit unserious. Especially the second entry. What is a loyal dog leg? If Otsutsuki Kawashiki was not dead, to be honest, Night God Ryosuke would be a little embarrassed to equip this kind of entry. Fortunately, no one knows either. Immediately, Night God Ryosuke opened the character panel, found these 3 new entries, and clicked on the first and only one that looked more serious. Otsutsuki Branch House. Gold, you are a member of the branch house of the Otsutsuki family. From the moment you were born, you have taken the initiative to dedicate everything to the people of the branch house. Chakra plus 1,000%. Physical fitness plus 1,000%. Attached. Otsutsuki Physical Fitness. This Otsutsuki Branch House entry is a relatively standard golden entry. Not a lot of added value, but not bad either. Both properties are useful. In particular, the attribute that increases physical fitness is exactly what Night God Ryosuke needs at the moment. It's the Otsutsuki Constitution that comes with it, which Yagami Ryosuke already has. and two identical physiques didn't seem to cause any special changes. Even after equipping this item, Night God Ryosuke didn't feel any difference. That is, chakra has increased and physical fitness has become stronger. But that's all. Not bad, at least it works. After seeing the 3 entries transform from Otsutsuki Chuancher yesterday, Yagami Ryosuke found that his vision has become higher. Such a good golden entry, but now he can only get an evaluation of at least usable. This is probably the easy way to go from frugality to extravagance, and the difficulty from extravagance to frugality. Immediately, Night God Ryosuke clicked on that very indecent entry again. Master Chuancher's Loyal Dog Leg Golden. This entry is not serious at first glance. Maybe it refers to some weird attributes. Night God Ryosuke was also mentally prepared, and the group clicked on its information. Master Chuancher's Loyal Dog Leg. Gold your Otsutsuki Sichuan Style's Loyal Dog Leg. Everything is based on Otsutsuki Sichuan Style's orders, and you're even willing to dedicate your life for it. Chakra plus 1,000%. Physical fitness plus 1,000%. Attached. Damage transfer. Damage transfer. You can actively build a link with any target, and all the damage suffered by the connected person will be transferred to you. Night God Ryosuke looked at the attributes of this entry speechlessly. Can't say it's a bad entry. It can only be said, there's a feeling of licking a dog everywhere. Adding chakra is to better fight for the master and resist the enemy from hurting the master. Strengthening the physical fitness is to be able to resist the injury of the master and to share the experience of death due to the birth of the son. Not to mention the ability attached to the last one. Already licked ultimate. How can you transfer all the harm suffered by another person to yourself? See clearly, this is all damage. That is to say, unless you are dead, it is impossible for the person you connected with damage transfer to die or even be injured. This is too much. It really is a dog leg. Night God Ryosuke shook his head dumbfounded. In fact, apart from these obvious connotations of dog-licking attributes, the ability of this entry is still good. The numerical attributes are exactly the same as the previous entry. I don't know if the entries of the members of Otsutsuki Branch House are all of this virtue. Yesterday's Otsutsuki Chuan style entry, at worst, has a total bonus of 3,000%, and there is even a total bonus of 4,000%, but that entry has no attached ability. Today, the 2 entries in the Otsutsuki Sakura style all have a total bonus of 2,000%. It is 1,000% less than Otsutsuki Sichuan style. I wonder if this is the difference between Zongjia and Branch House. However, in fact, this damage transfer is not completely useless. At critical moments, it can actually have a good effect. Night God Ryosuke rubbed his chin and thought, if the relatives around him are in danger in the future and he has no time to help, then he can use this ability. Damage transfer. The biggest advantage of this ability is that it can ignore the distance and connect directly in seconds. Even if there are thousands of mountains and rivers between the two, the connection can be completed in an instant. Anyway, Night God Ryosuke's physique is strong enough. Attacks that can hurt or even kill those around him are just scratches for him. Words in this case. This ability can be called a divine skill. So, although the name of this entry does not look very good, the attributes are actually good. Not much worse than the previous entry. It's not bad, it's worth using. Night God Ryosuke commented, and then equipped it. Thus, Night God Ryosuke's total chakra bonus has reached an astonishing 104 times, even if he has never swallowed the fruit of the divine tree. But the chakra of Ryosuke, the night god, is also close to the existence of those who have swallowed the fruit of the god. To know, the chakra in his body is far from growing to its limit. For the immortal night god Ryosuke, as he grows older, his body, the chakra within will only increase. Now that he's 13, the base chakra has grown so huge. If you wait until he is 23 years old, the basic chakra can even reach more than 5 times as much as it is now. That time, counting the addition of the entries, The total amount of chakra of Night God Ryosuke will be more than the deposit, with money, of swallowing a fruit of the sacred tree. Certainly, if it is the kind of strong man who has swallowed more than one fruit of the sacred tree, then it is another matter. Chakra, the more the better. Yagami Ryosuke said something heartily, and then clicked on the last entry in the style of Otsutsuki Sakura. Martyrs. The name of this entry gives people a tragic feeling. Kind of bleak. All in all, not so good. Martyr. Golden from the moment you were born, you were destined to sacrifice yourself for the members of the clan. So your final outcome will only be like this. You are a martyr. On the road of carrying out your mission, you will never look back. Chakra plus 1,000%. Physical fitness plus 1,000%. Attached. Do it again. One more time. Some people always deserve another chance. As a martyr, you have the chance to be resurrected after death. But remember, you have one and only one. Such an opportunity. F***K. Yagami Ryosuke looked at this entry in surprise. The first two properties are normal. Just like the previous two entries, there is no difference at all. But in the end, this attached ability is a bit powerful. Do it again. This turned out to be a resurrection ability. Although it can only be resurrected once, unlike the previous Otsutsuki Sichuan style, it can be resurrected several times. But even if it's just a chance to resurrect, it's already very exciting. This is resurrection. I just gave you a life. Can it be great? Yishan Ryosuke also did not expect that the three golden entries in the style of Otsutsuki Sakura would give himself such a king bomb at the end. He had lost all hope. Thinking of the entry of Otsutsuki Sakura style, a member of the Otsutsuki branch house. That's it. Not bad, just average. It turned out that he was actually hiding a hand. Have to say, this is well hidden. Yagami Ryosuke, just love it. He can't wait to come again 10 times or 8 times, no matter how many times he will not dislike it. The entries transformed by the Otsutsuki clan are all rubbish, as expected of the ceiling of the Hokage world. Amazing! Night God Ryosuke secretly gave the Otsutsuki family a thumbs up. This situation almost means that the entries he transformed from other members of the branch house of the Otsutsuki family in the future should not be worse than the 3 entries transformed from Otsutsuki Sakura. Maybe it's the same, but the second entry is definitely different. After all, only Otsutsuki Sakura style is the most loyal dog leg of Otsutsuki Sichuan style. TSK. 3 entries increased physical fitness by 3,000%. Okay, it's okay to add another 17 or 8 entries like this. Yishan Ryosuke feels the physical improvement, and he is also happy in his heart. The power of the entry will never let him down. Certainly, entries are only auxiliary. Yishan Ryosuke always firmly believes that he can achieve what he is today because of his hard work, sweat, and blood. The entry of the system only played a little auxiliary role. After converting the 3 entries in the Otsutsuki Sakura style, Yagami Ryosuke also came out of the bathroom. As soon as he returned to the bedroom, he saw Shiyin, who was changing clothes. "Why did you wake up so early?" Yagami Ryosuke hugged her from behind and asked gently. "I'm used to it. I used to get up early, but today I got up very late." Shiyin gently grasped Yagami Ryosuke's hands and replied softly, "Any missions today?" Night God Ryosuke asked her. Shiyin shook her head upon hearing this. Yesterday, the team just completed a sea-level mission. You also know that the new 7th squad has just been established. Now 213 is in the running-in period. They need to give them some time to adapt to each other's status as companions. So today I gave them a day off so that they can accumulate some experience in yesterday's mission, so that they can better cooperate with each other in the next mission. Although it is the first time for Shiyin to lead the Jonin team, it can be seen that she has done a lot of homework in advance. But speaking of, when she was in Umbu, she was also the temporary captain of Class 7 in Umbu. In terms of leading the team, he is actually quite experienced. Certainly, in the past, the team members under her were all at least above Chun in strength, but now the 7th class, even if it is considered serious strength, can only be regarded as 2.5 chunin at most. Yes, little Sakura can only be counted as half. This is because she has made a lot of progress in medical ninjutsu recently. Otherwise, not even half of it. As for Xianglin and Sai, they both indeed have the strength of chunin level. Sasuke's pseudo-beast super drawing ability, as well as Kagami's mind eye of Kagami, and some ninjutsu taught to her by Yagami Kyoko. Let both of them have the combat effectiveness of chunin level. It is lack of experience, especially Xianglin. Before that, Sai was at the root anyway. He had done some missions, seen blood, and killed many people with his own hands. As for Xianglin's words, except for the last time when Yagami Ryosuke took her to destroy Kusanagi village, she hadn't had much serious fights at all, let alone murder. There is no experience in this area. Therefore, needs a good workout. Certainly, if Xianglin herself does not want to follow the path of Jonin, Yagami Ryosuke will actually support her decision. But Xianglin doesn't want to be a vase next to Yagami Ryosuke. She also thought she could be of help now and then. That's why I feel that I will continue to walk on the path of Jonin. If this is the case, then Yagami Ryosuke will support her. And correspondingly, some exercise is naturally inevitable. Since you are resting, let me arrange a time today, Yagami Ryosuke said. CG Suje. Shi-In responded softly, leaning against Yi-Shun Ryosuke's arms, not regretting her decision last night. On the contrary, after making this decision, she felt a lot more relaxed. Perhaps she has already thought about it, but she has not taken the last step. For breakfast, Yagami Ryosuke and Shi-In made some at home. Although Shi-In's cooking skills are not as exquisite as Hong's, some simple foods cannot be easily prepared. But Night God Ryosuke can't do it. He is a culinary idiot, so he can only do some things like serving a bowl or cutting a vegetable. Phew, he could still do this. To be honest, Night God Ryosuke sometimes can't understand why he is a cooking idiot. Obviously, he has followed the instructions taught by those culinary masters. The operations are exactly the same, but the food he makes is full of color and fragrance. But he has the same color and fragrance. No. After a hearty breakfast, Yagami Ryosuke took Shi-In's hand and went out. They have all day today, and Yagami Ryosuke also decided to take a day off today and stop exercising. After all, people can't always just know about cultivation. What is the purpose of cultivation? Isn't it just enjoying life? Since you can already enjoy life, why do you continue to practice and practice? What Ryosuke has always believed in is to enjoy when you should enjoy, and work hard when you should work hard. And today, time to enjoy. Therefore, throughout the whole day, Yagami Ryosuke was with Shi-In, and the two went to many places. Yagami Ryosuke has Huangquan Hirasaka in his body, and it is just a matter of thought to go anywhere. So the two went to many picturesque places. Upside-down waterfalls, cute animals, alien sunrises, and gorgeous aurora, and so on, all of which were read in one day. On this day, the two of them can be said to have had a very fulfilling life. By the time they returned to Konoha, it was already sky over the land of fire. Next day, after a day of dating yesterday, Shi-In became even more attached to Yagami Ryosuke. Even when he was sleeping, he clung to him like an octopus, as if he was afraid that he would disappear from his side. It was more than 8 o'clock in the morning. In the dining room, the two had a simple breakfast. Shi-In, I give you this sword. I imprinted the power of shadows on it. You can use it to control these shadows to attack. After Yagami Ryosuke finished his breakfast, he took out a ninja sword and handed it to Shi-In. The power of the shadow-devouring sword, Night God Ryosuke, is not very useful now. 6 paths level powerhouses cannot be killed by simple sword skills. Although Night God Ryosuke can think of ways to create more powerful swordsmanship, but it is not necessary, not to mention troublesome, time-consuming, and not necessarily successful. After all, 4 6 paths level powerhouses with extremely strong vitality. You can't kill them no matter if you cut off their head with one sword or pierce their heart with one sword. Therefore, The ability of a shadow-devouring sword is somewhat useless for Night God Ryosuke. As for the shadows that once devoured, to be honest, they are too weak for the current Night God Ryosuke. So Yagami Ryosuke gave this ninja sword with the ability of the shadow-devouring sword to Shien, although Shien does not have the attribute of the entry and cannot multiply the strength of the shadow. But, holding this shadow-devouring sword, she can also control those shadows and use them to kill enemies. And the shadow-devouring sword has devoured as many as thousands of shadows. Many of them have close to Kage-level strength. These shadows are useless to Night God Ryosuke, but to Shien, they are enough to make her strength skyrocket, reaching the invincible strength below Kage level. Come on, let me teach you how to use it. Night God Ryosuke taught Shien how to control those shadows. Shien learned quickly, immediately mastered the essentials, and she likes this gift from Night God Ryosuke very much. Standing on tiptoe, Shien kissed Yagami Ryosuke on the cheek. "Thank you, dear." Yagami Ryosuke smiled. Afterwards, the two parted ways at the door, and Shien was going to lead the 7th team to carry out the second mission. With the strength of the 7th class, for the second mission, you can choose a relatively simple B-level mission. After all, there are two in the team who are both of Chunin strength. As for Shien, the leader Jonin, not only has the strength of Jonin herself, but now holding the shadow-devouring sword, she is invincible below the Kage level, and she is not afraid of being suppressed by the number of enemies. Comparing the number, is it possible that there are so many shadows of her on the opposite side? Therefore, take a B-level mission. There is no problem at all. Konoha village mouth. Shien took the 3 students from Class 7 out of the village to perform tasks. Almost as soon as their 7th class left, the 8th class, led by Shihihong, also left the village with the certificate of leaving the village. Now Ryosuke and his class of Genin have grown up. When they just graduated last year, they could only perform some D-level missions in the village. But now, those of them who have gone through the Chunin exam have more or less improved their strength. The previous adaptation phase can be skipped. Enter the official ninja career directly. And for real ninjas, D-level tasks? That's for newbies. Even for Genin, performing C-level tasks is the minimum standard. After all, there is no ninja involved in the C-level mission itself, and the enemies are just stronger ordinary people. For ninjas, killing them is nothing more than chopping melons and vegetables. Noon, in a small town in the Land of Fire. The 7th squad, led by Yuzuki Shien, arrived here. The mission they accepted this time was to assassinate a spy sent by the Land of Earth to the Land of Fire. The other party was apparently a businessman who was quite famous in this small town. There's a quite large courtyard where some seemingly ordinary people are kept, but they are actually ninja guards. There are about a dozen genin guards in the entire courtyard, as well as some servants and the like. At the same time, the man himself. It also has the strength of Chunin. For Xianglin and the others, it can be said that they are quite difficult to deal with. At this time, in the shadows around the yard, scatter. Following Xian's order, the 3 of Xianglin and the others dispersed in an instant, using their respective positions as starting points, and sneaked into the depths of the courtyard. All the targets found along the way were killed by them. Even the little Sakura showed good ninja qualities at this time. After successfully assassinating a guard with genin strength from behind, the little Sakura also wiped the bitter bloodline and continued to sneak into the depths of the courtyard silently. The other side, as the leader of Jonin, Shien has sneaked into the depths of the courtyard at this time and found a guy with Jonin strength here. Mission information is wrong. Shien looked at the middle-aged man meditating under the tree in the courtyard in surprise. The other party was not their assassination target this time. The spy disguised as a businessman, but another strange ninja. Shien didn't know who the other party was. But it doesn't matter. The ninjas with Jonin strength appear here. They are obviously enemies, but Xianglin and the others are not strong enough to deal with such enemies, so they can only be handed over to Shien, who is the leader of Jonin, responsible for processing. If it was before today, it would take a lot of effort for Shien to kill such a hostile Jonin, and she might not even be able to successfully kill the target. But now, a shadow flew out of the shadow under Xian's feet in an instant. The shadow flashed in the sunlight, attacking the Jonin who was meditating under the tree. Before the opponent could react, he was pierced through the heart by Shadow's sword, followed by a slash of the blade, and even his head was chopped off. Certainly, it all happens between the shadow and the shadow of the enemy Jonin, but the damage suffered by the shadow also had a full effect on this hostile Jonin. So this guy didn't even see the enemy, and he was easily killed in seconds. The ability of the shadow is really easy to use. Xian gently stroked the ninja knife in her hand. Her heart was sweet and brimming with happiness. A few minutes later, in the courtyard, the three of Xianglin surrounded the target person. 3 hit 1. More people bullied and less people. The rock shinobi on the opposite side was beaten completely without temper, especially when there was a Konoha shinobi outside who looked at Jonin's strength. He couldn't even run away. Damn, where's Tugen-sama? Why aren't you here yet? The rock shinobi thought anxiously. But he didn't know that the master Tu-Yuan he was looking forward to had already received his lunch by now. A few more minutes. Xianglin drank lightly, and with a move of the water gun, directly pierced the heart of this rock shinobi. The unrepentant rock shinobi fell to the ground, and before he died, he was still wondering why Master Wang Yuan didn't show up for so long. Brush. After the three killed the rock shinobi Chunin, Xian also appeared in the courtyard. The mission is complete. Sai collected the target's head, and we are going back. Xian said lightly. Collecting heads, of course, should be handed over to boys like Sai. Could it be handed over to Xiangrin and little Sakura? Sai nodded, then skillfully chopped off the target's head, sealed it in a scroll, and took it away. Brush, brush, brush. The figures of 4 people disappeared into the yard one after another. By the time the corpses in the yard were discovered by the townspeople, they were already on their way back to Konoha. Ichiraku, ramen restaurant. Hands on uncle, have a bowl of tonkatsu ramen. Yagami Ryosuke finished his morning workout and came to Ichiraku ramen restaurant for lunch. He also hasn't been to Ichiraku ramen in a while, but it still looks familiar here. Hitting the boss with his hands still has the same squinting expression, which always gives people an unfathomable feeling. But Yagami Ryosuke tried it more than a year ago. The hand-slapping uncle is really just an ordinary person, not the legendary Otsutsuki Ichiraku. Ryosuke, it's been a long time. What are you up to? While greeting the guests, Iris also came to say hello tonight, God Ryosuke. Ninjas, of course they are practicing. Yagami Ryosuke said with a laugh. It's really hard work. Obviously the strength is already so strong. Calamus said with a smile. At this time, the uncle called her. I'm off to work, Calamus said. Then he turned around and went to help his father. Soon, Yagami Ryosuke's tonkatsu ramen is also ready. The Calamus was brought up. Please enjoy. Yagami Ryosuke said thank you, and then picked up chopsticks to eat. The taste of Ichiraku ramen is still the same. Nothing has changed. Many people come to Ichiraku ramen. Eating is actually a memory. Whether it's the handmade ramen of the current boss or Zhang Jin's father, the ramen they make always seems to have the same taste. And this taste is the taste of memories. Therefore, Ichiraku ramen is never short of customers. And there are always new guests. It's like a kind of inheritance. Old customers will bring new customers to the door, and when the new customers become old customers, they will bring new guests to the door again. Repeat and repeat. Passed down from generation to generation. As long as the taste of Ichiraku ramen remains the same, it can be passed down from generation to generation in Konoha forever. I ate 6 bowls of ramen for lunch. Yagami Ryosuke came out of the Ichiraku ramen restaurant as if he was 70% full after eating. As soon as he came out, he met Kakashi, who was carrying a ninja sword. Yo! Kakashi looked refreshed and greeted Ryosuke, the night god. You handed over the task of leading the team to the Avatar again. As soon as Kakashi saw the night god Ryosuke appearing in the village at this time, he knew that he had sent the clone to lead the team to perform the mission again. After all, He had met the 10th class when he went out in the morning. In the morning, I left the village to carry out the mission. But the leader of the night god Ryosuke, Jonin, appeared here at this moment, and the result was already obvious. Shikamaru and the others are already very good, so I don't need to teach them too much. Yagami Ryosuke said with a smile. After chatting with Kakashi for a few words, the two separated. Kakashi just finished practicing and came to eat dry food. As for Yagami Ryosuke, he had finished his meal and was going to go to the training ground for afternoon exercise. But Kakashi is really working hard recently. Every day, if you're not practicing, you are performing tasks. As if he had returned to his youth, even his old opponent, Might Guy, couldn't find Kakashi's figure for a long time. For this reason, he lamented that he was pulled away by Kakashi again. But just listen to this. After all, other people don't know the strength of Might Guy, but Kakashi, who is a good friend, doesn't know. As soon as the 7th gate opens, Kaga level goes down the road. When 8th gate opens, no one loves it. Forbidden technique, 8 inner gates, no joke. Even Kakashi himself stole a few tricks from Might Guy, but he only drives to the 5th gate at most. If it's above the 6th gate, he can't do it. Of course, this is mainly because Kakashi didn't put more energy on it. 8 inner gates is just a support for Kakashi. It is a whole card when facing a difficult and powerful enemy. 5th gate was enough for him. The 6th gate's damage is too much, but it's not good. The key is, Kakashi's real strength right now is swordsmanship. White Fang swordsmanship is no joke. Back then, Konoha's White Fangya was also at the peak of Kaga level. Moreover, Konoha's White Fangya, who is known for its speed, can achieve suppression even against opponents who are also at the top of the Kaga level, and even kill them if they perform supernormally. Certainly, the current Kakashi does not have such capabilities, but he will work towards it. He has wasted too much time in the past few years. Now I can't wait to split 1 minute into 3 minutes. Even for lunch, I eat the simplest ramen directly instead of time-consuming barbecue, sukiyaki, etc. The depths of the number 1 training ground. Taking advantage of the rest time, Night God Ryosuke first took out a small part of the remains of the sacred tree placed in the system's biological pheromone warehouse. It's just the size of a fingernail, and it's used to transform talent entries anyway. Not much. As for the rest, Yagami Ryosuke didn't take it out either. After all, once he transforms the remains of the sacred tree, the remains of the sacred tree are regarded as transformed and cannot be stored in the biopheromone warehouse of the system. When the time comes, Night God Ryosuke will have to find a way to store it. What a hassle. So, let it continue to stay in the system warehouse. When it is really usable, it is not too late to take it out and use it. Systemize it. Night God Ryosuke said silently in his heart. Ding! Transformation succeeded. Congratulations to host for obtaining the talent entry. God Tree, Golden. 10 Tails appearance when he grows up, Golden. I will become you when I grow up, Golden. 3 golden entries. Sure enough, the Divine Tree is also considered to be in the category of 6 paths. Yagami Ryosuke nodded with a smile. He is quite satisfied with this result. In the past 3 days, he has added 9 golden entries, plus the 3 in front of Otsutsuki Tonari. That's 12. Awesome. When can the golden entries be wholesaled directly? Yagami Ryosuke thought cheerfully. While opening his character panel, he found these 3 newly added entries. First, click on the information of the Sacred Tree entry. Yagami Ryosuke looked up. Sacred Tree, golden dig and dig and dig on the big planet. Dig a hole, and I will plant a flower. That's right, I am the Divine Tree. I speak for myself. Chakra plus 1000%. Wood style power plus 1000%. Chakra recovery plus 1000%. Blooming and fruiting included. Flowering and fruiting. Shueji has the ability to absorb various forms of energy. When the energy is accumulated to a certain level, it can condense into a fruit of the sacred tree. If you swallow this fruit of the sacred tree, you can get the amount of chakra equivalent to 10,000 Kaga levels. Yishun Ryosuke looked at the information of this entry with question marks on his face. As for flowers, the first 3 attributes are quite normal, although the introduction of the entry is somewhat unserious. But it's okay. That doesn't affect anything. But what about this additional ability? Shueji Snare is quite powerful. Yes, but you are blooming and bearing fruit. If I equip this item, am I going to turn into a human-shaped god tree? Night god Ryosuke couldn't help but imagine that his feet were buried in the ground, and then a big flower bloomed on the top of his head, and finally a fruit came out. He quickly shook his head, throwing this wicked picture out of his mind. What are you thinking? This is a trap of Shueji, and it's not really going to blossom and bear fruit. Yagami Ryosuke felt that he was a little out of line. To be honest, the ability of this Shueji Snare is just a little weird name, but it's actually quite powerful. Absorb various forms of energy. Although it is not specified which forms, it is guessed that it must include chakra and natural energy. What other energies specifically? Find out on this device. Think of this. Night God Ryosuke is directly equipped with this entry. As soon as the item is equipped, Night God Ryosuke will automatically get the ability of blooming and fruiting, the blood successor snare. And this ability is also very simple. It is to use one's own body as a medium to absorb various forms of energy, and when the energy accumulation reaches a certain level, a fruit of the divine tree can be condensed from a hand. It's not really going to blossom and bear fruit. It's just a metaphor. As for the energy that Night God Ryosuke is most concerned about absorbing, after acquiring the ability to snare blood, Night God Ryosuke also learned that it can absorb a lot of energy, including chakra and natural energy that Ryosuke has guessed before, in addition to life energy, wind energy, thermal energy, kinetic energy, and more. It seems that it can absorb almost all forms of energy that Ryosuke can think of. No, then wouldn't I be able to absorb all the energy any attack hitting me is equivalent to recharging me? Night, a surprised look appeared on Ryosuke's face. But when he carefully inspected the ability of this blood succession snare, he found that things were not as good as he imagined. In fact, there are indeed so many kinds of energy that can be absorbed, but there is an upper limit to absorption. This upper limit does not refer to the upper limit that can condense the fruit of the divine tree after the accumulated energy is sufficient. After all, if this is the case, the big deal is that when the upper limit is reached, Night God Ryosuke can directly condense a fruit of the sacred tree. Wouldn't it be nice to repeat it again at that time? In fact, what really affects this ability and makes it invincible is the upper limit of absorption per unit time. Simply put, it is the ability of the blood following the snare. The energy absorbed per second has an upper limit. It can only absorb so much in a second. If it exceeds, Night God Ryosuke has to bear it himself. After a simple calculation, Night God Ryosuke found that if it was an ordinary 6 paths attack, he could probably completely ignore it, because that didn't exceed the upper limit of the absorption of this blood-inheriting snare, but only at the normal 6 paths level. That is, the strong player of the 6 paths level in the early stage. As for the 6 paths, midterm, and above, the excess part has to be borne by Night God Ryosuke himself. It's not bad. This ability is mainly to repeatedly produce the fruit of the god tree. After all, one can increase the chakra equivalent to 10,000 Kage levels. Night God Ryosuke was not disappointed. After all, the ability of this blood follower snare is mainly for the birth of fruits, not for you to use for battle. And even if it is not so good at fighting, it also ignores normal 6 paths level damage. For others, this is already amazing. That is Ryosuke, the night god, because he is already invincible at the 6 paths level. That's why I look down on it a bit. Have to say, the first entry of the wreckage of the sacred tree gave night god Ryosuke a big surprise. In addition to the weird feeling of turning into a human-shaped sacred tree, there is really nothing wrong with this sacred tree entry. A good start. The excellent attributes of the sacred tree entry made Yishun Ryosuke look forward to the other two entries of the wreck of the Divine Tree. But let's be honest, the names of the other two entries of the wreck of the Sacred Tree are somewhat strange, especially the third one. I don't know exactly what attributes it is related to. Then let's look at the second one first. Night God Ryosuke then clicked on the second entry of the wreckage of the Sacred Tree. What Ten Tails will look like when they grow up. Golden many people are looking forward to seeing what the young Ten Tails will look like when they grow up. Into a tree, Chakra plus 1000%. Power of Tail Beast plus 1000%. Attached, Ten Tails Chakra Mode. Ten Tails Chakra Mode. Turn on this mode after obtaining Ten Tails Chakra and strengthen your own strength by 500% in all directions. Excellent. When Ryosuke saw this entry, this was the first word that popped up in his mind. Although the entry, Ten Tails looks like when it grows up, has one less attribute than the previous Sacred Tree entry. But the Ten Tails Chakra Mode it comes with is really good. It would be even better if it didn't have a premise that requires Ten Tails Chakra. Fortunately, Ten Tails Chakra is also not hard to come by. Night God Ryosuke now has Chakra with 4-tailed beasts in the sealed space in his body. 5 more, and you're ready to fuse into Ten Tails Chakra. By the time, can't you use the ability of 730? And, just imagine, if Night God Ryosuke releases the power of the seal first, then activates the Rinne Sharingan Chakra Mode, and then activates the Ten Tails Chakra Mode, the full strength bonus of the last superimposed entry. To what extent does the strength have to explode? 6. It's so invincible. This entry is really excellent. It's a pity that Night God Ryosuke's body can't stand such a toss. Even though he lost 3000% of his body, Night God Ryosuke tried it. Even after physical improvement, at most, he can only support 20% of the deed power. In other words, gain 20 times the combat power bonus. Certainly, if you count 8 times the number of entries, it will add up to 160 times. However, does the power of the tailed beast increase the chakra of the tailed beast, or the destructive power of the tailed beast's chakra? Night God Ryosuke has no doubts about the other 2 attributes, but this second attribute is somewhat confusing. But, as long as it is equipped, don't you know? So Night God Ryosuke directly equipped this entry. First, the chakra in the body has increased a lot. Later, Night God Ryosuke found that the tailed beast chakra in his sealed space had also increased tenfold. Its chakra with added tailed beasts. Yagami Ryosuke thought to himself, without Ten Tails Chakra Mode, this attribute is actually useless. It might as well be the first to increase the amount of chakra in Ryosuke himself. But considering that Ten Tails Chakra Mode will consume a lot of Ten Tails Chakra, it is necessary to increase the chakra of tailed beasts so that the number of Ten Tails Chakra that will be merged will be even greater. How big is Ten Tails Chakra? Simply put, 1 Ten Tails Chakra is almost the sum of 5,000 Kage-level chakras. And after growing up, the 10 tails will turn into the God Tree, and the fruit of the God Tree will be doubled on this basis. And if Night God Ryosuke fuses a 10 tails in his body in the future, then the amount of chakra in this 10 tails is at least 55,000 Kage level. After all, that's 10 times more. And this is by no means the limit. After all, the tail beast chakra in the sealed space of Night God Ryosuke is improving every second. There is one last entry left. I don't know what the attribute of this strangely named entry is. Yagami Ryosuke thought to himself. Immediately, he directly clicked on the information of this entry. When I grow up, I will become you. Gold the Dragon Slayer will eventually become a new dragon. When I grow up, I will become the new you. Chakra plus 1000%. Power of Tailed Beast plus 1000%. Attached, 10 Tails Chakra. This entry is similar to the last one. Night God Ryosuke's first feeling is, why are the 2 entries so similar? The first 2 attributes are exactly the same, but the ability attached at the end is different, but they are also related to Tianwei. The previous one was for 10 Tails Chakra Mode. And this entry gives the 10 Tails Chakra that Night God Ryosuke lacks. Are you compatible? Night God Ryosuke really wants to say, these two entries are really crouching dragons and phoenixes in the entry world. It's almost meaningless to leave anyone. Equip this entry immediately. In the sealed space inside Ryosuke's body, Chakra, a higher quality tailed beast, suddenly appeared. This 10 Tails Chakra has just a little bit of it though. The number is pitifully small, but the moment it was born, it began to frantically devour the chakra of the other 4 tailed beasts around. And the chakra of the 4 tailed beasts didn't even have the slightest intention of resisting or struggling, simply swallowed by it directly. A few minutes later, in the sealed space of Night God Ryosuke, the original 4 tailed beasts no longer exist, replaced by a small 10 tails. 10 tails stood blankly in the sealed space, and at the same time, the 4-tailed beast chakra and chakra of 10 tails were born every second in the sealed space. Will be absorbed by this tiny 10 tails. Then, keep growing yourself. And that's what makes it 10 tails. Night God Ryosuke also shook his head. He was still thinking about whether to let Chakra, who pretended to be Uchiha's numb face, get the other 5 big-tailed beasts. Now it seems, is no longer necessary. The chakra of the 10 tails in the sealed space within his body is naturally far inferior to the real 10 tails. After all, it only absorbed the chakra of the 4-tailed beasts, and the chakra of the 9 tails is not incomplete. But the number of its own chakra has reached almost 1,500 Kaga levels, plus the addition of entries. The amount of chakra in this 10 tails has directly increased to 31,500 Kaga level standards. That's already more than 6 times the size of real 10 tails. So don't look at the 10 tails in the sealed space inside Ryosuke's body that looks small, but in fact his chakra is much bigger than the real 10 tails. Not bad. Come and see what 10 Tails Chakra mode is like. Yishin Ryosuke was also motivated by the hunt, and quickly used Huangquan Hirasaka to teleport himself into an unknown space. Now 10 Tails Chakra mode is on. Boom! In midair, a black and red flame rose from the Night God Ryosuke. And the nails of the 10 fingers of both hands have also turned black, and they can even control the growth of the nails and grow sharp fingers like sharp claws. Is this 10 Tails Chakra mode? Night God Ryosuke looked at his current appearance. It feels similar to other chakra modes. But 10 Tails Chakra mode can use 10 Tails ability 10 Tails Tailed Beast Bomb. Certainly, Night God Ryosuke is a human being. It is impossible to form a tailed beast bomb in its mouth like a tailed beast. That felt a little weird. In the meantime, he raised his right hand high, and a black-red energy gathered in his palm, forming a huge 10 Tails Tailed Beast Bomb. As Night God Ryosuke throws this 10 Tails Tailed Beast Bomb, after it flew tens of thousands of meters, it landed directly on the ground, and a huge explosion occurred. Boom! A huge mushroom cloud slowly rises. Night God Ryosuke is flying in the sky, feeling the strong wind blowing towards his face. After a while, everything returned to calm. There is also a huge pit with a diameter of hundreds of kilometers on the ground in the distance. The 10 Tails Tailed Beast Bomb's reach is really huge. Yagami Ryosuke thought to himself, this range is much larger than his sage art. Big spiral wheel. It's just that the huge crater is hundreds of kilometers in diameter, and the area covered by the explosion shock wave has a diameter of more than 2,000 to 3,000 kilometers. With such a large scope, let alone destroying a small country. Even in a country like the Land of Water. As soon as the 10 Tails Tailed Beast Bomb goes down, I'm afraid it will be on the spot. After all, the land area of the Country of Water is the smallest among the 5 major countries. As an island country in the sea, the land area of the Country of Water is even larger than that of the country of river next door. Certainly, in terms of strength, the Country of Water must be stronger than the Country of Rivers. But strong or not, in front of 10 Tails Tailed Beast Bomb, everyone is equal. Not bad. Night God Ryosuke gave an evaluation. After all, his current strength is invincible at the 6 paths level. This 10 Tails tailed beast bomb under the pure 10 Tails Chakra mode has a pretty good evaluation, which is already a big deal. The destructive power, just now, is much greater than the real 10 Tails tailed beast bomb. After all, just like the other 9 tailed beasts, when it appears directly in the form of a tailed beast, its strength is always not as good as when it is fully stimulated in Jinchuriki's body. In 10 Tails Chakra mode is a thorough development and utilization of 10 Tails Chakra. You can maximize the effect of 10 Tails Chakra as much as possible. Walking out of the red portal, Yisha and Jing also returned to Dawang. The 3 entries transformed from the wreckage of the sacred tree today are quite good. Whether it is the sacred tree, entry that can make the night god Ryosuke incarnate into a human form 10 Tails, still complement each other. The 2 entries, 10 Tails looks like when it grows up, and I will become you when I grow up, are like crouching dragons and phoenixes in the entry world. Although there are not many attributes, but all very useful, especially the appearance of 10 Tails Chakra mode. Let night god Ryosuke's future extreme combat power rise to another level. Although, for the time being, this effect cannot be exerted, but it will definitely come in handy in the future. The following days, because the 6 paths level biological pheromones have been used up, Night God Ryosuke did not convert 3 golden entries every day like the previous few days. It seems that the golden entries can be wholesaled. Time passed day by day. Night God Ryosuke transforms an entry every day, but when he turns his face, it is decomposed and turned into experience points. In this way, time, more than half a year, passed quickly. Yagami Ryosuke and their Jinin this year are also 14 years old. For more than half a year, the ninja world was relatively peaceful and nothing major happened. Night God Ryosuke has also been quietly staying in Konoha, in addition to occasionally using Huangquan Biliang Saka to leave a Jinin world and go to other unknown spaces to test some abilities. 0.3. But nothing happened. But, in more than half a year, Night God Ryosuke synthesized a golden entry with purple entries. But this time he was out of luck. The synthesized golden entry is also rubbish. So I don't have any equipment. So I'm going to save it and wait for the next trash gold entry to appear, and then see if I can synthesize another god-level entry. Speaking of god-level entries, 3 of the 5 golden entries that Yagami Ryosuke hung up before have been successfully upgraded to 3 god-level entries more than a month ago. The attributes are quite explosive. The other 2 will also reach the limit of experience points this afternoon, thus upgrading from golden entries to god-level entries. At this time, Night God Ryosuke was staring at the 2 entries on the 2 hook positions, looking forward to their upgrades. Time passed by every minute and every second. Soon, with the completion of the injection of the last bit of experience points, these 2 golden entries also completed their first transformation in a radiant brilliance. From the original golden entry, it has been upgraded to a higher level god-level entry. Properties have changed dramatically. In this way, I now have 6 god-level entries. Night God Ryosuke happily looked at the 6 god-level entries on his character panel. He even divided them into an area separately. The god-level entries are with the god-level entries. The golden entries are with the golden entries, and the other purple entries are squeezed to the bottom position. 5 upgraded golden entries. Son of Destiny, Ashura's Mercy, Indra's Resentment, the man approved by Uchiha Madara, and finally Legend Sannin. These 5 entries have changed the world now. Certainly, it has become better and stronger, not worse and weaker. Son of Destiny, Gold, you are the darling of destiny in the legend, so you can always turn bad luck into good fortune in the face of danger, and luck is always with you. When encountering fatal danger, your strength is all-round plus 500%. The probability of your enemy's bad luck is plus 1,000%. This is the attribute of Son of Destiny before the entry is upgraded. And after upgrading, Son of Destiny became the entry of Lord of Destiny. The level has been upgraded from Gold to God level. The Lord of Destiny. God, you are the legendary master of destiny. Your destiny will be controlled by yourself. Others, even God, cannot control your destiny. All-round strength plus 6,000%. Manually switchable. If you are an enemy, the strength in battle will be -80%. To be honest, more than a month ago, the Night God Ryosuke was shocked when he first saw the attribute of this entry. Although the total bonus value of this God level entry is only 6,000%, not as much as the 9,000% of the Space God entry. But the key point is that if Night God Ryosuke had to make a choice, he would choose the former without hesitation 6,000% instead of the latter 9,000%. The reason is very simple. That is to increase the all-round strength by 60 times. Only a fool would choose the latter. And don't look at the bonus value is only 6,000%, but you can't ignore the latter attribute. Although the value of this attribute is only 80%, the key point is that this thing actually reduces the effect of the enemy's strength. That is to say, anyone who is an enemy of Night God Ryosuke can only play 20% of his original strength at 26 in the battle with Night God Ryosuke. This suddenly dropped by 4/5. Originally, Ryosuke, the Night God, exploded with strong strength. Now it has increased its strength 60 times in all directions. As a result, you still want to reduce the strength of the opponent with the ebb and flow, not to mention the 6 paths level. Even the powerhouses above the 6 paths level are far from being the opponent of the Night God Ryosuke. After all, this entry has no strength limit at all. That is to say, it doesn't matter how strong the opponent is. It is directly reduced by 80% without discrimination. That's how domineering. You just say that titanium does not change titanium, right? Anyway, even the owner of the entry, Ryosuke, the Night God, can't help but feel that the attributes of this entry are too changeable. It is simply not giving other people a way to survive. The cheating has been so open that the performances are not performed at all. To know, in the past half a year or so, Yishun Ryosuke's physique has improved a lot on the original basis. After all, it is time for him to grow his body. From the age of 13 to 14, his physical fitness has been soaring. Compared with half a year ago, his current physical fitness has improved by almost 2/3. This is a step up from the ground up. Night God Ryosuke has tried to unlock the power of Bond before, and with his current physique, he can directly unlock 33% of the power of Bond. That is 33 times the strength bonus, then 33 times, and then multiplied by 63 times. 2079. Yes, and break the 4-digit number. Night God Ryosuke's strength. After unlocking 33% of the power of deed, and then turning on the strengthening effect of the entry, the strength can reach 2079 times that of his normal state. And the normal strength of Night God Ryosuke is the peak of 6 paths level. Turn on 33% of the power of the bond, and directly become invincible at the Tao level. Can instantly kill any 6 paths peak powerhouse. Starburst with 1 hit, easy. And when the full state is full, with a strength bonus of 2079 times, Lien Shunliang himself doesn't know how strong he is. Anyway, it's easy to kill yourself in the 6 paths level invincible state in seconds. Even if a large group comes, you will die. Only the bonuses of the 2 God-level entries, God of Space and Lord of Destiny, were calculated. Don't forget, Night God Ryosuke has 4 God-level entries that are not counted. If this is all counted, even Ryosuke himself doesn't know how strong he is. In short, looking at the entire Hokage world, among the known strongmen and the possible strongmen guessed by Night God Ryosuke, he has no opponents. And among other things, the attributes of the other 4 God-level entries of Night God Ryosuke are not bad at all, although not as strong. After all, what the Lord of Destiny increases is all-round strength. This is also the entry attribute that Night God Ryosuke most wants in the future. he found that the attribute of this entry is really powerful. Certainly, the premise is that the Night God Ryosuke's own foundation is strong enough. Otherwise, he is just a rubbish genin. Even if it is strengthened 2079 times, it is useless. It is still a rubbish. Fortunately, the foundation of Night God Ryosuke is strong enough. After all, the foundation of the Six Paths peak level is no joke. The entry, Lord of Destiny, should be the strongest God-level entry I have seen so far. Night God Ryosuke said in his heart, while his eyes also fell on another God-level entry. Indra's resentment. Gold Indra is resentful because of his father's preference for Ashura, and his resentment for dozens of lives is unmatched. Pupil power plus 500%. Susanoo's body size plus 500%. Pupil power plus 500%. Chakra plus 1000%. This is the attribute of Night God Ryosuke's God-level entry. Indra's resentment before upgrading. And after upgrading, the title of the entry has not changed. This is different from the Lord of Destiny entry. Indra's resentment. God Indra is resentful because of his father's preference for Ashura, and his resentment in dozens of reincarnations is unmatched. Pupil power plus 3000%. Pupil power plus 3000%. Chakra plus 4000%. Attached, Six Paths Susanoo. Six Paths Susanoo. The power far surpasses the ultimate power of the perfect Susanoo. If the perfect Susanoo is the ultimate power of the Sharingan, then Six Paths Susanoo is one of the ultimate powers of the Rinnegan. Level of ability. Obviously, the upgraded Indra's Grudge entry is also very powerful. The bonus of the overall attribute value has reached 10,000%. Compared with the God of Space entry, it has a 1,000% bonus. Secondly, the attached ability is also the power of the Blood Succession Snare level, which is called one of the ultimate powers of Rinnegan by the entry. With Six Paths as a prefix, you can imagine how amazing the powerful power of Susanoo is. It is definitely far more powerful than Susanoo's before the Night God Ryosuke. Uchiha Madara's prestige Susanoo is in front of Night God Ryosuke's Six Paths Susanoo, which is an ant on the ground that can be trampled to death at will. It is not a power of one dimension at all. After all, Weizhuang's Susanoo, also super Kage-level invincible power. It's slightly worse than Senju Hashirama's Sage Art True several thousand hands. That of Senju Hashirama is already a half-step Six Paths level power. And what about Six Paths Susanoo by Ryosuke Yagami? With the basic strength of Night God Ryosuke at the peak of the Six Paths level, using this move can burst out the invincible power of the Six Paths level. In terms of strength, it is not far behind the unsealed 33% contract power. One can imagine how amazing is the power of Six Paths Susanoo. The strength increase of Night God Ryosuke is at least 3 times. God-level entries. None of them are invariable. Yishun Ryosuke felt emotional, and then clicked on the information of the 3rd God-level entry. Ashura's kindness. Golden the kind Ashura always hopes to bring peace to the world with his own hands. His innocence and kindness can infect others, but sometimes he also brings trouble to himself. And a kind heart in his heart, he also brought him the power to change the world. Physical quality plus 1,000%. Resilience plus 1,000%. Natural affinity plus 1,000%. Chakra plus 1,000%. Attached. Sage body. Ashura's mercy. This golden entry has very strong attributes before evolution. For 1,000% bonus attributes, plus a sage body. But after evolution, its strength is not inferior to the Indra's resentment at all. Ashura's mercy. God good Ashura. Always. Physical fitness plus 6,000%. Chakra plus 6,000%. Attached. Divine body. God's body. God possesses endless lifespan. God possesses a powerful physique. God possesses the mighty power of destroying the body and regenerating the soul. Ashura's mercy. The attributes of this entry are relatively simple. Two numerical attributes, one plus physical fitness, one such as Chakra. But numerically, it is quite explosive. The total bonus has reached a further 12,000%. And the body of the god attached at the back is even titanium. It's okay to have an endless lifespan. After all, Otsutsuki's physique is also immortal, and his lifespan is infinite. But the powerful physique makes the basic physique of Night God Ryosuke directly reach 10 times of the original base after upgrading this entry. To know, this 10 times, and the physical fitness added to the subsequent entries, are superimposed by multiplication, not addition. That's the scary thing about it. Originally, Ryosuke's physique was already very strong, and with the addition of the entry, he could unlock 33% of the power of deed. And now, the explosion has increased tenfold, and the physical strength bonus itself has increased by 5,000%. Night God Ryosuke can now directly unlock 307,100% of the power of deed, and don't have to worry about his body being unable to bear it. To know, 100% of the power of deed is unsealed, and the strength of Night God Ryosuke can reach an astonishing 19,000%, which is a full 190 times. This is just an increase in the strength of the bond. If you count the entry bonus 63 times, a full 11,970 times. Long before, Night God Ryosuke was a little confused about his own strength. 2079 times still so. Not to mention 11,970 times. It is completely impossible to imagine what level of power it is. Does the Hokage world really allow such a heaven-defying species to exist? Anyway, Night God Ryosuke didn't try himself. He only tried the state of 100% unsealed pack power and superimposed Rinne Sharingan Chakra mode. The planet that was 2 or 3 times larger than the ninja world where Ryosuke was shattered. But Rao as the Night God Ryosuke has such amazing physical strength now. I want all 3 modes to be on. That is the 100% unsealed pack power plus Rinne Sharingan Chakra mode plus 10 Tails Chakra mode is also a bit weak. But probably another 2 or 3 times or 4 or 5 times. You can completely open all 3 modes. At that time, the 63 times bonus of stinging pain will be superimposed. Never mind. Night God Ryosuke didn't even bother count. Anyway, Invincible is over. To be honest, for the Night God Ryosuke, who is already invincible, he is dozens or hundreds of times stronger than now, but it doesn't really mean much. Certainly, Night God Ryosuke will not deny that his strength can be stronger. After all, the water in the Hokage world has not been fully revealed in the previous life. Are there beings stronger than the Otsutsuki clan in the universe of the Hokage world? This is still unknown. So, speaking of invincibility refers to the invincibility recognized by Night God Ryosuke. But the universe is too big. Too many planets. Are Otsutsuki strong? But what if there is a stronger civilization than Otsutsuki? Certainly, Night God Ryosuke has to admit that it is only a small probability of an event that may happen. The greater probability is that, in the world of Hokage, Otsutsuki is the ceiling. No one is stronger than the Otsutsuki clan. The man approved by Uchiha Gold Eye, Uchiha would like to call you the strongest. Lord Madara approves, a golden signboard. From now on, you're the man of Uchiha Madara, approved. Physical skill power plus 1,000%. Physical fitness plus 1,000%. Recovery power plus 1,000%. Attached. No loss. 8 inner gates, 6 gate. This is the first and scrupulous entry among the many entries of Night God Ryosuke. Also a golden entry from Might Guy, and its upgraded God-level entry has very strong attributes, although it is somewhat less meaningful than the previous 3. But it is also in line with the force of a God-level entry. The man God that Uchiha Madara worships. You are the man that even Uchiha Madara worships. Your reputation is far and wide, and all living beings in the ninja world use you as an example. Physical power plus 4,000%. Physical fitness plus 4,000%. Attached. 6 paths, 8 inner gates. 6 paths, 8 inner gates. Stronger than 8 inner gates. No side effects of 8 inner gates. Even if you open the gate of death, because you will not die, but it has extremely strict requirements on physical fitness. 1. In terms of attribute value, the 8,000% bonus is neither high nor low. The victory lies in the comparison of concentration, and both attributes are needed by Knight God Ryosuke. The power of physical skills after reaching the 6 paths level, especially in the later stages of the 6 paths level, physical skills have actually become the mainstream, because other techniques are easily restrained. But physical skills are the only ones that are difficult to restrain, not to mention physical fitness. Panacea properties. Never out of date. Interestingly, Ryosuke guessed that this entry would become a non-destructive version of 8 inner gates after being upgraded. At first, he guessed that the 7th gate might be opened without damage. It was later speculated that 8th gate might have been opened without injury. But then, Knight God Ryosuke didn't guess anymore, because his strength was invincible at the 6 paths level at that time. I don't even bother to guess these. And now it seems Knight Ryosuke guessed wrong twice. This is neither opening the 7th gate without taking damage, nor opening the 8th gate without taking any damage. Instead, a more advanced 8 inner gates was directly replaced. But those with the prefix of 6 paths are the advanced version of the ability of the same name. This 6 paths, 8 inner gates is no exception. The cross is much more powerful than the normal 8 inner gates. Normal 8 inner gates, even if the dead gate is opened, will burst out with 6 paths level destructive power, and it is not at the later stage of 6 paths level. In the eyes of the current Knight God Ryosuke, it is actually very ordinary. But 6 paths, 8 inner gates is different. 6 paths, 8 inner gates. If the 8 gates are fully opened, an ordinary super shadow can burst into 6 paths level invincible combat power, and it has no side effects. Even if you open the 8th gate, you won't die. It is extremely demanding on physique. The ordinary super shadow mentioned above is to reach ordinary super Kaga level other ninjas by virtue of physical skills. And the limit of this 6 paths, 8 inner gates is to allow users to reach quasi-god level. Knight God Ryosuke also got this entry to know that in the world of Hokage, after the 6 paths level, it is actually a god level, although many people claimed to have the power of God before that, like Senju Hashirama, the god of ninjas, Hanzo of the Salamander, demigod of Rain, Shinobi Village, and Nagato, the leader of Akatsuki, calls himself a god, and the Otsutsuki family even claims to be a family of gods. But in fact, either way, they are false gods. The real god level, the strength is far above the 6 paths level. In fact, the title of 6 paths level is also unique to Inen. Outside of the ninja world, there is no such thing as 6 paths at all, only god level and non-god level. Those below the god level are collectively referred to as non-god level. Most of the members of the Otsutsuki family are non-god level, but they prefer to call themselves quasi-gods. A quasi-god is also a god. At least it sounds much better than the non-god level. Certainly, when outside the Otsutsuki planet, these Otsutsuki generally like to call themselves gods, but this is just talking outside. It belongs to the performance of Mouth High. Actually, they themselves know very well that they are still far from reaching the god-level strength. Looking at the entire Otsutsuki family, there are only 3 gods. It is precisely because of the existence of these 3 true god-level powerhouses that the Otsutsuki family can plant sacred trees everywhere in the universe, and will not be hunted down by powerhouses from other civilizations. After all, god level, already the real ceiling of the Hokage world, it belongs to a level that can only be reached by a very small number of existence. And 6 paths, 8 inner gates can make an ordinary 6 paths level powerhouse temporarily reach quasi-god level strength. That's far more powerful than Six Paths class invincibility. So, my current strength is already at the god level. Yagami Ryosuke blinked. It turned out that I am already a god-level boss. Once upon a time, Night God Ryosuke was still working hard to reach the Six Paths level as his goal. Did not expect. How long is this? I have already left the Six Paths level far away and reached the god level of the real ceiling of the Hokage world. Nyobi, after silently giving a thumbs up to my hard work, Night God Ryosuke also clicked on the information of the last god level entry. 6 god level entries. This is the last one. To be honest, if the Night God Ryosuke were to choose now, he would definitely change 1 or 2 entries to upgrade to the god level. For example, the entry about beating the soul of a worker. There are also entries that increase all-round strength and are very valuable for upgrading. Or the entry of Power of Deed. There is no doubt about Chi's strength. If it can be upgraded to the god level, it will only be stronger than it is now. Is 190 times stronger? If it is upgraded to the god level, it is very likely to reach 1,900 times. And even more than that, this is what is truly powerful. And Night God Ryosuke is not sure what position his strength belongs to among the gods. Is it the strongest in the god level? Or general? It can't be weak, right? I don't know how many gods there are in the Otsutsuki clan. Shouldn't there be none? Night God Ryosuke thought to himself, while looking at the entry of Legend Sannin. Legend Sannin, Gold the legendary Konoha Sannin, the inheritor of the 3 holy places in the ninja world, the pioneer of the era, the backbone of the future, and the creator of the legend. Physical arts power plus 800%. Ninjutsu power plus 800%. Immortal arts power plus 800%. Comes with perfect sage mode. The entry of Legend Sannin, the attribute before the upgrade, is actually a very powerful golden entry. Otherwise, Night God Ryosuke would not choose to put it in the idle position for an upgrade. Its 3 numerical properties are very good. Physical power, ninjutsu power, plus a fairy power. The attributes are all focused on attack, which is very powerful, plus the perfect sage mode that comes with it. But this perfect sage mode is no longer needed for the current Night God Ryosuke. This thing overlaps with Rinne Sharingan Chakra mode. However, the Ten Tails Chakra mode unexpectedly does not overlap with the Rinne Sharingan Chakra mode and can be enabled at the same time. Very nice. And after the upgrade, the Legend Sannin, which became a god-level entry, has also become extremely powerful, not even losing to the previous 2 god-level entries, Ashura's Mercy and Indra's Resentment. Legend Sannin, God the legendary Konoha Sannin. Physical technique power plus 3,000%. Pupil technique power plus 3,000%. Immortal technique power plus 3,000%. Attached, 6 paths Sage mode. 6 paths Sage mode. Strengthen your own strength by 1,000% in all directions. It can be integrated with other modes. 6 paths Sage mode, not 6 paths Sage mode. Although there's only one point in the middle, there are indeed 2 different abilities that are very different. 6 paths Sage mode is an upgraded version of perfect Sage mode. I don't know how many levels have been raised. Anyway, breakthrough. In this mode, Night God Ryosuke's all-round strength can be increased tenfold. And the most important thing is coming. It can be integrated with other modes to achieve an effect of 1 plus 1 greater than 2. For example, merge with Rinne Sharingan Chakra mode to form 6 paths Rinne Sharingan Chakra Sage mode. The Rinne Sharingan Chakra mode itself can increase the strength by 12 times. Plus 6 paths Sage mode. Logically, it should be 22 times, but in fact, is 30 times. The 8 times more is the improvement of the qualitative change after fusion. Besides, Ten Tails Chakra mode and Rinne Sharingan Chakra mode, which could not be fused originally but could only coexist, are under the domineering fusion ability of 6 paths Sage mode. You can directly combine the 3 modes into one. Become 6 paths Rinna Sharingan, 10 tails Chakra Sage Mode. The name is a bit more complicated. The main reason is that Ryosuke, the Night God, directly combined the names of their 3 modes. If I had to make an abbreviation, Night God Ryosuke thought about it, and thought it would be nice to call it the form of the God of the Gods. In the form of the Gods, Ryosuke's all-round strength can be increased by 60 times. That's a lot more than the 3 modes combined, although less than 190 times the power of the contract. But that's because the power of deed has 10 times the bonus of the entry. Otherwise, how can it be 190 times? And 190 plus 60, that is 250 times. Add the 63 times bonus of the entry. That is a full 15,750 times. Such strength. In the realm of gods, it shouldn't be possible to be mediocre, right? At least it's at the top level, right? Or, near the top? Maybe I could take a trip to the planet Otsutsuki afterward. Yagami Ryosuke rubbed his chin and thought. After all, without a suitable reference, it's not a problem for him to make random guesses here. If there is a god-level powerhouse as a reference, Night God Ryosuke can also figure out what level his current level of strength is. However, are you sure that this legendary Sannin's god-level entry refers to Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya? Yagami Ryosuke is skeptical. If we talk about the legendary Sannin entry before the upgrade, it must be the words of the 3 of them. Then the entry of the legend Sannin after the god level, the Night God Ryosuke, is very suspicious that the legend Sannin here is not talking about Tsunade and the 3 of them at all, but another. 3 more powerful 6 paths class ninjas. Like Swimming, who's the 3rd one? Sage of 6 paths? After all, the bonuses of this entry are physical skills, fairy skills, and pupil skills. It's okay to say that physical skills and immortal skills existed before. What's the matter with the pupil technique? Orochimaru turned around and Uchiha Sasuke succeeded. Jiao Hao Hao, that's impossible. So, Night God Ryosuke would think so. You see, Zion Jutsu is Sage of 6 paths. Pupil Jutsu is Sasuke. Taijutsu is Naruto. Naruto's Taijutsu is also very strong. Or is Senjutsu Sage of 6 paths and Naruto, Hidome Jutsu Sasuke, and Taijutsu all 3? All 5 hang-up slots are cleared. Certainly, over a month ago, Night God Ryosuke had put 3 new golden entries on the front 3 hangers. Now it's just that the 2 hang-up positions at the back are vacant. Just when Night God Ryosuke was thinking about which 2 golden entries to put in the hang-up position and continue to hang up and upgrade, suddenly there was a system prompt in my mind. Coming! Night God Ryosuke's eyes lit up. Ding! The host has accumulated more than 5 god-level entries, and the system will start the version update in 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. 3 seconds have elapsed. Sure enough, a progress bar for version update appeared in Ryosuke's mind. 1%, 2%, 3%. Almost every second jump. A full minute or so. The system update is complete. Ding! System update complete. Welcome host to experience the brand new version 3.0 system. The new function has been launched. Please enter the system interface to check for yourself. The original function has been upgraded. Please stay #enter. Check the system interface yourself. After the reminder sounded in his mind, Yishin Ryosuke couldn't wait to open the system interface. The character interface of the system is still the same, no difference from the previous version 2.0. However, the original hang-up slots have increased from 5 to 7. The last update also added 2 locations. Same this time. There are still 4 places vacant at the moment. After waiting for a while, the Night God Ryosuke checked the content of this system update and then selected 4 golden entries to hang up. In addition, the daily experience gained from the idle function has also been increased. It is 10 times that before the update. Therefore, the golden entry, which originally took more than a year to upgrade, now only takes more than a month to complete the breakthrough. This is definitely great news for Night God Ryosuke. After all, he has so many golden entries now. If it takes more than a year to upgrade one by one, shouldn't it be hung up for many years? It's good now. Hang up 7 golden entries at once, and you can upgrade in more than a month, and then change a batch. Even the golden entry of Night God Ryosuke is not old or young. It will even continue to increase in the future. But just change a few batches, and within a year, all of them can be upgraded to God-level entries. This time, Night God Ryosuke's entries can all be upgraded to God-level entries. From now on, the God-level entries will start. Certainly, if the purple entry hangs up, the experience points gained will be reduced a lot. But it also needs less experience points to upgrade. It takes more than a month for a golden entry to be upgraded. If it is replaced by a purple entry, it will take about 10 days. How fast? So, at that time, upgrade the purple entry to a golden entry, and then upgrade the upgraded golden entry to a God-level entry. It doesn't take a year or two. The entries of Night God Ryosuke will all become God-level. This is not a daydream at all. Before the system is updated, this timeline has to be doubled. In addition to the increase in on-hook positions and the increase in on-hook experience, Night God Ryosuke also found a decomposition interface next to the original synthesis interface. This should be the new function added after the system update. Night God Ryosuke curiously clicked in to check it out. Before that, he was still thinking, isn't the decomposition function coincident with the decomposition capability of the system itself? But after clicking in, Yagami Ryosuke realized that he was still narrow-minded. Coincide doesn't fit at all, and this feature is simply awesome. The new decomposition function, in simple terms, is to directly decompose the biological pheromones that could be converted into entries and convert them into experience points. In the process of decomposition, the loss of experience value is only a small 10%. That is to say, originally, a biopheromone from a certain jonin could be transformed into a blue entry. And when a blue entry is disassembled, 100 experience points can be obtained. And directly putting this biological pheromone into the decomposition machine can save the step of converting the entry in the middle and directly obtain 90 experience points. This seems to be a disadvantage for Ryosuke, the Night God. But in fact it is not, because the decomposition machine can decompose 100 biopheromones every day. If these 100 biological pheromones are all pheromones that can be converted into blue entries, then you can get 9,000 experience points. 9,000 a day, 90,000 in 10 days, 900,000 in 1,000. Normally, one entry is converted every day, although there is no 10% loss. But Night God Ryosuke needs 100 days to decompose these 100 blue entries and obtain 10,000 experience points. If you could choose, how would you choose? Anyway, Night God Ryosuke will choose to use the decomposition machine, decompose 100 biological pheromones a day, and directly get 9,000 experience points. So, he no longer needs to be like before, eagerly accumulating those poor experience points every day and saving them for a few months and a half before putting them into the synthesis function. Now, if the decomposition machine decomposes 100 copies of Jonin's biological pheromone a day, you can directly get experience points equivalent to 90 synthesis opportunities. Isn't it worth it? What a bargain. But Night God Ryosuke quickly thought of another question. That is, after the efficiency of the on-hook function is improved, does he still need the synthesis function? It takes more than a month to upgrade a golden entry to the God level. Is it a bit wrong to use the synthesis function again? After all, he waited for more than a month without doing anything, and he could get 7 God level entries. So why bother synthesizing? Combining takes experience points and 2 lower level entries. Isn't this very uneconomical? In the past, it was because the time span of on-hook upgrades was long, so the synthesis seemed cost-effective. But now the time span is 10 times shorter. How to look at the synthesis function is not cost-effective. When Night God Ryosuke was thinking about this problem, he suddenly found that he seemed to be able to put the God-level entries of the equipment on the idle slots. This discovery surprised Yi Shangliang very much. To know, After the upgrade of the 3 entries of Lore of Destiny, Night God Ryosuke also tried to put them on the hanger position and continue to hang up, but at that time he found that he could not do so at all. But now, it worked. What does that mean? Above the God level, there are new, higher level talent entries? So this time the system update not only adds a new function of the decomposition machine, but also increases the level limit of the entry. Night God Ryosuke seemed to have discovered a new world, and he was overjoyed to put the 4 God-level entries on the 4 empty hanger slots, and at the same time put the golden ones that were originally placed on the other 3 hanger slots. 2 entries were removed, replaced with the remaining 2 God-level entries. So, the 7 hang-up slots of Night God Ryosuke have become 6 God-level entries and 1 golden entry. And that only golden entry is the entry of Power of Deed. After all, the importance of this entry is self-evident. It is definitely a priority to be promoted to the God level. And the other 6 positions were all given to the only 6 God level entries of Night God Ryosuke. If it weren't for the fact that Night God Ryosuke only had 6 God level entries, the hang-up slot that now belongs to Power of Deed will be taken out by Night God Ryosuke and put a new God level entry on it. After all, the higher the level of the entry, the higher the income of hanging up. After the system update, the golden entry earns 2,400 experience points every day from hanging up. Upgrading from the gold level to the God level requires 100,000 experience points, which means it takes 42 days, not even a month and a half. And the profit of hanging up the God level entry is much higher than that of the golden entry. You could get 5,000 experience points in one day. But God level entries are upgraded to the next level super God level. A full 10 million experience points are required. It is 100 times that of the golden ascension to God level. Ryosuke, the night god who has increased a lot, wants to scold her. If calculated according to this upgrade experience, even if it is 5,000 experience points a day, it will take more than 5 years to upgrade a God level entry to a super God level entry. Is this too long? Yishun Ryosuke calculated in his mind and couldn't help but frown after getting this result. In this case, is it really cost-effective to put a God-level entry on the hanger seat? Originally, it took 42 days for the golden entry to be upgraded to the God level. More than 5 years, a full 2,000 days, can alternate a full 47 rounds. That is to say, 329 golden entries, K, can be upgraded to God-level entries. Now, Night God Ryosuke really want to give up the choice of 329 God-level entries in 5 years, and instead choose to spend more than 5 years and give 6 hang-up positions to these 6 God-level entries. Then, there's only one hang-up position that can hang the golden entry. It's over. This only hang-up position, maybe a new God-level entry, will be hung up after 42 days. Thus, didn't Night God Ryosuke have to wait for more than 5 years before starting to upgrade the rest of the golden and purple entries to God level? It's been too long. No, you can't hang up the God level entry first. Although the income is high, it's not worth it. Night God Ryosuke immediately moved the 6 God level entries on the hanger position, or put the previous golden entries. So, after more than a month, you will be able to harvest 7 God level entries. As for the upgrade from God to Super God, isn't this a composite function? I thought that the compositing function would be retired. It appears to be temporarily in use. At that time, the God level entries that are not very useful can be synthesized. Yagami Ryosuke thought to himself. The synthesis function is one of the most conscientious functions of the system. Not only because you can choose to give up the synthesis result, but also because the cost of synthesis will not increase because the level of the entry you synthesized will increase. It doesn't matter whether you're a blue entry or a God level entry. All are treated equally. Only 100 experience points are charged. This was before the system update. Night God Ryosuke just clicked in the synthesis interface and took a look. I found that after the system update, the synthesis function is such a conscientious function. It has also been reduced in price. Synthesizing from the original requires 100 experience points. Now it only needs 50 experience points to synthesize once, directly cut in half. Originally, this synthesis was quite cheap. It's even cheaper now that it's half the price. To be honest, Night God Ryosuke even has a feeling that the system is doing charity. Certainly, experience points still need to be spent, but less. And I don't know what is the success rate of synthesizing super God-level entries from this God-level entry. However, after the system update, not only the price of the synthesis function has been reduced, but the success rate of synthesis has also been improved. Although the improvement is not much. But no matter how little it is, it's still an improvement, isn't it? It can reduce the cost of some synthesis more or less. Although not more than 50 at a time, but 100 times, 1,000 times down. It's also a great experience. Let's decompose a wave of biopheromone first. Night God Ryosuke immediately took out 100 copies of the biological pheromones in his biological information warehouse that could only be transformed into blue or even green entries. Then put it into the decomposition machine and let it decompose. Soon, Night God Ryosuke got 9,000 experience points. This system update will not have a big impact on the future strength improvement of Night God Ryosuke. Not only the upper limit of the entry level has increased by 1 level, it is also because of the improvement of on-hook efficiency that the Night God Ryosuke can quickly obtain a large number of God-level entries. Calculate according to the 23 golden entries currently equipped by Night God Ryosuke, and 1 golden entry that is not equipped. That is 24 golden entries. He only needs to wait for 168 days, which is more than 5 months, less than half a year. You can get 24 new God-level entries. So, the total number of his God-level entries can be increased to 30. Then upgrade the purple entries to get more golden and God-level entries. That is to say, in half a year, the strength of Yishun Ryosuke will usher in a wave of skyrocketing. When he learned that above the 6 Pats level is the God level, Night God Ryosuke was a little worried, wondering if there would be a top powerhouse among the God level in the Otsutsuki clan, or even that God level invincible existence. Available now, Yagami Ryosuke found himself having nothing to worry about, because no matter how strong the opponent is, after half a year, the self will be able to overtake the opponent and even crush the opponent. Ryosuke, the Night God holding 30 God-level entries. Who is still his opponent? I just asked who else. Next, just wait quietly for 42 days, and then you can harvest 7 God-level entries. Night God Ryosuke glanced at the 7 hang-up positions on the character panel, and then closed the panel. Just over a month. It passed quickly. And now, Yagami Ryosuke has one more important thing to do. He looked up at the gate of the Hyuga clan in front of him, and then walked into the clan ground under the respectful eyes of the 2 Hyuga ninjas who were in charge of guarding the gate. Today, it was the 7th time that Yagami Ryosuke was invited to Hinata's house for dinner. At the first time, there was an idiot old guy who was not clear-headed and ran out to make troubles. But since that time, the elders of the Hyuga family have learned to be good one by one. Knowing that the Night God Ryosuke is not a young man, they can rely on their own seniority. It is a fierce tiger that may choose someone to devour at any time. So, when necessary, fishy and hard methods can solve many problems. If the weakness shown by Night God Ryosuke was easy to bully. At this moment, these old fellows of the Hyuga clan must have stood on top of his head and yelled. It's not like now. They will even take the initiative to line up to greet them. The attitude is so good, as if they are all grandsons of Night God Ryosuke. Yagami Ryosuke came to Hyuga's house for dinner, which is actually an ordinary family dinner. There will be no crowds. All of you here are from your own family. Sisters Hinata and Hanabi sat on the left and right next to the Night God Ryosuke. Then on the other side is the Hyuga Hayashi couple. Because Yagami Ryosuke has been here many times, Hayashi and his wife are already very familiar with him. During the banquet, Hyuga Hayashi suddenly mentioned about Night God Ryosuke and Hinata. Ryosuke, you and Hinata are not too young. It may be too early to get married. How about getting engaged first? While chatting, Hyuga Hayashi suddenly mentioned the matter of engagement. Hinata, who was sitting by the side, couldn't help but blush. Her father had mentioned this to her. Hinata means that it is up to Ryosuke, the night god. Hyuga Hayashi, who knows her daughter's personality very well, knows that she has to ask night god Ryosuke about this matter. If night god Ryosuke is willing, then the matter of engagement can be handled. After all, Hinata is the eldest lady of the Hyuga clan. The eldest lady is engaged, so naturally she can't be hasty. At that time, there must be a big banquet for guests. Not to mention that all the dignified people in Konoha will come. Even outside Konoha, some wealthy businessmen who have contacts with the Hyuga family will also be invited to come. At that time, it must be done in a special way. Not just because of their status and identity of the Hyuga clan. It is because the status and identity of the night god Ryosuke is there. Got engaged. Yagami Ryosuke paused the chopsticks in his hand, then looked at Hinata beside him and said, "Hinata, what do you think?" A blushing Hinata whispered, "I'll listen to you." The night god Ryosuke, who got the answer, nodded, and then said to Hyuga Hayashi, "In this case, then everything will follow the customs of the Xiong family among you, Uncle Zhong." Hearing this answer, Hyuga Hayashi and his wife also showed happy smiles on their faces. They were afraid that night god Ryosuke would not want to get engaged so early, or worry about whether Yagami Ryosuke is really willing to suppress Hinata. Put aside, that is their side to consider whether to accept the night god Ryosuke. But now, what they have to consider is whether the night god Ryosuke is willing to accept their Hyuga clan. This is the performance of status and strength gap. Next, Hyuga Hayashi also told some of his arrangements to night god Ryosuke and asked him if he had any comments. For Hyuga Hayashi's arrangement, Yagami Ryosuke only made a few small suggestions, but Hyuga Hayashi still wrote them down seriously, planning to follow Yagami Ryosuke's suggestion when the time comes. After 10 o'clock at night, night god Ryosuke came out from the Hyuga tribe. Sisters Hinata and Hanabi followed him and escorted him to the gate. "Okay, go back and rest, it's getting late," night god Ryosuke said to the two sisters. "Well, then you should go to bed earlier." Hinata nodded, looked at Yagami Ryosuke in front of him, and was still thinking about the engagement they had talked about during the meal. "Goodbye, brother-in-law." Hanabi bid farewell to night god Ryosuke with a small hand. Then, holding the elder sister's hand, the two sisters returned to the clan area. Night god Ryosuke also smiled slightly, then turned and left. Get engaged, he thought to himself. Before he knew it, he had also reached this age. At the age of 14, in the ninja world, he is no longer a child or a teenager. Going to the battlefield at the age of 6 or 7 is normal in the ninja world, and many people get married at the age of 12 or 3. Certainly, for those with status, they will not get married so early. But it is usually about 15 or 6 years old. It's not too early to get engaged at the age of 14. However, since you want to get engaged, it's better to get engaged together. Yagami Ryosuke thought to himself, just getting engaged to Hinata will inevitably make Ino and the others feel uncomfortable. Yagami Ryosuke has always been used to a bowl of water being flat. So, now that it is promised, Hyuga Hayashi is going to be engaged to Hinata. Then Ino and the others have to be arranged. Ino's words, the Yamanaka clan has its own customs, so it's better to follow the customs of the Yamanaka clan when the time comes. As for Xianglin, you can ask her for her opinion in 2 days. In the words of Shiyin and the other 3 big sisters, the night god Ryosuke can't guarantee it either. They may not want to do something big, they may just invite some close relatives and friends, and then tell each other. It's as simple as that. It is also necessary to ask their own opinions. Anyway, Yagami Ryosuke will get all these engagements done this year. This is also the most important thing he will do this year. Got engaged. Next day, when Mother Yagami Mizuki heard the news that her son said that he was going to be engaged to Hinata, she also showed a happy smile on her face. To be honest, Yagami Mizuki has long been looking forward to the day when her son can start a family. He even imagined the scene of holding his grandchildren countless times. Thinking that her son is finally getting engaged to Hinata, Miss Hyuga, Yagami Mizuki is also very happy. By the way, what about them? After Yagami Mizuki was happy, she also thought of her son's other girlfriends. This is her own son. If this were placed on someone else, he would have complained about why this man is so playful, promiscuous everywhere, Tian Ding scumbag behavior. But put on a son. Then Yagami Mizuki just wants to say, son is awesome. I'll ask them for their opinions in the past 2 days, and then it depends on the situation. Yagami Ryosuke took a sip of the soup and said, well, as long as you know it in your heart, women are all emotional. Remember to keep a bowl of water level. It's better to remember it in your heart, even if you don't say it. Yagami Mizuki said, after all, she's also a woman herself, so she knows other women very well. Therefore, I also reminded my son a few words, so that he must not lose sight of one thing and lose another. Don't worry, Mom. Things like the Shura field will never happen to your son and me. Yagami Ryosuke said with a smile. Heard. Yagami Mizuki also gave her son an annoyed look. But this kid's ability to coax women is indeed as good as his strength. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made so many girlfriends openly. At this point, Yagami Mizuki also wondered several times, who is he following? Neither she nor her husband, who has passed away for many years, seemed to have such a personality. Is it from the previous generation? It was more than 9 o'clock in the morning. Night god Ryosuke found Anko. After all, among his several girlfriends, Anko is the most empty one. The others are Hong and Shien. We all have things to do. After a week, there's not a day or two of rest. In other words, Anko is resting 5 days a week. All of Konoha's ninjas, even Jinin, don't have such free time. Looks like a certain Hokage-sama is even more empty than her. Certainly, Tsunade had something to do, but he took the initiative to push it out. Even sneak away. It made Nara Shizun and Shizun very helpless, and they felt guilty for having such a Hokage. And Anko, that's really empty, really nothing to do. Every day is to eat and drink, or to practice. However, Anko is not particularly active in cultivation. Basically, it looks like fishing for 2 days and drying the net for 3 days. A very Buddhist state of life. When he heard that night, God Ryosuke and himself brought up the engagement, Anko immediately refused. Stop it, it's so troublesome. Anko had a look of resistance on his face. Why don't we simply invite some friends over for a meal and talk briefly about it? Really? Anko, like Yagami Ryosuke thought, didn't want to F***K hard. That's fine, but when you get married in the future, you can't do this again. Friends God Ryosuke said, there's nothing wrong with getting engaged, but if you get married, you definitely can't just invite a guest and inform the people around you. That was too random. Okay, marriage is up to you, but engagement is just like this. In fact, it doesn't matter whether you are engaged or not. Anko said with a carefree look. That's exactly what she is. I don't care much about this kind of thing. Engaged? Yes. Evening. Yagami Ryosuke invited Shiyin, Xiang Rin, and Hong to come to the house to discuss the engagement. Ask for flowers. I told Anko during the day. What Anko meant was that she didn't want to make a big deal, just invite a guest, and then talk to some good people around her. But Hinata and Ino will almost always do something big. What's your opinion? Night god Ryosuke asked the 3 of them. At present, the girlfriend who officially confirmed the relationship with Yagami Ryosuke is their 6th district. Certainly, there are not only 6 women who have some ambiguous relationship with Night god Ryosuke. But to be honest, falling in love is also a time-consuming and energy-consuming thing. 6, that's enough to keep Yagami Ryosuke a little busy. This is if all 17 or 18 have confirmed their relationship. Honestly, Night god Ryosuke felt that 24 hours a day was not enough for his girlfriends. Then he doesn't have to do anything about his own affairs. So, some relationships are a bit ambiguous, and Night god Ryosuke didn't take the initiative to make it clear. Anyway, there is no rush. He is only 14 years old. Future lifespans are already infinite. There is plenty of time, so take your time. As for them, don't forget, Night God Ryosuke's Tiandu reincarnation defense ability. It can easily solve the problem of life expectancy for them. This, nothing to worry about. My words mean almost the same as Anko. 0. Sunset Red said. She is not the kind of person who likes to make a fuss, and there is no one else in their Yui clan. It's not a big cause for everyone, and there is no need to make a big fuss. Simply entertain some close friends and let us know. I think so too. Xian nodded. She also had the same opinion. Well, I don't want to make a big deal either. Seeing that the two older sisters had spoken, Xiangling hurriedly said the same thing, expressed that he would also follow in the footsteps of the two sisters. In fact, for Xiangling, she just needs to be with Ryosuke, the night god. She doesn't care at all whether she has a title or not. You guys, Night God Ryosuke shook his head. I guess that you probably thought this way. So if that's the case, then we simply invite some friends to come to our house, be a guest for a meal, and announce the matter when the time comes. Sure. Yuehong nodded and said, and if you want me to tell you, you don't have to ask again and again, just one piece. Xian and Xiangling at the side said that this idea is good. Save time and trouble. Night God Ryosuke. Everyone else is a man who doesn't want to make a fuss, but on the side of Yagami Ryosuke, it becomes a woman who doesn't want to make a fuss. I even planned to treat 4 people together. The reason turned out to be that it was too troublesome to come separately. Night God Ryosuke is also dumbfounded, but he also knew that Xian and the others were also thinking about him. In addition, they really don't want to make a big deal, no matter whether it's Hong or Xian. They don't have any relatives around them. Unlike Hinata and Ino, the family is big and the business is big. Even if they don't want to do it themselves, their parents will definitely not agree. But Hong and the others are different. Everything is up to you. Now that we have decided to do it simply, then Night God Ryosuke is also ready to start making arrangements in advance. Who are you going to invite for dinner? What day is the time? These must be determined in advance. But these are simple and nothing particularly complicated. Yagami Ryosuke discussed with several people, and it was basically confirmed. Next day, on a rare occasion, Night God Ryosuke did not let Wood Clone take the 10th squad to perform a mission, but gave the 10th squad a day off, and then went to Ino's house. Discussed the engagement with Ino and her parents. Really, the Yamanaka family also plans to do a big job here, and they seem to have heard the news that Night God Ryosuke is going to be engaged to Hinata. It is estimated that it was also released by the Hyuga clan. So when Night God Ryosuke mentioned the engagement, they seem to have already made plans. Yagami Ryosuke listened and felt that there was no problem, so he agreed. Something about the engagement. Hyuga and Yamanaka will take care of it themselves, and they don't need juniors like Night God Ryosuke to worry about it. While on the other side, for Xiyin and the others, Yagami Ryosuke has also confirmed that they will invite some close friends to have dinner at home in a week, and I will let you know about it, by the way. As for the guest list, Yagami Ryosuke discussed with Xiyin and the others, and finally confirmed the list. Not many people. They're all Konoha ninjas, about a dozen or 20. At that time, set a long table in the yard, and you could sit down. Correct. Yagami Ryosuke has now moved. The former 2-story building was replaced by a large villa. The location is on the periphery of Konoha. If it is mainly in the central area, to build such a large villa, many surrounding buildings have to be demolished. Although not impossible. But Yagami Ryosuke didn't think it was necessary, so he didn't do it. The villa has a front and backyard, and the backyard is very large. The range is like a small ninja land. Therefore, there are also many people living in the villa, except for Yagami Ryosuke and Mother Yagami Mizuki. Yagami Ryosuke's 6 girlfriends also have their own rooms in the villa, but they don't come to live every day. On the other hand, Xiangling has already moved in directly. Anyway, the place where she lived before was also arranged by Yagami Ryosuke for her, and now she just changed to another place. Besides, that is the 2 maids captured by Night God Ryosuke earlier are wooden golem. It has been a long time since Wooden Golem came to Konoha. 040. At the beginning, I was quite uncomfortable and I didn't even dare to go out. I was locked in a room every day, thinking about what the future would be like. Occasionally, I miss Cloud Shinobi Village and the days in Cloud Shinobi Village. But then I gradually adapted to the new environment. I even feel that living in Konoha is pretty good. And even though the little b asterisk 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 d, Night God Ryosuke, always said that he wanted to train her to be some kind of professional maid, he actually didn't do anything too extreme. Just let her serve tea and water, learn how to cook and cook. Don't say. It was the first time that Wooden Golem discovered that he was quite talented in cooking. Those complicated dishes can be easily learned by myself after learning them twice. In the past, she didn't even think about it. After all, there are many restaurants in Cloud Shinobi Village, and she is not short of money. So how could she cook by herself? But now, she is the maid beside Night God Ryosuke. As a maid, I naturally have to do a lot of things to serve people. For example, serving tea and water. And Night God Ryosuke will always say some strange dishes. He doesn't learn it himself, but let Wooden Golem learn it. At first, Wooden Golem was quite reluctant. But once she found out the truth of the matter, it turns out that Ryosuke, the night god who seems to be omnipotent in her eyes, is actually a kitchen killer. That day, Wooden Golem saw Night God Ryosuke working in the kitchen. He was quite curious at first, but before he got close, he smelled a strange smell coming from the kitchen. It's a kind of burnt smell mixed with some messy smells. At that time, Wooden Golem was stunned. She always thought it was easy to light a fire and cook. But looking at Yagami Ryosuke, who almost ordered the whole kitchen, she suddenly realized that it wasn't that cooking is easy, but that she herself seemed to have a unique talent in this area. Since then, Wooden Golem has become less resistant to learning those strange dishes, and also developed a hobby of cooking. If I have nothing to do, I will study some new dishes in the kitchen. To this, Night God Ryosuke is also very pleased. After all, this means that his little maid has been completely cultivated successfully. This is not. They have all started to learn how to improve themselves. Master, your tea. Yard. Night God Ryosuke is holding a comic book and enjoying it. This is a new series by a manga artist who is said to be very famous in the Land of Fire. The painting is a world where there are no ninjas, but only warriors. This world is also full of various monsters who can eat people. Therefore, human beings have built cities surrounded by high walls and lived an isolated life. And the samurai is the only existence in this world who has the ability to kill demons. To be honest, Night God Ryosuke thinks the background setting of this comic is a bit familiar. However, there is nothing particularly familiar about the plot. It's quite interesting. So he's been reading this comic recently. At this time, Mr. Yu, who came over with a cup of tea, also walked in. Let it go. Night God Ryosuke pointed to the side and said, Heard. By Wooden Golem also put the steaming tea aside. Kneel and sit down actively. Master, shall I massage your shoulder? Said by Wooden Golem. Yagami Ryosuke glanced at her, smiled, and nodded. Okay. It is said that Wooden Golem's skillful hands are placed on the shoulders of Night God Ryosuke, kneading lightly and heavily, which is very professional. Half an hour later, Yagami Ryosuke patted the back of Wooden Golem's hand, indicating that he could play. Master, do you have any orders? Kneeling aside, Wooden Golem asked. Go get some fruit. Yagami Ryosuke said. Okay, master. Standing up, Wooden Golem turned and walked toward the house. At this time, Mother Yagami Mizuki also passed by here, and she shook her head helplessly when she saw this scene. You know how to command a trapped person. Yagami Mizuki reprimanded Yagami Ryosuke angrily. Night God Ryosuke also smiled. Mother Yagami Mizuki seems to like you Wooden Golem quite a lot. You must know that you Wooden Golem is a captive captured by Night God Ryosuke, but after getting along for a long time, she also finds that you Wooden Golem is quite a good child. None of the recklessness and vulgarity of Cloud Shinobi. On the contrary, he is very polite, and Knowing a child is like a mother. Mizuki Yagami could tell that her son was not really just treating Wooden Golem as an ordinary servant. How could she, a mother, not see that kid's little thoughts? Therefore, in Yagami Mitsuki's eyes, Wooden Golem is also one of the future daughter-in-laws. But young people like to play. She doesn't know how to play master and maid, and it's not convenient for her to join in. That is, when I see it, I will say a few words about my son. But it doesn't really have to be Wooden Golem's son. Didn't see the two of them are very happy. She is a mother, just look at it. When they are young, it is not good for them to be less involved. A week is coming soon. This day, it was the first time that Yishin Mansion was as lively as it is today. Even when we first moved into our new home last time, there were not so many guests this time. Yard. A long table was laid out, covered with a white gold-edged tablecloth. Some chefs and waiters in professional attire are busy. These are the chefs and waiters that Yishan Ryosuke called from the Uchiha restaurant he opened. Didn't Night God Ryosuke let Wooden Golem learn those Uchiha dishes before? After that, he thought about teaching one person, and Wooden Golem was too busy to cook too much food by himself. So Yagami Ryosuke finally had an idea and opened a Uchiha restaurant in Konoha directly. Arranged a shadow clone to teach a group of chefs how to cook Uchiha food. Don't say. Their talent isn't as good as Wooden Golem's, though. But after all, they're all professionals in this line of work, and they still have abilities and talents. So you can learn very quickly. Soon it is already doing well. Unfortunately, Yagami Ryosuke didn't record many dishes in his previous life. There are only 20 kinds of them at full count. Fortunately, Wooden Golem is talented, and according to the Uchiha food dishes taught to her by the night god Ryosuke, he has researched more than a dozen different dishes. The taste is also very good. Yagami Ryosuke opened this Uchiha restaurant in Konoha, and the business has been booming until now. If it weren't for the high consumption of his Uchiha restaurant, where a meal is more expensive than a good barbecue, the business would be even better. But today the Uchiha restaurant will be closed for a day. Who let the chefs and waiters in the store be pulled into the house by the night god Ryosuke? On the table, plates of delicacies with attractive aromas were served on the table one after another. As a host, Yagami Ryosuke also greets everyone to eat and drink well. Wait until the wine has passed 3 rounds. The plates on the table were changed several times during the round. Night god Ryosuke also knocked on the wine glass, making a crisp sound, which attracted the eyes of everyone present to look at him. Everyone must be wondering why I invited everyone to dinner at home today, right? Yagami Ryosuke said. Heard. Those present here are indeed quite curious. But some people have already guessed why. In fact, the main purpose of inviting everyone over for dinner today is to announce one thing. As Yagami Ryosuke said, he also looked at Shi Yin and the others who were sitting beside him. Later, he also announced the news about his engagement to the 4 of them. Everyone present laughed and clapped their hands to congratulate them after hearing the news. It's amazing. Kakashi looked at the 5 people in a harmonious atmosphere over there and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Speak up. He also recently had a girlfriend. But Kakashi, who has been single for so many years, really doesn't like having a woman around him suddenly. And he doesn't know any sweet talk, nor can he create any romance. Occasionally, I even get cold for saying something wrong. But his girlfriend has always tolerated these shortcomings of Kakashi, so Kakashi is also quite touched. Since the burden of the Sharingan plummeted, Kakashi found that his life seemed to be moving in a better direction. Not just an improvement in strength. Even in life, there have been many rapid changes. Today I saw that Yagami Ryosuke and Shien are engaged. Kakashi was also thinking about the scene of his engagement in the future and couldn't help feeling a little dazed. At this time, a sudden cry came from beside him, bringing Kakashi back from fantasy to reality in an instant. He turned his head to look and saw his good friend Might Guy was in tears, crying and laughing at the same time. Also clapped vigorously. Kakashi, if I had known earlier, I would not have sat next to this guy. Kakashi was speechless, not knowing what to cry about. It's so touching, Kakashi. Aren't you touched? While crying, Might Guy pulled Kakashi, Try and make him cry with him. Kakashi looked at it and quickly waved his hand. No, I'm quite touched. But Guy, are you exaggerating? No, this is youth, shouted Might Guy. Kakashi. Hey. Keep your voice down. Everyone is here to see it. But all the people who came to dinner today are friends, and none of you know the character of Might Guy. 2.2. Therefore, it is not surprising that Might Guy looks like this. Just a little sympathy for Kakashi sitting next to him. Wait until you are full. Most of the guests also said goodbye and left. At last, there are only 2 guests, Tsunade and Shizune, left in the villa. I said, you kid is really fast. Tsunade sat on the sofa with no image, and Shizune, who was holding a porpoise beside him, gave Tsunade a wink desperately, asking Tsunade to change his sitting posture a little bit so that he would not look sprawled. What does it look like? Pity. Tsunade didn't see Shizune's wink at all. Hey, sober up. Yagami Ryosuke took the 2 cups of tea from Wooden Golem and handed Tsunade one. Tsunade took a sip of tea, looked at Wooden Golem who was standing behind Knight God Ryosuke, holding a tray, and pouted. This kid really has a knack for dealing with women. So, you who are about to get married, do you have any thoughts on what I said before? Tsunade took a few sips of hot tea, then looked at Yagami Ryosuke and asked. I heard. Yagami Ryosuke also couldn't laugh or cry and said, Miss Tsunade, are you so unwilling to be this Hokage? It's not that I don't like it, but I think you are more suitable to be a Hokage than me, and the village also needs a Hokage like you to lead everyone. Tsunade said with a serious look. If it wasn't for Yagami Ryosuke's understanding of what kind of person she is, Miss Tsunade, maybe she really believed her nonsense. Den Golem finally turned around and went to the kitchen unwillingly. Pour a glass of water for Knight God Ryosuke. Drink it. She put the water glass on a coffee table. For the sake of your first time, I will forgive you this time. Next time, remember to have a better attitude. You can also learn how other maids serve people. Trust me, it will be useful to you. Yagami Ryosuke took a sip from the teacup and said, By Wooden Golem. Her chest kept rising and falling, as if she couldn't help but move at any time. But what village needs a Hokage like him? It is clear that I feel that being a Hokage is too troublesome, and every time I sneak out to gamble, I will be scolded by Shizune and Nara Shikaku. So seeing Yagami Ryosuke is now 14 years old. That's why Tsunade can't wait to hand over Hokage's position to Knight God Ryosuke. And she herself can completely let go of these troublesome things and happily be her Konoha god of gamblers. Let's talk about Hokage later. I've been busy recently, and you know that. Yagami Ryosuke spread his hands and said, I know, it's about getting engaged to Hyuga and Yamanaka. Tsunade gave him an angry look and said, Then it's settled. I'll give you the position of Hokage when you finish your engagement. That's a deal. When did we agree? Seeing Tsunade finish talking to himself and then run away with Shizune, Yagami Ryosuke also shook his head speechlessly. Tsunade is probably the person who most wants to get rid of this position among the Hokages of all generations, even if it is the same unreliable big pillar. Nor will it be like her. It seems that Hokage's chair has thorns on it, and I can't wait to pass this chair to Knight God Ryosuke. Master, will you become Konoha's Hokage in the future? Asked curiously by Wooden Golem. Let's talk about it. Being a Hokage is also quite troublesome. Yagami Ryosuke said, Certainly. In fact, it is troublesome to say that it is troublesome, and it is not troublesome to say that it is not troublesome. After all, like Tsunade, if you leave the work to other trustworthy people, then Hokage will naturally not be so busy. God, who will be like Naruto, who has no time to eat at home every day? Is that Hokage? I'm afraid it's not the ultimate hit worker. Speaking of Naruto, Knight God Ryosuke also remembered. I heard from Tsunade earlier that Naruto and Jiraiya seem to be coming back soon. I wonder how much Naruto has grown over the years. Following Jiraiya 26 to practice outside, Naruto must have suffered a lot, right? But the Naruto in this world has worked harder than the original Naruto. Not so naughty and mischievous. Before going out to practice with Jiraiya, his strength was already very good. I have practiced for so long now. In terms of strength, it must be much stronger than Naruto in this time period of the original book, right? The country of Sichuan, somewhere. In the small town after the rain, Naruto held a piece of bread in one hand and ate it angrily. Oomph. Smelly pervy sage, left me alone and ran away. Even took my wallet. I'm so mad. Naruto was too tired from practicing yesterday, so he got up a little late today, and when he got up to call pervy sage, he was told by the hotel waiter that he had checked out and left him a note. Naruto, see you in the country of destruction. Just left such a note, the key. When Naruto returned to the room, he found that his wallet was missing. Needless to say, it must have been taken by pervy sage. After all, this is not the first time. Fortunately, because of being taken away several times, Naruto has also learned to be smart. This time he secretly hid some money elsewhere. Otherwise, he can't even eat now. Damn pervy sage. I will ignore him for 3 days when we get to Kawano town. Well, 3 days is a long time, so just ignore him for 1 day. Naruto thought angrily. At this time, the curtain of a shop on the side of the road ahead was suddenly lifted, followed by a figure wearing a black-bottomed red cloud windbreaker, a white dress, and a black belt around his waist, came out of the store. As soon as the other party came out, Naruto subconsciously sensed something and headed over there. Sasuke. Naruto's eyes widened in surprise. Next second, Sasuke. Naruto yelled and rushed over. Sasuke, who had just eaten something from the shop, heard this all-too-familiar voice behind him, stopped abruptly, and turned around with a slightly changed expression. The next second, Sasuke. Naruto hugged Sasuke. Great. I thought I'd never see you again. Naruto hugged Sasuke tightly, talking excitedly. In Sasuke's eyes, the pupils trembled slightly, and then reached out and patted Naruto's back lightly. Naruto, let me go first, he said. Heard. Naruto also let go of Sasuke with an embarrassed smile. Sasuke, I'm sorry, I haven't seen you for a long time, so I'm a little excited. Naruto said with a smile, while scratching the back of his head. Sasuke looked at Naruto, who had grown a lot taller in front of him, smiled and shook his head. Naruto, long time no see. Sasuke said. Yeah, it's been a long time. Sasuke, how are you doing with your teacher? Has anyone bullied you? Naruto smiled and asked hastily again. Hearing this, Sasuke shook his head and said, No, the teacher treats me very well. Everyone in the organization is very busy, and no one will bully me. In fact, even if it's just because of Uchiha's face, it's impossible to bully Sasuke. After all, Uchiha's face-numbing strength is the strongest existence under the recognized leader in the Akatsuki organization. Killing them is like playing. How dare they bully other people's disciples? No matter how rebellious he is, he still has brains. Not a fool. That's it, that's good. Naruto smiled and heaved a sigh of relief, then looked at Sasuke in front of him and said, Sasuke, you have grown taller. Aren't you too? Sasuke smiled and said, You used to be a little shorter than me, but now you are almost as tall as me. What? Since when have I been shorter than you? We've always been about the same height. When Naruto heard this, he immediately became unhappy and argued. Seeing Naruto like this, Sasuke also smiled knowingly. It felt like it was back in the day when they were still in the 7th shift. How have you been over the past year? Asked Sasuke. The two walked and walked. Very good. I have been following Pervy Sage to practice outside. Naruto said, Sasuke, my current strength has become much stronger than before. Let me tell you, I also went to a place called Mount Mayaboku. I practiced in a local area where I learned Sage Mode. Sage Mode? Sasuke vaguely remembered hearing the teacher mention this thing. It seems to be a very powerful ability. Can increase the power of ninjutsu. Naruto, you are not the only one who has become stronger in the past year or so, and so have I. Sasuke said, when it comes to the improvement of strength, Sasuke will never think that he is inferior to Naruto. Over the past year, he has been promoted from the original special Jonin strength to the official Jonin strength, and then to the elite Jonin strength. After that, I learned the lightning-style unicorn and barely touched the threshold of shadow. And now, in the teacher's evaluation, he is already a Kage-level strongman. Shadow, that is the highest title of ninja villages in various countries. Certainly, Sasuke didn't get cocky because of that. After all, which one in the Akatsuki organization is not a Kage-level powerhouse? Even a trainee, Ah-Fei, has Kage-level strength. Sasuke has fought with Ah-Fei several times, but he has never won before. It was only after he got the teacher's Kage-level evaluation that he was barely able to draw with Ah-Fei. In such an environment, how could Sasuke be arrogant? The conditions are not allowed. But, although not arrogant, Sasuke is not very proud of the speed at which his strength has improved. Therefore, when Naruto said that his strength has improved a lot over the past year, Sasuke somewhat wanted to compare with Naruto. Let's see which of the two has improved more. Outside the town, in a forest glade more than 10 kilometers away. Sasuke, are you sure you want to compete with me? I am very strong now. Naruto looked at Sasuke on the opposite side. The two talked about the improvement of their strength just now, and they both felt that they had improved more than the other. So Sasuke suggested that they fight. Find out who wins and loses. Come on, Naruto. I'm not who I was a year ago. With a flick of his hand, Sasuke threw away the Akatsuki windbreaker he was wearing. The law of undressing and death should not work on Sasuke, right? But Sasuke is not an official member of the Akatsuki organization. Just an intern. It should not be effective. Brush. Pulling out the ninja sword at his waist, Sasuke's eyes changed, and the blood-red 3-tomo Sharingan had been opened, staring straight at Naruto, who was more than 10 meters away. Okay then, I'm going. Naruto is also full of fighting spirit. After not seeing him for more than a year, he finally has the opportunity to compete with Sasuke again. But Naruto will not intentionally lose to Sasuke just because he hasn't seen him for a long time. That would be disrespect to himself and disrespect to Sasuke. This kind of thing, Naruto won't do it. Bring it on. Next second, the figures of the two disappeared instantly. The two afterimages in the air kept colliding, and both of them obviously chose to take a look at each other's physical skills first. In addition to learning various lightning style and fire style ninjutsu, Sasuke has also studied swordsmanship over the past year. Uchiha Myanmar taught him a swordsmanship that is specialized in speed. If it is combined with lightning style, the speed will not even lose to White Fang's swordsmanship. And Sasuke is also quite talented in swordsmanship. At this time, he drew his sword and slashed, and the speed of each sword was astonishingly fast. As soon as Naruto fought against Sasuke, he realized that he was no match for Luntai Jutsu, multiple shadow clone technique. Naruto stepped back in an instant, and at the same time he performed his best shadow clone technique with his hands and seal. Suddenly dozens of identical Narutos appeared around him. Naruto, 800 rounds. Naruto drank with his dozens of shadow clones, a Rasengan condensed in his hand, and all the Rasengans gathered together to form an incomparably huge 967 Rasengan. This is Naruto's 800-shot combo, based on the Big Ball Rasengan. You can use a large number of Shadow Clone Rasengan to attack together, or let all Shadow Clone Rasengan gather together to form a super large Rasengan attack target. And this time, Naruto chose the latter. Lightning-style swordsmanship. Combed the ninja world. Sasuke gave a soft drink, with an inexplicable expression on his face. A little embarrassment flashed away. No way. The name of this trick is really weird. He asked the teacher if he could change the name of this trick, but the teacher said no, and what you say must be factual. It can be seen that ghosts are seeking truth from facts. Where's the name of this sword technique, seeking truth from facts? It can't give a ninja world a middle score at all. How does Sasuke know? Naturally, this sword technique in his hands would not be able to give the ninja world a middle score, but if it was in the hands of Night God Ryosuke, then let alone give the ninja world a middle score. Even splitting the ninja world in half is easy. Bang! In the open space, a huge explosion sounded. The moment Naruto's 800 bullets collided with Sasuke's ninja cone, the power of both sides exploded in midair. And Sasuke, who had already made psychological preparations, had already avoided in advance. As for Naruto, he didn't come up at all. What went up was his shadow clone. Next second, the two figures displayed various ninjutsu. Whether it's lightning style and fire style on Sasuke's side, or various ball ninjutsu on Naruto's side, the power is amazing. So quickly, the forest around the clearing was flattened by the aftermath of the battle between the two men. That's not counting. Sasuke hasn't shown his true strength yet, but he also knew that Naruto didn't either. Naruto, the warm-up session is over. Now I'm going to be serious. Sasuke said. Huh, I'm ready too. Naruto said with a smile. He has been using Shadow Clone to accumulate the magic chakra from the very beginning. That's enough to cast Sage Mode now. Mangekyo open. Sage Mode open. Both of them shouted loudly. The three Tomo Sharingan in Sasuke's eyes changed into the shape of Mangekyo in an instant, and the powerful pupil power exploded. And Naruto also has Sage Mode's Fairy Chakra energy rising, and orange eyeshadow patterns appear around a pair of eyes. Sage Art. Massive Rasengan. Inferno-style Black Dragon Roar. In the sky, the moment a huge Sage Art Rasengan collided with a huge black fire dragon, a scorching white glare instantly engulfed everything around. When the strong light dissipated, the roar of the explosion exploded as expected. The terrifying shock wave directly destroyed everything within a kilometer away. After a while, two figures landed in the forest that had been razed to the ground. Naruto, stop here, Sasuke said, then reached out to Mangekyo Sharingan. Naruto on the opposite side also nodded and exited Sage Mode. In fact, both of them still have some useless hole cards, such as Naruto's 9 Tails. Sasuke didn't work either Susanoo. After all, they're just sparring. It's not a fight to the death. There's no need to fight so high. Sasuke, have you awakened Mangekyo? Naruto stepped forward in surprise and said. Sasuke nodded. Well, in fact, it was just awakened not long ago. Sasuke said, Naruto, your Sage Mode is also very strong. All kinds of Rasengan ninjutsu are really played by you. Naruto giggled. He really likes the ninjutsu of Rasengan. Needless to say, it can be changed into different types of ninjutsu. Certainly, the most important thing is that you don't need to seal. After all, he seals too slowly. After the fight and seeing their progress, the two also found a place to sit down and chat. Talk about some of their experiences in the past year or so. Sasuke told Naruto about the various tasks he performed in the Akatsuki organization, and briefly mentioned some members of the organization, but he did not mention Uchiha Itachi. After all, he still can't beat this guy, Uchiha Itachi. Although Sasuke also awakened Mangekyo, Uchiha Itachi awakened much earlier than him. Therefore, whether it is its own strength or the use of Mangekyo, it is stronger than him. But Sasuke is in no hurry. He is only 14 years old and already has Kaga-level strength. After another year or two, he will definitely become stronger by then. When the time comes, Uchiha Itachi will never be his opponent again. Naruto also talked about some of his experiences outside with Pervy Sage over the past year. They have been to the land of snow, the land of water across the sea, and a place called Lulon. But strangely, Naruto doesn't have much memory of Lulon. I just remember that the place was pretty desolate. But for the carefree Naruto, it doesn't matter if he doesn't remember these things, and it's not a big deal anyway. The two sat on the ground, chatting, and didn't feel the passage of time. While on the other side, it was on a cliff 1 kilometer away from the two of them. Jiraiya was staring at the guy next to him wearing the Uzumaki mask, looking wary. People from the Shao organization. Jiraiya has been investigating this organization for years. The clothes on the other party are obviously the clothes of the Shao organization, so the identity is already self-evident. What a scary look. Is this the legendary Toad Sage Jiraiya? Alfei said with a funny look, grinning. For Jiraiya, Obito actually attaches great importance to it. After all, this guy is very powerful. Or his teacher's teacher. Logically speaking, Obito should call Jiraiya teacher. But he even killed his teacher and his wife. So how could he be in peace with his teacher? He hadn't even seen Jiraiya much before. The impression of Jiraiya only stays in some paper materials. Obito knew that Jiraiya was a pervert and wrote a novel called Naha Paradise, which was very popular in the ninja world. To be honest, among the ninjas, Jiraiya is also considered a strange flower. From ninja to best-selling author, there has never been a second person like him in the ninja world. At this time, Obito, who was stared at by Jiraiya, also felt a little nervous. Although he knew that no matter how strong this guy was, he would not be able to hurt himself, but after all, he had the experience of facing Namake's Minato back then. So he faced this Namake's Minato's teacher. Obito has a somewhat psychological shadow in his heart. Guys from the Akatsuki organization, what secret do you guys have? Jiraiya squinted, staring at the guy in front of her. Although the guy in the Uzumaki mask looks like AEB*****ch, but my intuition told Jiraiya that this guy is not simple. It is very likely that the funny character is disguised, and this guy is wearing a mask. This is clearly worn because you don't want to be recognized by others. Jiraiya doubts that this guy is a well-known ninja in the ninja world. Otherwise, why are you wearing a mask all the time? Don't you see? Uchiha, who was also wearing a mask at the beginning, felt numb, but later took off the mask. Uchiha wears a mask because he doesn't want to show his appearance, but he may be too strong in the back, and he finds that he doesn't need to hide at all, so he doesn't wear a mask. But the guy in front of him, who calls himself a Fae, really suspicious. Have I seen you? Jiraiya asked. A Fae. I'm just a small person. I don't know a great ninja like Toad Sage. As he spoke, a Fae began to cry. It's just that I didn't see any tears streaming out. Maybe it was covered by the mask. Looking at the crying off Fae, to be honest, Jiraiya wondered if she was oversensitive. Could this guy who looks completely out of tune really be a threat to the ninja world? Have you been a little too nervous recently? So delusional? Just when Jiraiya was thinking, Obito in front of him was thinking about whether to kill Jiraiya now. After all, the existence of this guy is also a threat to his future plans. If he can kill him now, there is no need to worry about it in the future. But after thinking about it, Obito dropped the idea. There is no other reason. It's just that I simply feel that Jiraiya is not easy to kill. After all, his ability is mainly to save his life. In terms of attack, Obito is not particularly good at it, to be honest. To be honest, his wood style is SOSO. Not bad against some Jonin, but in the face of Kaga-level strong, it is somewhat powerless. And facing a strong like Jiraiya, it just doesn't work. Unless it's an unexpected sneak attack, give Jiraiya a fatal blow while he doesn't know his abilities. Again, Jiraiya is the teacher of Namake's Minato, and Namake's Minato has left a serious psychological shadow on Obito, so he dare not take risks. I was afraid that Jiraiya would see some flaws if he failed in one blow. That would be bad. Even if Jiraiya can't analyze the flaws in his ability for a while, it will also expose his ability. After Jiraiya returns to Konoha, won't his abilities be made public? Speaking of ability, there is a sudden gnashing of teeth on Obito's face under the mask. It is said that about 4 months ago, he was wandering around in the Kamui space. At that time, he was in a complicated mood because once he went to the Konoha cemetery to pay homage to Lin, so he was a little depressed and uncomfortable. That's why I wandered around in the Kamui space. As a result, he walked around and found that there was a line of writing on a pillar in the Kamui space. There are the words, Hatake Kakashi is here, written there. This stunned Obito for a moment. His first reaction was to leave the Kamui space quickly. After all, his hollow ability is only for real space. In Kamui space, he can hollow a ghost. But soon, Obito restrained this impulse, and then carefully observed the words on the pillar, and after making sure that he was not delusional, he gritted his teeth and scolded Kakashi. Needless to say, Obito also thought of Kakashi, which must have taken advantage of the eye he gave, and entered the Kamui space. After all, Mangekyou's abilities are often linked to each other, such as Sasuke's Amaterasu and Flame Control, and Uchiha Shursue's eyes distinguished heavenly gods. It's all related. Certainly, there are also unrelated ones, such as Uchiha Itachi's Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi. But Obito knew that his pair of Mangekyo abilities were most likely related, and this connection lies in this Kamui space. Therefore, if Kakashi finds out that his Sharingan is Mangekyo and can connect to the Kamui space, Jia Ding will come in curiously. Based on Obito's understanding of Kakashi, this guy should not have left such words in the Kamui space. If it is Uzumaki Naruto, there is nothing wrong with Jade Emperor. 189. To be honest, to him, this was somewhat childish. But Obito also found that the recent Kakashi seems to have changed a lot. Even the last time he went to Konoha, he found that Kakashi had a girlfriend. This made Obito P*******D off. I feel that Kakashi has failed Lin's love for him. Although Obito didn't want Lin to like Kakashi at all, but he couldn't change Lin's mind. At least from Obito's point of view, Lin likes Kakashi. And now, Kakashi actually found a girlfriend, so ugly that he almost couldn't help killing that woman. Fortunately, Obito held back. Otherwise, he's probably about to make the next jump. Because Obito doesn't know, every time he goes to Konoha, there are actually a pair of eyes staring at him. As long as he dares to do anything wrong, Obito will definitely be miserable. Fortunately, Obito didn't mess around. Only then did he save his own life. After all, the hollow ability he relies on is useless in front of the night god Ryosuke, who is the entry of the god of space. Not to mention, night god Ryosuke can also enter the Kamui space. Then Obito will be even more unlikely to escape. With all kinds of thoughts flashing in his mind, Obito finally gave up shooting Jiraiya here. And Jiraiya tested this hooligan and found that the other party seemed to be a funny guy with a brain problem. It doesn't look like what hides the appearance of a deep conspirator. After all, if you are really that kind of conspirator, you shouldn't be able to pretend to be so funny, right? If it is possible, then Jiraiya can only say that the acting skills of the other party are really superb, countless times stronger than the old man. How did Jiraiya know that a Fei, Li Qianhao, and Obito are actually two different individuals? Therefore, Ah Fei, who has been acting funny all the time, is actually the real Ah Fei, except that Obito is wearing a clothes called Ah Fei. Actually, this is two people, if White Zetsu can be called a human being. Therefore, Obito does not need much acting skills. Because the funny A Fei is the real A Fei, this guy is always like this, no matter his speech or behavior. He is very idiotic. But that's exactly what Obito wanted. Such an idiot and funny A Fei. And who would have doubted that it was his Uchiha Madara impersonation? Hey, Sasuke is leaving. No, Ah Fei is going to keep up with Sasuke. We can't let Sasuke run back alone. Then Ah Fei will definitely be scolded by Master Miyama again. Ah Fei muttered to himself, and then quickly slid towards the bottom of the cliff. Jiraiya saw it and didn't try to stop it. One is that he doesn't know the details of this member of the Akatsuki organization who claims to be a Fei, and the other is that if the other party is really not a hidden boss, then at best he is just a small character of the Akatsuki organization. It's not worth his effort. However, it's time to go to Zhao's organization, Jiraiya thought. Then he looked at the open space in the distance and saw that Naruto, who had just bid farewell to Sasuke, was also leaving in the direction of the Land of Fire. So he also followed. For the time being, the most important thing for him right now is to bring Naruto back first. As for Zhao's organization, let's talk about it after he goes back to Konoha. 2 days later, Sasuke and Hobby returned to Akatsuki's base in Rain Shinobi Village. As soon as the two came back, they met the two undead duo Haiden and Kakuzu who were walking together. Yo, isn't this Sasuke-kun come back from mission? Haiden greeted Sasuke with a smile. He doesn't like Uchiha Itachi, but he is very friendly to Sasuke, who is also hostile to Uchiha Itachi, and even wants to cut him to pieces. Well, I just got back. Sasuke nodded. He had known Haiden and Kakuzu for a long time as well. Kakuzu is a guy who only knows how to make money, not interested in socializing. But Haiden's personality is a bit similar to that of a Fei. Of course, he is not as funny as a Fei, and he also has a certain kindness towards himself, so Sasuke doesn't mind making more friends, not to mention that the other party is also very strong. That's just right. The leader notified us of a meeting, so you and Ah Fei can come together. Haiden said. Meeting? Sasuke froze for a moment, then nodded. To be honest, this is the first time he has participated in this kind of internal meeting since he joined the Akatsuki organization. On the one hand, he is just an intern. If his teacher is Uchiha Minma, he would have no status at all in a place like Akatsuki. On the other hand, the Akatsuki organization is not the kind of organization that often holds meetings. And most of the time it is through the slide body. It is really rare for a meeting to be held directly in the base. Tread. There were waves of footsteps approaching. With the appearance of figures in black and red cloud windbreakers, it also means that the first all-member gathering of the Akatsuki organization this year is about to begin. At this time, even interns like Fei and Sasuke were allowed to attend the event. After all, whether it is Fei or Sasuke, the strength of the two is not bad. All are Kage level, and among them, Fei, others don't know. How can Nagato and Konoha not know? This is exactly what the man calling himself Uchiha Madara is pretending to be. As for whether the other party is the real Uchiha Madara, to be honest, it doesn't matter at all. Sasuke, where's your teacher? After Haiden and Kakuzu came in, they also looked around on the 533rd section of the flight, but they didn't find Uchiha's numb figure, and then asked Sasuke next to him. I don't know, but the teacher should be in the base. Sasuke shook his head. He had just come back from the outside, so he didn't know where the teacher was. When Haiden heard this, he was about to continue to say something. At this time, Haiden, what do you need from me? A strange figure appeared behind Haiden, and Haiden jumped. Mr. Myanmar is still so elusive. Haiden patted his chest and said. Uchiha looked at him with a numb face and didn't speak. Teacher, Sasuke on the side also came over and stood behind Uchiha's numbness. Uchiha looked numbly at his disciple and nodded slightly. It feels like Mr. Myanmar's strength has become stronger. Fei still had a funny look on his face, but there was a serious expression on his face under the mask. Just now, even I didn't find out how this Uchiha noodles came out, this guy. Obito couldn't help feeling a little wary. Although it was Uchiha who was invited by him, the original intention was to let this family member of his own monitor Nagato. But now, Obito found that the growth of this guy's strength was somewhat beyond his control. It's not about the strength of strength. After all, in terms of strength, Uchiha has already far surpassed him. But with Hollow's abilities, Obito has always been confident in himself. But today, even he didn't realize how the other party appeared. If the other party wanted to attack him, wouldn't he even know how to die? Certainly, Obito can be hidden in the Kamui space anytime and anywhere. But he can't hide forever. He will come out once the 5 minutes are up. If the opponent catches his weakness, relying on this ability of elusiveness, maybe he can catch the moment when he leaves the Kamui space in an instant and give him a fatal blow, right? Fortunately, this Uchiha face has never shown any hostility towards him, CJFJ. At least temporarily, they will not be enemies. In fact, Obito felt right. The Uchiha in front of them is numb, and its strength is indeed much stronger than before. The reason for this situation is that the night god Ryosuke just recovered the wood clone pretending to be Uchiha Noodles yesterday, and now this Uchiha Noodles. It's the new wood clone that he just split. It is the synchronization of part of his main body strength. The reason for this is partly because many of the abilities of night god Ryosuke cannot be reflected in wood clone. Simply put, it's just that wood style can't carry such a powerful force. But even so, the wood clone in front of him still has 1,000 Kage level chakra in his body. At the same time, you can activate the Rinnegan and Tensegan abilities in the state of the 3-hook jade. In terms of strength, it is also the peak level of the 6 paths level, and the body of night god Ryosuke. His Rinnegan has already evolved to the state of Lugyu in the past period of time, relying on the ability of Goyu Rinnegan to guide him. However, after reaching the Lugyu state, it would be quite time-consuming to mention Tomo. If you want to reach the state of Jiguyu, I am afraid you will have to wait at least 10 years. Fortunately, this evolution doesn't require night God Ryosuke to do anything on his own. Otherwise, spend 10 years on it. What a waste. After all, even a pair of 9 Goyu Rinnegan will not have much effect on the strength of Knight God Ryosuke. Normally, as the level of Rinnegan increases, the Rinne Sharingan Chakra mode of Knight God Ryosuke will also increase, and the increase in strength will be stronger. But actually, Rinne Sharingan Chakra mode is all about balance. If Rinnegan is too strong and Tenseigan can't keep up, it will break this balance. There is no benefit to the improvement of strength. Rinnegan, who is now in Leguyu state, has far surpassed Tenseigan. Knight God Ryosuke even needs to actively suppress the power of Rinnegan in order to maintain the balance of Rinne Sharingan Chakra mode. Not only the power will go berserk. Fortunately, Knight God Ryosuke also recently found a solution to this problem. It's actually quite simple. The key lies on that giant golden Tenseigan inside the moon. Knight God Ryosuke finds that he can boost his own Tenseigan by absorbing the power of this gigantic Tenseigan. If only he could absorb all the power of this giant Tenseigan. His Tenseigan strength is afraid that he will directly overtake the current Leguyu Rinnegan, and even stronger than the Jiguyu Rinnegan in full body state. It is not impossible. However, the power of the huge Tenseigan is not absorbed so quickly. Rinnegan of Knight God Ryosuke awakened a brand new ability when he evolved into the state of 3-Hook Jade, which can shrink any object in the visual range except life. The smallest can be reduced to a picometer diameter. A picometer is a unit that is not smaller than a nanometer. 1 picometer is equivalent to 1/1,000,000,000th of a meter. Even the picometer microscope with the highest technological content in the previous life cannot see objects with a size of 1 picometer, because the current limit of picometer microscopes at this stage can only see objects with a size of 45 picometers, no matter how small it is. And Ryosuke, the night god, can shrink objects to 1 picometer through his magic, let alone seeing them with the naked eye. Even Ryosuke's Leguyu Rinnegan can't see it. It's just because he shrinks it with magic, so he can perceive the existence of the opponent. This ability is very similar to Otsutsuki's lesser name Vikuna, but it is much stronger than Xiaoming Viguna. At least, the Otsutsuki-style Shona Biguna was unable to reduce objects to such an extent. Night God Ryosuke is also able to shrink to such a small size because of the power of the pupil technique in the entry. Therefore, Night God Ryosuke also named this ability of himself as the young name Viguna. I am too lazy to name it mainly. Then, when Ryosuke's Rinnegan evolved to Legu, he awakened 2 brand new magic arts. One is the Otsutsuki-style Daikokutten. It happens to cooperate with Xiaoming Viguna. Yagami Ryosuke doesn't know what Otsutsuki's Daikokutten looks like. Anyway, his Daikokutten ability can not only be used to store objects shrunk down by Shona Viguna. Even its interior space is like a small world. There is heaven and earth. Even as long as the night god Ryosuke is willing, light will appear out of thin air in the space, which can illuminate the entire small world, and people can live in it, because there is air circulation here. The size of the entire Daikokutten space is even more exaggerated. Yagami Ryosuke even thinks that he could directly take in the non-shrinking ninja world, and there is no problem. Obviously, this is another change brought about by the addition of entries. Except for the big black sky, another magic spell that night god Ryosuke has never heard of. It's called Buddha Royal Soul. Using this magical technique, you can instantly cut all living and non-living objects within the visual range, and you can cut hundreds of millions of times in an instant, the smallest particle that can cut the target into rice-sized particles. It is a rather terrifying ability. Night god Ryosuke tried it. As long as the target is within the visual range, no matter how hard the material is, it can be cut instantly, as if they were originally separated. As for the living body, he simply tested it. No limit has been found so far, but there must be a limit. Otherwise, wouldn't one be invincible with this ability? For now, however, Ryosuke doesn't have a suitable target to test its limits. But even if there is a limit, the limit of this ability should be extremely high. at least below the god level, there is a high probability that there is nothing it can't cut. Buddha-Yuan, this magic is the magic of Leguyu Rinnegan's awakening. Would clone can't use it here, obviously it can't bear the huge power of Leguyu Rinnegan. But, even so, just standing in front of the Akatsuki organization as Uchiha Myanmar, pretending to be with clone will still give them a natural sense of oppression. This is not intentional by Uchiha Myanmar, but the life level gap between the two parties is too large, and their bodies are resisting and fearing Uchiha Myanmar's instinctive reaction. Do you think I'm eating, drinking, and having fun every day? Uchiha glanced over Afei with a numb face. It brought him a strong sense of oppression. Afei laughed a few times and dared not speak. Even if it's white Zetsu like Afei, I'm a little scared at this time. Uchiha's face numb. And it may be because Afei is white Zetsu, so the sense of oppression at the level of life is more intuitive. Otherwise, it is impossible for Afei's funny character to calm down so quickly. Haiden on the side glanced at Afei, then touched his nose and looked at Uchiha with a little fear. His face was numb, and he didn't dare to speak. At this time, two more figures walked in. Sasuke, who had been standing quietly behind Uchiha's face just now, also looked at one of them with hatred. Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke clenched his hands into fists. To be honest, meeting Uchiha Itachi in the Akatsuki organization base from time to time is also the source of motivation for him to improve his strength for more than a year. Otherwise, he really didn't wake up this pair of Mangekyo so quickly. Certainly, this is even more inseparable from the teacher's cultivation. If the teacher hadn't used illusion to stimulate him from time to time, his pupil power wouldn't have grown so fast. Moreover, the teacher's illusion is amazing. After the illusion is over, he will not remember what he experienced in the illusion. He only knows that his pupil power has increased a lot. Then it was stimulated a dozen times. Sasuke's Mangekyo awakened easily. In fact, this ability to forget is the root cause of Sasuke's pair of Mangekyo awakening so quickly. Replaying genocide with Tsukuyomi over and over again like Uchiha Itachi did is of no use. After all, the same experience, only the first time will be particularly unforgettable. But I have experienced a lot. The stimulation gradually decreased. But what if you forget everything that happened before? Then every experience becomes a first experience. The effect is doubled immediately. Sasuke, Uchiha Itachi, who just came in, also had a flash in his eyes, seeing his younger brother looking at him with hatred on his face. He couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. I heard that Sasuke has awakened Mangekyo. It seems it's time for him to know the truth, thought Uchiha Itachi. In fact, his health has been getting worse and worse over the years, although it can last another 3 or 4 years. But now that Sasuke has awakened Mangekyo, there is no need to struggle any longer. Next time, Uchiha Itachi plans to ask Sasuke out alone, and then take this opportunity to let him know the truth about Genocide Night. Certainly, this so-called truth is just the truth that Uchiha Itachi wants Sasuke to know. He won't let Sasuke see the content that is not good for Konoha. And, before that, if he finds that Sasuke has thoughts that are not good for Konoha, he will also use the eye that Shursui left for him, and let Sasuke guard the village instead of him forever. I believe Sasuke will understand his painstaking efforts. After all, I'm doing it for his own good, thought Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi, just wait, the day of revenge is coming soon. Sasuke clenched his hands into fists, silently swearing in his heart. At this time, all members of Akatsuki's organization have arrived. In the past 1 or 2 years, no one of them has been so consistent. After all, everyone is very busy with their own affairs in their own fields, like Kakuzu, who is running around to make money every day, and the others are similar. At this moment, the figure of the leader, Pain, also appeared in front of the crowd together with Conan. Pain's purple Rinnegan swept across the Akatsuki members indifferently, paused for a moment on Uchiha Myanmar, and then said, "Everyone, after years of development in our Shao organization, we are finally entering a second new stage." Pain's voice rang in each of their ears. Many people couldn't help getting excited, like Haiden, who just giggled and looked nervous. Sasuke looked curiously at the leader of the Akatsuki organization. To be honest, it was the first time he had seen the legendary leader. When he noticed Pain's purple Rinnegan, although Sasuke didn't know what kind of eyes they were, he instinctively felt that these eyes were very powerful, much stronger than his Mangekyo. What kind of eyes are these? Sasuke thought curiously. As for what Pain said, the second stage of the Akatsuki organization, Sasuke doesn't care. After all, he was not a member who was pulled into the Shao organization and brainwashed. It was because of the relationship between the teacher Uchiha Myanmar that he became an in-turn member of the Akatsuki organization. To be honest, in his heart, Sasuke still thinks he is Konoha's ninja. After all, the person he cared about the most was there. Therefore, he has no interest in understanding the second stage that the leader Pain said, and all his attention is on the eyes of the leader Pain. About the organization's second stage mission, Conan, please explain. Pain said to Conan beside him. Conan nodded, and after sweeping her cold eyes over everyone present, she said, the second phase of our Akatsuki organization's mission is to officially start collecting tailed beasts. When the power of the nine-tailed beasts is gathered, then the ultimate weapons of the nine-tailed beasts will be used to make the ninja world feel the pain, so that they understand the importance of peace. Next, everyone will receive different tasks, requiring each group of you to capture different tailed beasts. Conan paused at this point, glanced at these people present, and finally fell on Uchiha's numb face. In the presence, only he looked the calmest. Uchiha face numb. You and Afe go to Sunagakure, and the one-tail Shikaku will be handed over to you. Conan said. This is what she discussed with Nagato before. The sealing work of the nine tails must be done in the order from one tail to nine tails. Therefore, the first thing they want to catch is one-tail Shoha. Here comes the problem. After one tail is two tail. But Jinchuriki of Matatabi was captured by the night god Ryosuke, and now he is still staying in Konoha. It is said that she became a maid beside Ryosuke, the night god. This made Conan and Nagato a little worried. I don't know how to get the two from Konoha. The two-tailed Jinchuriki wouldn't golem. After all, that's the person next to Shinigami, Ryosuke, the night god. No matter how arrogant Nagato is, he doesn't think he can easily snatch the two-tailed Jinchuriki from Shinigami. So, after discussing with Conan, Nagato felt that Baoji Bomianma, the strongest existence in the organization other than Nagato, should be allowed to capture one-tail Showa first. Then think of a way to engage in her way. If it really doesn't work, then we can only gather all the forces of the Akatsuki organization to carry out a strong attack. But in that case, it means that they exposed the full strength of the organization as soon as they failed to catch the second tail. This is obviously very unfavorable to Zhao's organization's plan. So, not as a last resort. Nagato doesn't want to do that either, and it doesn't necessarily work that way. Catch the tailed beast. Just now, he was still observing the leader Pain's pair of Rinnegan Sasuke, and he was surprised when he heard what Conan said at this time. The goal of the Akatsuki organization is to capture the nine-tailed beasts. Sasuke knew for the first time that this was the ultimate goal of the Akatsuki organization. They actually set their sights on the terrifying ultimate weapon, the tailed beast. The point, they actually plan to wipe out the nine-tailed beasts? In this case, isn't Naruto in danger? Sasuke couldn't help but feel worried for Naruto, but he soon thought that Naruto had returned to Konoha now, and he probably wouldn't leave the village for a long time in the future. And Konoha has the night god Ryosuke, a god tier, sitting in charge. Even the Shao organization should not dare to invade easily, right? No, I can't put all my hopes on Ryosuke. I must become stronger as soon as possible, so that I can stop Akatsuki when they intend to hurt Naruto. Sasuke thought to himself, but soon he thought of another question. What should he do if his teacher is going to attack Naruto? Sasuke struggled for a while, and finally he could only choose to go straight to the bridge naturally. Let's not think about it for now. Let's talk about it later. Maybe he can convince the teacher not to shoot Naruto? Sasuke thought to himself. The other side, facing Konan's arrangement to capture one-tail Shikaku by himself, Uchiha didn't have any objection, so he nodded and agreed. Just sand shinobi, just ants. He didn't pay attention to it at all. Capturing Shizuru is so easy for Uchiha Minma. Boss, what about Erway? Who will Erway send? Haiden raised his hand and asked loudly. He was looking forward to it just now, wondering if the leader would arrange for their undead duo to capture one-tail Shoha. Result: the leader actually gave this task directly to Uchiha Minma. If it was someone else, Haiden would definitely have to raise his opinion at this time. But if it's Uchiha's face numb, then Haiden can only recognize it. But Erway Jinchuriki must be captured by their undead duo. Idiot, shut up. Kakuzu looked at Haiden speechlessly. This idiot, doesn't he know that Erway Jinchuriki is in Konoha now? Is that place where their undead duo can go? Kakuzu couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle when he thought of Ryosuke, a monster-like monster. He even felt that this brat might be as strong as, or even surpass Senju Hashirama, the god of ninja back then. So, when Haiden yelled to accept the task of capturing Erway Jinchuriki, Kakuzu wanted to kick him. This guy really doesn't know any news from the outside world? Followed by Kakuzu, a famous bounty hunter in the ninja world, and didn't even know this bit of news? What shame. Kakuzu, why did you hit me? Haiden looked at Kakuzu angrily. At this time, Pain, who was standing in front of the crowd, also said indifferently, About Erway, we will discuss this issue after capturing one-tail Shoha. Hearing the leader's answer, Haiden felt dissatisfied and wanted to raise his opinion. In the end, he was kicked and flew out by Kakuzu beside him. Boom! Haiden flew out and smashed against the wall. Asterisk, yeah. With a click, a large piece of the hard rock wall was cracked. Kakuzu. Haiden was about to rush forward angrily, but was stopped by Pain, and he. Enough! Stop messing around, Haiden. Pain's renegades fell coldly on Haiden. This made Haiden freeze instantly. Then he muttered something like, It's not fair. Obviously I was beaten, walked to the side of Kakuzu, and stared at him fiercely. Kakuzu didn't care. Anyway, Haiden's mentally sick state is not a day or two. To be honest, he is used to it. Next, it's about. This meeting lasted about an hour. Then everyone dispersed. Pain also left with Konan and continued to think about how to capture Erway Matatabi. While on the other side, after stopping Pain's long speech, Sasuke, who was a little dizzy, also asked the teacher about the leader's eyes after leaving the cave temple. He always felt that those eyes were very attractive to him, and there's a faint feeling of being connected by blood. I don't know why. You said Rinnegan. Uchiha said lightly. Those are the eyes of the legendary sage of 6 paths, also known as the eyes of the fairy, and they're a pair of very powerful eyes. Pain's strength 100% 99 are on those eyes. Rinnegan? Fairy eyes? Eyes of the sage of 6 paths? It was the first time Sasuke had heard the name Rinnegan. I couldn't help asking the teacher curiously, what kind of ability does this pair of Rinnegans have, so that they deserve such a title? Uchiha also briefly introduced some of Rinnegan's abilities to Sasuke. Anyway, his disciple will have the same eyes, and it's the even more powerful Luguyu Rinnegan. It is at the same level as the current Rinnegan of the night god Ryosuke. Certainly, Ryosuke's Rinnegan is red, while the Rinnegan after Sasuke is purple. But to be honest, it has reached the state of Luguyu. Rinnegan's color difference is actually not that big. At most, there are some differences in ability and focus. But in terms of pupil strength, they are all about the same. Certainly, Night God Ryosuke's pupil power is still not as good as other Luguyu Rinnegan. The difference is not big, just 65 times. After hearing the teacher's introduction about Rinnegan's various abilities, Sasuke was also amazed in his heart. Did not expect such powerful eyes still exist in the ninja world. No wonder it is called the fairy eye. Really, they are so powerful. Were they if they're not the eyes of fairy? In comparison, it seems like Mangekyo Sharingan doesn't feel that powerful either. Of course, Sasuke only knew that this was just an illusion. In fact, Mangekyo Sharingan is still very strong. After all, Sasuke himself has these eyes, so he knows how powerful Mangekyo is. There's just one problem. Mangekyo is strong, but if you use it too much, you will lose your eyesight. This is a bit disgusting. Sasuke has complained more than once. Why didn't there be any problems in the Three-Go Jade before? But when we arrived at Mangekyo, there were such serious side effects. That's blindness. If he is blind, wouldn't his own strength plummet by 90%? Back to the room. Uchiha turned his head numbly to look at Sasuke, who was still following him. Anything else? He asked. Heard. After hesitating for a while, Sasuke couldn't help but said, Teacher, if the Akatsuki organization wants to arrest Naruto, can I ask the teacher not to do it? Naruto? Uchiha's face became numb in an instant. I thought that the relationship between Sasuke and Naruto is still so good. Even though they haven't seen each other for more than a year, they still care about him so much. Unknown to Uchiha, however, Sasuke and Naruto had only met once 2 days ago. The two also exchanged ideas on how to improve their respective strengths. By the way, a small piece of forest was blown up. Certainly, this is a basic operation for high-level ninjas.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.